Attention surfers, the heat has started. Surf fans from around the world, welcome to Surf City, USA for the 2022 Vans US Open of Surfing. This week, the quest for qualification continues as we enter the fourth stop on the Challenger Series. With strong leads in the rankings, who will be able to take on Caity Simmers and Rio Waida? Deeper into the week, the world's best longboarders hit the water for the Duct Tape Invitational for the second stop of the WSL Longboard Tour. The Vans US Open of Surfing is on. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the Visit Huntington Beach Dawn Patrol, and we're setting up for another day here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. The arrivals this morning and surfers getting ready. It's going to be the men on deck, and one thing I can tell you is we got waves. We got surf, we got high-level competition, and we have surfing all day long for you. Thank you for joining us. Buckle in, get ready, and Hurricane Frank has been providing some good-sized surf. I'm Kehu Butler, along with the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel.
Oh, easy. I love that. Frank the Tank has been trucking up the coastline, and it sure enough showed up yesterday bright and early, and it is still here. You look over my shoulder, it is pumping surf.
Yeah, so, I mean, really what we're expecting, it's going to be a challenge right now, Pete, because it's pumping surf, but the tide's a little bit low. Finding the corners is going to be what we're going to search for.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. But I'll tell you what, I think these surfers are all ready. This is a Challenger Series, right? Yeah. So this is a big event for these guys in order to make it to the championship tour. As you can see right there, there's plenty of surf. We had some north wind blowing early. There's a little ripple on the face, but it's backed off right now as we're getting started here with heat 1 of the round of 48. And it's going to be an exciting round, as they always are.
Let's delve more into that and exactly what's going on. With that, I'm going to throw it down to the beach with AJ McCord. She's with Travis Logie.
That's right. We are ready for another day of surfing here at the U.S. Open. So what can we expect, Travis, in terms of conditions today?
Yeah, AJ, we still have lots of waves, so there's going to be lots of surfing, another big 8-hour day. We're going to do men's round 2, finish those 12 heats, and then we have enough time to do the first half of the men's round 3, so 4 heats, that's the 3-man heats, so another jam-packed day of surfing.
Man, it's going to get wild if it's anything like yesterday. What was your favorite moment from yesterday?
Yesterday was crazy. It was really challenging, and there were a lot of great moments, but I think Caroline Marks' heat, she just made it look so easy out there and really went to town out there. It was impressive.
Yeah, and it felt like those conditions changed all throughout the day. What can we expect in terms of conditions and waves today?
Pretty similar to yesterday. The wind's a bit of a variable, but I expect it to go kind of onshore like it did yesterday, but still tons of swell. It'll slowly die down towards the end of the day, but still very solid all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. We are just getting started. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, AJ and Travis. Well, there you go, Pete. We're going to get through this round of 48 and then into the round of 24. That's a lot of surfing. 8 hours is the word. Half-hour heats. So this is what the U.S. Open's all about, right?
It is.
We got to get through a big field, but we already have such talented stacked heats, even this round of 48.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we think about the weekend, it was small. It's totally different from what these men competed in their first day. Different equipment, most likely. It's going to be a whole different way to surf. I mean, it was so physical yesterday. Runarounds. We're going to have the same kind of thing today. They're going to be fighting that current, which is just sweeping down the beach. Trying to find those open face waves. Going to be challenging. We might see a barrel or two. I did see some moments that we could see next to the pier. Those goofy footers are going to have that advantage. But not expecting to see huge airs, but I really keep my fingers crossed that it does happen, because that's what the U.S. Open about, is high performance surfing. There's aerials, both backhand and forehand. That's the type of surfing that has won this Vans U.S. Open in the past, and I expect it to be the same.
Let's set the first heat of the day, and it is truly an international affair as we have representing New Zealand, Kehu Butler. Out of France, Gatien Delahaye. Representing the islands of Hawaii, Imai Kalani DeVault, and our Italian representative, Jesse Mendez.
Another stacked heat. Again, all of these surfers are capable of winning this event, but there's only 2 advancing, and 2 will be sent packing. This is not a result if you lose in this round. It is not enough points to keep you playing the game, and not even enough points to even come close to qualification. You need to get through all the way to the quarterfinals if you want to really call it a result.
This is true. So, you know, a bit of pressure out here. And as we always open up our heats, it has a neutral or open priority out in the water. So we're going to see who strikes first. Taking a look there at the Maori, Kehu Butler. Exciting surfer, spends a lot of time in Australia training. And when we talk about an air game, Kehu has an air game. He's put out some edits. He's done some really progressive surfing. We'll see if we get a taste of that.
I would agree. He's part of that Quicksilver team. Spent a lot of time together with a bunch of great surfers on that squad, and he's been there for a very long time. And we expect some big things from him. You know, Kehu's got a great demeanor about him, very calm, collective, from the the Maori blood, warrior, and we expect he'll battle in this one for sure.
Now the surfers, from what I'm seeing right now, Peter, are further down the beach, further south as we look at the sandbanks, rather than really next to that pier bowl that doesn't seem to exist this morning.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the current too. It doesn't feel like it's as strong as it was yesterday. As these storms move up the coast, they actually move to the northwest. So the angle of the swell we saw yesterday was almost southeast when it first arrived. And that's literally just sweeping up the beach. But as that storm moves out and gets into a more favorable angle, we'll see less current start to play into it. I mean, there is going to be current, don't get me wrong, but yesterday it was just sweeping. It was radical. Today it seems a little mellower.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go on and say that we have more user-friendly conditions today with the change in the swell angle. Still a lot of swell, but the swell angle a little bit more friendly.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it moves off the coast. Frank has been moving up in a more northerly angle, which is great to push that swell towards us. And then as it starts to mature, it moves away from the coast slightly and more to the northwest. So we'll see that angle go from like 175 to 180, 185, 190 as that swell matures.
Yeah, a little vision of Jesse Mendez out there. He's in the green jersey, 29 years old, out of Guarujá, Brazil, representing, however, he made a change in flags this season, representing Italy.
And a lot of the reason why we see that is, the Olympics. It's a great opportunity to be able to get into that. We've got that coming up the next couple of years, and exciting times bringing surfing to the Olympics. And so surfers trying to make those changes because they understand how important, being an Olympian is.
Yeah, Jesse has had championship tour experience, 2018, 2019. He was a full-time tour member. And Mendez wants to get back on that championship tour. And that's really the crux of what this entire Challenger Series is about. This is the path. This is the road to the championship tour. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the season.
I was lucky enough to be in Portugal for his first big QS win. And a very emotional win for him. Remember?
I do remember. I was with you. That was in Cascais, correct?
Well, and then we ended up doing up to the beach break north of there, which helped me again.
Oh, Guincho.
Guincho. And that's where he ended up winning the beach breaks there. Almost similar type of conditions as this.
Gave one of the best, most poignant victory speeches. I remember. I think you did the presentation.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like you compete. And and you get to this level, and it was a QS 10,000 at that time, which is basically the same level as this here. You had a bunch of CT surfers in that event, so it was a huge win for him, and it catapulted him onto the championship tour. So he knows that, and he knows how this event is very similar in that caliber. So he wants to make sure that he has a performance here.
Yeah, and that also, to me, gave me a little snapshot into the personality of Jesse Mendez, which is, you know, a surfer that's passionate and emotional and really committed to what he's doing. He's an excellent surfer, but then again, it just shows you how deep the talent pool is when we look at this Challenger Series, because this is just around the 48.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's 96 surfers that start in this event, and every single one of them can easily win. And so it's that's why I love the Challenger Series. I mean, it's a broader field. It's way harder to win, in my opinion, than say even a CT. Here we go, Jesse.
Mendez, there's the air, and there's the landing. Spins it around, little air reverse to start off. Continues down the line, projecting, snaps the oncoming section. No problem. That's going to be a great number for Jesse Mendez to start with.
Yeah, first number of the day. Actually, Gatian got a quick one, just a .30 as we look in at Kehu, who's going to be coming up next.
Ooh, Kehu coming up next in a pretty stacked heat with Ezekiel Alke, Kobayashi, Chris Zafis. That's going to be another one you want to stick around to watch.
You think about probably in the draw, Kehu would be the one who's had the most heats out here.
Gatian Delahaye throws the tail, but hits the curb and not able to ride out of that complete. Delahaye on his second wave, just a fractional score for his first wave, and still is going to be a small number for wave number 2.
Starting the priority order here now. Jesse's going to get the first real number of this heat.
So when we look at Gatian, he should be coming into this event with some momentum. We'll get back to that as we watch this replay of Mendez.
So Mendez gets the air reverse, nicely done. Skates across with a bunch of speed here to get that second maneuver. So those combination of major moves, not necessarily on offer there. Had to get that ton of speed, but the air showcasing the innovation and progression, as well as Gatian knowing full well that that's what the U.S. Open, this Fans U.S. Open is all about, right? It's about performance levels going above the lip. That's what we see here. That's what scores big. That's what the judges wanted to see. So again, Jesse surfing to the criteria. He's going to get the best number of the first exchange.
Gatian, I was talking about the momentum that he's carrying into Huntington Beach in the last Challenger Series event in Bolito. Gatian, runner-up finish, his best of his career. So he's coming off that high right now, coming into this competition. So there's two ways that I've seen this happen. One, you come in and you carry that momentum into the next event. Two, you experience that high, and then it's almost like the sophomore slump, and then you get the very next event, you have the low.
Yeah, no, it's heavy. You know, and I think Gatian understands that. He did make his first round, and I think that's the biggest hurdle, is that round in 96. He's done that, so he can build from there. The first couple waves here from Gatian in the early stages, not really necessarily what he would have liked to start a heat off, but this is a 30-minute heat. This is a very long heat. Generally, you're going to have most the qualifying series heats are going to be 20 minutes, maybe 25. This, you get the extra 5 minutes. It's a lot. It adds a little. So the high, you got to have those high quality waves. There's 2 waves that you count towards your score line, and in that 30 minutes, you got to make it happen.
Yeah, time management key to success in any surfing heat. Well, we got up in the athlete zone, Shannon Hughes, and Shannon, what do you got for us?
Hey, morning guys. Great job in the booth so far. The surf looks really fun out there, and I'm excited to see the action today. I just was having a look through our actual live rankings, because after round 1, we've had a pretty big shakeup. We've already lost out on about 4 to 5 of those top surfers within those top 10 positions, like Rio Waida, Dylan Moffitt, Sheldon Simkis, Maxime Huchenote, and Michael Rodriguez, all out of the draw just after round 1. We're only in round 2 today, which means that those rankings are already starting to shift, and I think we're going to see a big shift in that top 10 pack throughout, you know, as we kind of get through this round 2. Specifically in this heat, we've got Gatian Delahaye, who's already jumped up a single spot in the rankings. He went from number 9 coming into the contest. He's already up to number 8. So if he continues to make it through some rounds, that's going to be huge. I kind of attribute maybe those early losses for some of those bigger names to the conditions that we had on day 1 of competition out here at Huntington, which were wildly different, as we've been talking about through yesterday and this morning already, than what we have on offer today. It was really small, a bit scrappy, and so some of those surfers that maybe thrive in more powerful waves just didn't have that opportunity. Where today, I think we're going to see those surfers that can really rise to the occasion in more solid conditions start to thrive.
Thank you, Shannon. As we can see on our board, this is the Challenger Series leaderboard coming into this event. But as Shannon was discussing, the grayed out names are all surfers that are in the top 10 who are already out of competition. So we are going to see a shuffle when we look at the leaderboard. Imai Kalani default on a good-looking wave, gets a little hung up on the first turn, and that was really unfortunate for the Hawaiian.
That was an error big time. That was a beautiful-looking wave, well overhead, solid, looked like a great section there, just mistimed it. That was unfortunate.
Kehu, quick snap in the pocket, hops over that section, comes around, stabs a finish. Nice completion for Kehu Butler.
Well, and his first wave, 10 minutes into the heat.
Imai right back up on the horse, this time going right into the current, and not a lot of opportunity there for Imai Kalani default.
Remember, this is the first heat of the day, the lower tide, so there's some adjustments that's happening. And let's see what decision-making here from Imai. We've seen surfers come in and do runaround. It looks like that's what Imai's thinking. Get himself off the pier and up the beach again. And so this is that physicality part that we were talking about from yesterday. You're going to need to be able to run, paddle, and surf all in one heat.
Yeah, and you know, Imai Kalani default, a rookie for the 2022 Championship Tour, but unfortunately did not survive that mid-season cut. Replay here of Kehu Butler.
So this wave shouldered off really quickly, but he was able to hit that one in the pocket, get a finish, and then pencil dives to get out of there. So again, there's two different ways you can do this. You can get out of those waves early and get yourself paddling back out quickly, or you ride it in and run around.
Gatien floats that section, looking for more open face, and looking down the line, doesn't complete the floater.
Really feels like today, especially with this lower tide right now and that current, that these rights are going to be very short and impactful, whereas the lefts might give you those opportunities a little better where it gets down the line. You see that first score for Jesse Mendez. That's really the level that we've already seen established there, where there was an error and a finish, but there was some downtime between the maneuvers. He ran to that first error. He had to run to the finish. Score only came in at a 4.83.
And here's Imai running up the beach to reposition himself to compensate for the drift, for the current that we are experiencing right here in this hurricane swell. I was talking again, Imai, you know, had a shortened CT career. Unfortunately, he was a rookie in the 2022 and this year, and did not survive that mid-season cut. So he only had a half a year on the championship tour. He wants to get back on it. He wants a full year.
Oh, 100%. And you know, and it's a real unfortunate for him, because Imai, you would think, with the fact that we had two events in Hawaii, that it would have been, you know, to his advantage to have those couple events in his home turf, right? And going into Pipeline and Sunset Beach, you know, accomplished surfer there, has many heats that he's been able to surf, but unfortunately didn't have the performance that he would have liked, and didn't make that cut. So again, you're right. There's definitely some drive that is going to be pushing Imai and get himself back up onto, you know, the championship tour.
Just a quick shot of Kehu Butler. A little late to the lip right there. That wave really closed out very fast. Again, the rights, I'm going to compare the rights.
Are you?
Peter, I'm going to compare the rights, Peter, to going uphill, while the lefts feel like you're going downhill. So like you kind of tic-tac uphill on a skateboard on the rights, but on the lefts, you're just freewheeling downhill.
I like that analysis. It does feel that way. Definitely, you're riding with the current. It feels like the lefts, especially now at this lower tide, seems to be the direction to be going. I mean, look at the example right there. That's Gatien, who is just basically given up to the current, and he's going to move in and get himself a right on the other side of the pier. It's not going to count because it's outside of the contest area, but he's going to get himself to the beach and run up. I mean, again, like, I think theory-wise, if you're out in the water, I don't know if this is going to be the right decision, but it is definitely going to get him to that to the northern peak. I mean, he's literally giving that opportunity of catching a wave and going inside. The same thing's happening here with Kehu. So that current is super strong. If you want to fight that current, get yourself another 20 yards outside of it, and you might be able to battle against it.
Well, battling for a finish here is Jesse Mendez. This is going to be his backup score, and he fought for that finish. It wasn't a good-looking wave. It was a messy-looking wave, but keep it on his feet, and now he's just going to come to the beach to do that run around as well. We talked about it yesterday, Pete, and it looks like it's going to be evident today again, the triathlon of surfing, where it's running, paddling, and surfing.
It is crazy. I mean, and again, I think that you gain more ground by running the beach. You're going to, it's obviously faster. You know, the risk being is that you're going to run out and paddle. Oh, look at that sprint. He is not, Kehu's just seriously sprinting. That is amazing. We have seen light jogs, but that is a full sprint. Good job, Kehu.
Here's Jesse on the replay.
Yeah, that one quick hit. The wave goes over into that trough, gets around it, and does have to fight for this last finish. Doesn't have a ton of speed. Somehow lays back, keeps it together, and rides out of it. So he's going to back up the 4.83, and he's going to have a serious stable lead at the halfway mark.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that score to check in for Jesse Mendez as it populates. And Mendez, by contrast, getting some advice from his partner Tati and just running up the beach. So we'll see Jesse back in the water. Once we're back from this break, you're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Second priority because your priority was suspended due to just being inside. So even though he looks like he's third in line as the surfers run up the beach, when he gets back outside, he will be second priority.
And the reason that happened, just so everybody knows, is that he was holding that priority and then got washed in. If you get washed in, you don't actually paddle for a wave. That's when that priority goes into suspension. As we see out the back, look at this, all by himself. First priority, surfer in white, Imai Kalani trying to get into that one. Not going to happen.
So you've got the strongest surfers in the world right now, or a lot of them here, and they're having a tough time getting over the edge of that wave just due to the way the water moves and how fine the sandbar is where the wave breaks.
Wave number 2 of green, a 3.43. Wave number 2 of green, Jesse at 3.43. Mendez to first, Kehu to second. Blue, you are in third, you need a 3.94. White, you are in fourth, you need a 4.10. So a little change there in the first place position. Mendez on his second score gets the 3.43. He jumps to first. Kehu drops to second. Gatian Delahaye now in the blue in third, looking for the 3.94. Imai Kalani in the white, looking for a 4.10. Time on the clock, 13 minutes, 10 seconds, surfers.
Back at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we're going to check out what our good friends at Surfline has to say about this swell, Pete.
Well, we got a couple of them, right? There's the Southern Hemi. That's way farther away, but at the top right of your screen, that's Frank. Just there spinning off, and that's what we have on offer today. We are going to have some backup swell for the back end of the week, which is that Southern Hemi swell, which is great stuff. I mean, we're going to see today taper off. We're going to see that interval around 12 seconds. It's going to taper off as well going into tomorrow. We'll still have Frank around for tomorrow, and then back in the middle of the week, we'll start to see the Southern Hemi start to pick up again, and that's going to be great for that Thursday, Friday portion of it. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, see the 16 seconds? That's where we're going to see that Southern Hemisphere start to fill in on Wednesday all the way through to the weekend. You know, Sunday, we're going to see a little bit of a drop-off as well, but fingers crossed that it's going to be at least overhead.
Yeah. Thank you to Surfline, and what I'm seeing from that Surfline forecast is we're going to see multiple personalities to Huntington Beach. Right now, this is the hurricane swell, short interval personality. Later in the week, when we have a ground swell, this wave's going to look much different. Imai Kalani evolved. That's more like it. Too big off the tops, has to hang on through some troubled water and bounce, and no problem for the Hawaiians. So slow start for Imai, but he's just made up for it.
Much, much better from Imai. There's that opportunity. He would have been kicking himself the first time, getting a little bit off-timed on his first move. That time, cleaned it up nicely. It's going to be the best wave of the heat right here. He's going to get himself into the shore and run up the beach. And then he's going to get a good number for this one.
Yeah, anticipating a good number. Right now, Jesse Mendez out in front. Kehu Butler in second and advancing position. Imai, if he gets a 4.1 or better on that wave, he will move into that second place and advancing position.
There's that run around. Again, nice paced attempt. But look at this. This is well overhead, almost double overhead as he gets to the bottom here. Beautiful hooking snap in that critical section. And once again, gets up a little late, but pulls it down with control. Imai right there. Look at the number.
Number dropping for Imai, a 7.67, and Imai goes to the lead. For more on Imai, let's check in with our beach reporter, AJ McCord. AJ.
So I had a chance to catch up with Imai's coach on that last run around, not the one that he's doing right now after that fantastic wave, but they said at the beginning of this heat, the rip sort of caught him off guard with how strong it was out there. So on that first run around, his coach was encouraging him to stay calm. At that point, there were still 18 minutes left. He said, you just got to get 2 quick waves, right? But we just saw Imai doing much more than that, not just getting a wave, but a very, very good score. And that certainly is going to change their strategy with a few minutes left in this heat, guys.
Good coaching. That's what that is.
That is.
Stay relaxed.
Thanks, AJ. And that is, you know, well, a lot of times a coach is not just like someone to help you with your technique, but in a way like a mental blanket for you sometimes, just to make you feel comfy.
A little warm and cozy, nice little soft, silky blankie.
Get back in there, you know?
I love it. Well, I mean, it showed right there. Stay relaxed. You got the time. And that's the thing. The half-hour heats, you get this extra time. As we look in at the big man coming up next.
Ezekiel Lau. Straight from Kapa Lama Heights on the south shore of Oahu.
Got through the small day, and he's probably relishing this opportunity here. Man, you know, when you're a bigger dude and, you know, you can surf small waves well, but it is much better when you have the ability to just harness the power rather than having to create the power.
Yeah, that's true. And Zeke, we're going to talk about it in his heat, but he's really grown into his frame as well. So he's built for powerful waves.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it, right? I mean, that's an advantage when you're big and strong. And he's lean as well, so he's able to leverage that extra height and really whip through his turns, and it's a point of difference, and then you can use that to your advantage.
Well, 8 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown here, and conditions hanging in there. I was a little worried when we had that overnight northerly wind, but things looking good so far this morning.
Yeah, and that's what, I mean, we're exposed here at Huntington, right? It's out there, so you're going to feel the elements of the wind. We've got the islands just sitting directly outside of us, directly west of us. So you get this channel where it's going to pull winds through. The south winds come because you get an eddy wind, and that'll factor in sometimes, especially this time of year. Today and last night, we had that northwest wind, and it was actually pretty nice, strong north wind when we woke up this morning, and it's backed off. Yeah. It's on now glassy, which is great. We'll keep those conditions nice and light. It should come back up again from the west and northwest like most afternoons do here. But for right now, it's nice and smooth.
On the paddle, Delahaye looking down the line, floats over that section, gets it back up in the lip, and comes down complete. So
he needed that.
Together a nice wave, and he did need that.
He did need that. You know, Gatien is in a stressful situation where he sits inside of the cut line right now. He's probably never been in this position before in his career, where you could almost taste the fact that you look at the rankings and you're inside and you're like, please, just wish the season could end, but there's still a lot more surfing to happen, and he's got to put himself in the moment right now in this heat, just get himself a nice solid score to build and get himself into that top 2, and he's got 7 minutes to do it.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at the context of the Challenger Series, is things don't get real until after the conclusion of this event. This is stop number 4. We have 7 stops. You take your top 4 results. So after this event, we'll actually have a real view of guys, you know, really fighting for qualification.
I mean, the reality is you need 4 results of quarterfinals or better, right? That's really what it comes down to. I mean, yeah, there's going to be guys that maybe win and will keep a 9th in their score line that'll keep them up there. You know, what does that number look like right now with 4 results? Is it 20,000 points? Is that going to be the cut line? We don't really know yet. But ultimately, like you said, after this event, we'll get a little clearer picture. And
the plot has thickened, because on the men's side, the rankings leader, Rio Waida, with 2 victories already
huge
on the Challenger Series. That's huge, but he took a first-round loss over here, so he's got a throwaway now.
He does, and that's exactly what it is. A throwaway is a bit of a bummer, right? You want to be able to at least get through round 2. You know, a 17th place gives you almost 2,000 points. I think it's 1,900 points. And that can be somewhat of a result, especially with Rio having those 2 wins. I mean, that's 20,000 points. That's huge.
Yeah. Here we go. That's the Maui camp right there, rooting on Imai Kalani DeVault, who's currently in the lead.
Saw Cody Young there. Cody ended up getting a start here. He's been sitting on that alternate list. He was waiting for a chance, and when he got his chance, he made it happen. He got in right on the final day. He was sitting there at the alternate list, got in on the second day, so good job for him to seize that opportunity and get through round one.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Peter, to watch the journey from a lot of our young surfers go from the Pro Juniors into the QSs, now in the Challenger Series. And Cody Young is one of those examples where he's just right on the cusp of becoming a full-time member of the Challenger Series. But right now, he's got to play the alternate game.
Yeah, it's hard. It really is, because there's even out of the 96 surfers that are globally involved in this event, there is another probably 100 surfers that deserve to be there. And so it is a very challenging pathway into this Challenger Series. It literally, you qualify through your region, and North America is a prime region. Only 10 surfers qualify, and there's 25, 30 surfers that deserve to be there.
Right there, we pulled back vision of a big off the top by Gatien Delahaye. Previous score, a 3.7, got him right back into the mix. Did a little fist pump there. He needs a 4.57 on that last wave. Gatien to go into second place and bump Jesse Mendez down to third.
Well, we've seen one maneuver waves fetch, 5-point rides. Let's see what this one does. Let's get a replay of it. It was just a one solid airdrop maneuver. We'll see whether judges put it in the scale of things in this heat.
Kehu Butler. Nice little snap. Foamy face to deal with, but doing a good job of slicing through the foam. Why not 4? All the way to the beach. Kicks out. Mendez behind him looking for a ramp. Goes for the snap instead. Keeps the board on the water and gets the finish.
Wow, so this is going to be a very important exchange. Similar type waves. Kehu had actual 3 maneuvers, a bit frothy on the face. With all that froth, very hard to get those fins engaged, but he did very, very well. Also, Jesse Mendez, tagged the lip twice, and Gatien also put himself into position to maybe get the score. Looks like he might actually get it.
Gatien gets the score, but this is could be just momentary. Here it is again, Pete. The replay, that's a 5.07 for Gatien Delahaye. We're still waiting for this score for Kehu Butler.
Okay, so he gets the 3 maneuvers. That way, very difficult to ride with all that chop on the face. He does very well to get it done. 3 nice maneuvers, actually a 4th. So Kehu looking for a 3.75, and Jesse looking for a 3.95. So both these surfers getting solid waves. And of this exchange, who did the better of it? They're very similar. I mean, I know that the quantity of maneuvers was in favor of Kehu, but I feel like there's some quality in Jesse Mendez's scores also. So this is going to be an interesting score exchange, because it's with 4 minutes to go, actually now 3 minutes.
There you go. Number drops for Kehu Butler. He goes into second, but Jesse Mendez, the judges still owe us a score for Jesse Mendez, and Jesse Mendez could bump Kehu Butler out of that second place and advancing position.
Needs the 4.58 to turn it. So Mendez will be waiting. Those are 2 solid moves. Definitely better than the 3.7. I think it's right there, right in the middle of it. It's just could be enough, could not be enough.
He's going to get it. 4.7. Jesse Mendez goes to first. What a shuffle that we've just seen in the last 3 minutes, Peter.
Wow. And who's Imai has got to make sure he gets a solid wave here. He's carrying a 1.77. Yes, he has that solid number of a 7.67. So even a 3 is going to be enough to get himself in a much more solid position with 2 minutes to go.
And that's going to lengthen his distance score-wise from Kehu Butler and Gatien Delahaye. So here we're down to under the 2-minute mark. All eyes on Imai Kalani DeVault. And this is when you need to perform under pressure, Peter.
So true. It really is. I mean, and Imai's had a ton of experience, and that stress never really changes. Oh,
that's going to add to the stress. Gatien Delahaye with the backside air rotation, smooth butter landing, throws his arms up. 4.38. He's going to go into second.
Wow. And this is where Imai's got to keep himself together, not stress. Minute 15 to go, but he's got to find a wave.
He's got to get to his feet. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds right now. I'm presuming that Gatien Delahaye is going to get the number that he needs to go into second place. Peter, your thoughts?
4.38. Innovation, progression, part of the criteria have been very well rewarded. And here's Imai making a move.
He's got to perform on this one. Gets to his feet a little bit late. Really tapered, has to force a backhand hook. It's a small wave looking to make the connection. Makes the connection, stabs it for the finish. Really forcing it on that one more snap after the redirect.
Interesting, because that was a very small wave. It feels like it's going to improve on the 177, no worries. So this is definitely what Imai needed to do. I know, did he pull the trigger a little early? Because there is some waves out the back.
Wow, okay. Delahaye, nothing happening there. So the big story is going to be with Imai, how much he improves upon that 1.77. Mendez, quick feet to get up in the lip, and he likes it too.
Crazy. So you went to the lead. I don't feel like this is going to change much for Jesse.
Nah. We got a lot of math. We got scores that are owed to us from the judges for all 4 competitors in the water, and they're going to find out the results on the beach.
Wow, what a crazy finish. Gatien did everything he possibly could to get it done. They're waiting on his air reverse. I mean, here's a look at his reverse here. Did he get a full rotation all the way around? Lands 180, spins it, very clean. Nicely done for that one maneuver. This was that smaller wave from Imai, and he had to work hard just to find some sections to hit. The big redirect here. This is going to improve on the 1.77, so he's going to add to a score line.
Well, that was a 2.33 for Imai Kalani Devault. That put him into first place. Jesse Mendez currently in second place.
That was huge. To have him go into first, that basically solidifies his spot. He's now just waiting on the Gatien Delahaye wave because Jesse's not going to change anything. So Imai got that job done. That was a huge 2.33 needed.
Yeah. Calm, he did what he needed to do. He's going to get the download right now on the beach, and Imai Kalani Devault can feel confident going into the round of 24, which we're going to see later this afternoon. Great surfing by the Hawaiian, and a great job of keeping his head straight and his head together in that final minute of the heat.
Oh man, that was a stressful minute because he would have heard that he dropped out into third position knowing he needed a score. Gatien really hopes that this air is enough. Looking at where he's at, he's in fourth position, needs a 4.46 to turn it.
Well, there's a number of scores coming through here, and I'm looking at our scoring board just to fill everyone in, and I'm feeling that Gatien's air wave number may have already dropped. Are we still waiting for that?
We're still waiting for it. That's wave number 6. The 507 was the turn that he did in the lip. The one maneuver wave was a 507.
Oh, I got you. So yeah, so there is a relevant score coming in, and it's coming in right now for Delahaye. 4.58 is what he needs. He gets a 4.53 for this, and it's just enough for him to go into second place. So Gatien Delahaye in second. Imai Kalani Devault takes the win. Jesse Mendez, we're still waiting for his score right now. So the plot continues to get stirred on the beach because still one more number. Jesse Mendez needs a 4.78. 4.78 is the number for Mendez to retake that advancing position for that one maneuver. And it's a 5.3. Mendez goes back into second. Delahaye falls to third. It all happens on the beach. And these are the final results. Imai Kalani Devault in first. Jesse Mendez moving on, and a hard-fought battle by Gatien Delahaye. Unfortunately, he's out of competition, along with Kehu Butler.
What a shattering finish to Gatien.
Wow. Well, we're starting off the day with some excitement and some drama, so that means you better stick around. More from Huntington Beach coming up right after this.
Yeah, if you go back and look at the final two-way total for each of those surfers, Imai won with a 10.0, Mendez with a 9.86 total, Caity at 9.60, and Kehu 9.40. Such a close heat.
Yeah, so we're talking, you know, hundredths of a point. Zappos first wave at 2.5. So with 30 minutes and all these waves, it's still that hard to go and get waves above a 5 and get 2 of them. As we saw, Imai, like you said, 1.7 and a 2.0 total of 10, which is definitely not the optimum. As you move forward in the event, you want to be at least getting in the mid to high teens.
On the beach, Huntington Beach. This is the Vans U.S. Open of surfing, and we are in men's round of 48, heat number 2. We just came off of a dramatic heat number 1 to start off the day. I'm Kehu Butler, joined by Peter Mel to talk you through some of this action that we're seeing right here. We got hurricane swell out in the water, and 4 surfers enter this round of 48, and only 2 advance into the round of 24.
What a crazy finish that last one. You know, again, everyone getting a little piece of the action. Jesse Mendez making that move. You know, you look at the 2 waves performed by actually all of the surfers in that heat. It was a very close battle, and gosh, man, Imai and Jesse Mendez just barely scraping through.
Yeah, and that was a really dramatic, exciting way to start the day. If you missed it, you can always catch it up on the WorldSurfLeague.com, where we offer replays of all of today's action. Right now, new heat in the water. In the red jersey, we have Ezekiel Lau, green jersey, Kolohe Andino. You can see them both paddling against the current. Lau and Andino are also joined in the water by Kei Kobayashi. He's going to be in the blue jersey, and Chris Zappos out of Australia. He'll be wearing white.
You know, we had mentioned about, looks like Kei making a move to the beach already for a runaround.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of fractional scores checking in for Kei Kobayashi, a 1 and a 0.37. So nothing meaningful as of yet for the Californian, and he's going to do the dash to the south.
Look how colorful that kid is. He's got a full-on spray matching wetsuit.
So close to it and get clipped.
And his surfing as of late, I don't know if you've seen some of his clips that came out of Trestles, but he has been on fire. Expect some big moves out of Kei in this one.
And here's our Australian, Chris Zappos, on the paddle right here against the current. You can see the rips forming up and down the beach. Zappos opened up with a 2.5. Let's take a look at this 2.5, Pete.
In the white jersey, and had to chase it around to finally find some open face. Once he got there, just the one lipper for a 2.5 at the beginning stages of the heat. You know, we always have that cliche of getting your feet in the wax, but that's absolutely true. It feels like, you know, you can get your warm-ups on, but once you start the heat and have that jersey on, it feels a little different.
Well, 26 minutes on the countdown, and no meaningful scores as of yet to populate our score screen. But I want to hear from the young Hawaiian. He came through in the clutch, and he's with AJ.
Yeah, so we talked about your strategy coming into today, first heat of the day. How did you have to shift things out there?
Yeah, first heat's always tricky. You don't really have a scale to go off of, and you kind of just, you're like the guinea pig trying to figure it out. So, but you know, you just got to get used to it. And yeah, I mean, I had a strategy out there. I wasn't planning on like really trying to do runarounds because it's so much energy, but the current is still so strong. I ended up just out there like thinking, okay, I can't do this the whole heat, and ended up doing some runarounds. But yeah, I'm just really stoked I found one wave that gave me 2 turns, because that was pretty much all I had.
Yeah, Coach told me that on that first runaround, he told you to just stay calm. You had plenty of time. You needed one good wave with a few good turns. How did you make sure mentally you were ready to get back out there and attack the next set?
Yeah, the heat didn't start how I wanted. It took me a while to even catch a wave, and then my first wave was only like a 1. So it was definitely a little stressful, but at the same time I knew the only 2 scores at that time were like 4s. So with 18 minutes, I knew like all I had to do was get a 5 and I could be in the heat. So that's kind of all I was thinking.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. It worked out this time. Get some rest after those runarounds.
Thank you so much.
All right, Imua, he's moving forward into the round of 24, Kamehameha alumni, as also Ezekiel Lau in this heat is also a Kamehameha alumni.
And also our host.
And I am as well, so that's why I gave it Imua. We have a theme here.
I know.
We have a theme here.
Hey, you guys all, you are taught Hawaiian in your in Kamehameha, right? Which you're would you call yourself fluent Hawaiian?
No. PC Hawaiian at best.
Which, again, I mean, it's a language that in that Kamehameha, they made sure that they kept that language alive, right? Because it was starting to disappear.
I think, you know, and that's a whole other, that's a conversation about just
like talk story, dude.
Yeah, indigenous cultures as a whole.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's really, it's beautiful now that we are embracing indigenous cultures and we are embracing that language. And it really is something that, that should be taught to every generation so we never lose it. The Australian, Zappos, pokes the nose on that one and goes down. So still searching for a meaningful score, Chris Zappos.
You know, a lot of these surfers, you know, again, you come to Huntington Beach, you think about what equipment you're going to need, you know, and here, again, this is a different feeling ocean. You've got all the current moving, so it's going to be a little looser, you know, with all that extra power from the hurricane surf, and your boards feel different sometimes. So there's an adjustment period of even like, you know, yeah, you got your warm-up on, you go out there and you probably get maybe 1 to 4 waves in your warm-up. And your board feels all good or whatever, and then you get into heat and the pressure is a little bit stronger because you got that jersey on, you want to push a little harder, and all of a sudden the boards get loose. That's what happened to Zappos there. He's trying to accentuate that backhand hook, knowing that maybe he only gets one opportunity with the, you know, the section that he had, and push a little hard, gets loose.
It's interesting in this heat that you would consider both Ezekiel Lau and even more so Kolohe and Dino as the veterans in this heat, and both of the more experienced surfers have been very patient. 7.5 minutes already off the clock, and neither Lau or Andino with a wave ridden.
And look at Zappos here, is on the other side of the pier in order to get himself to the beach, and that's how gnarly this current is. I mean, these are surfers that are in great shape, and in order to just, I mean, especially next to the pier, it feels like the current's extra strong, you know, because you're having the water moving out along the pier, because that's what happens with the pier action. You get these currents that move out along the pier, but then right next to it, it's got this turbulent water, and it literally, it holds you down in that position. You have to either just come in and run around, or, like I said, I haven't seen anybody paddle outside of the current. I think that's one way of doing it, but like right here where these guys are sitting, there's not a whole lot of current, and that's what we saw this morning. I was like, oh yeah, the current doesn't seem like it's as strong, but as soon as you get near the pier, it is just hoofing.
Yeah. The pier just kind of being a funnel for the water, right?
Yeah.
So that creates a larger rip, a more powerful rip.
And it has that turbulent water, it almost rapid water, and it just you can't paddle in it because there's all this chops in it, and you can't move. You know, up the beach is much cleaner on the face, as you can see here. It's just cleaner water, and that's what you're searching for in beach break. I mean, look at the rip that's pulling out to the south end. I mean, that is serious water moving out, and that's what happens. You want to sit in that zone that's kind of the clean water. You're always looking at beach breaks, looking for that area of clean water, and you kind of like to sit next to the rip because the rip actually pulls waves in as well. You know, the ocean swells tend to gravitate towards that, and you can kind of get a corner off of it and run it into clean water.
What do you think about, speaking of clean water, we've seen some waves being ridden with a lot of foamy face because sometimes the in-between waves have the most shape, but do you think the whitewater hinders a score in a judge's eyes?
I would say yes. You know, in my eyes it does. I mean, first of all, because you're not able to really engage in your maneuvers, you're really just placing them. You know, but sometimes if you have to sacrifice the cleanliness of the face just to be able to get a wave with open face, you know, so you're able to get a couple of maneuvers done. As you watch this replay here, that's that pushing a little bit hard on the final maneuver. That was a great opportunity to get a good number, and unfortunately it just comes in at a 3.10.
Yeah, but that 3.10, the hand of 3.10 and a 2.5 currently has Zappos in the lead. But I'm expecting bigger numbers to get dropped real soon as we get Ezekiel Lau and Kolohe and Dino on their feet.
Yeah, well, they're the patience game, right? These guys have had championship tour experience. They understand that the quality wave is, you know, you only need 2 high-quality waves, so being patient and waiting for that opportunity is the way to do it. You know, not just taking off on a closeout. We'll see them scramble a little bit more as you get into that, you know, back third of the heat in the 10 minutes if they haven't been able to find a quality wave yet. But the first half of the heat, you got to wait it out and find those quality waves.
Jake Marshall warming up for the next heat, and the next heat's going to be one you want to stick around for. Jake Marshall, Levi Slauson, Liam O'Brien, and Matthias Hardy. Here we go with Ezekiel Lau. Floats it and goes down. Missed time, get clipped on the heels. That was unfortunate for Ezekiel.
Yeah, the choice of maneuvers there was that floater because he saw that there might be another opportunity to get a second maneuver done, so he's trying to kind of just lip glide it. But a little mistimed. He got those heels clicked by the lip and just put him off balance and goes down.
You can see the rip surrounding the WSL buoy out there and a clear line where that rip is pulling out to sea.
See what if Kolohe can do anything here. He's got himself a nice size set wave.
And Dino looks for the barrel, finds a section, gets cover, finds a little doggy door exit. Well done for Kolohe and Dino.
Yeah, I was expecting to see, we might see this opportunity with this lower tide like that to see a barrel happen, and there we go. A little backside barrel from Kolohe and Dino. See where the judges. This is the first real barrel that we've seen, you know, and he disappeared. He did have to start in that position early, which isn't always, you know, good for judges. You want to see it just kind of pocket and ride up into it. But well read from Kolohe and Dino, and that patience has paid off for him. You see again here, he's pumped down line. He goes, oh, whoa, this might barrel. And sure enough, nose was there the whole time. So it's not going to be a huge number, but probably going to be the best number of the heat. I would say for sure going to be the best number of the heat.
And Dino, again, going to be utilizing the runaround as we anticipate the score for Kolohe and Dino. And like you said, Pete, it's going to be a real test of what the range is right now as far as our judges' criteria, because we've been seeing mostly turns, airs, not really barrels as of yet.
Point of difference, though.
Yeah.
In my eyes, I feel like you should reward this. It's not going to be like you're going to see a ton of barrels. Looking low stress, though, for Kolohe, kind of cruising. I love that. Not stressed whatsoever. And you can hear the fans cheering on Kolohe, who's one of the hometown favorites.
All right, here we go on the paddle. Looks like Ezekiel Lau trying to find the corner on this one. The rip engaging, and decides not to go on that wave because it just went down the line a little too fast. Number in for Kolohe and Dino, a 5.67, and Dino to the lead.
Best wave of the heat. Nicely done there for him. 17 minutes, so lots of time. He can cruise.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico Fan Picks. You can participate on this too at worldsurfleague.com. Pick your favorite for each of these heats, and it looks like the favorite in this heat, Pete, Kolohe and Dino, 56%.
Yeah, and you could hear it on the beach as well when he was doing the run around, the cheers coming from the sand. You know, Kolohe from Orange County, just down the road there in San Clemente. Another one of those surf cities that is just packed full of talented surfers, both men and women.
Well, it's funny the evolution that we've seen with the San Clemente Mafia has been around for decades. It's such a flourishing surf town, but it's funny to see that now Kolohe and Dino is kind of like the leader of the pack there in the San Clemente surf scene, San Clemente Mafia. And it doesn't seem that long ago, Pete, that we were wondering when Brother was even going to get on the tour when we saw him coming up as a young childhood prodigy.
Yesterday, seems like yesterday, it really is, right? And now he's you know, the captain. You know, he's one of those guys that has just embraced all of the youth around that town, and he has been a mentor. And I think he loves that youthful energy around him. It also helps push his surfing. And he's been a great mentor, like I said, you know, to like guys like, you know, Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, you literally can have a list that's 30 surfers long.
So, hey, looking at the swell right now, Peter, it's 5 feet at 12 seconds. Is that what? Talk to me about that reading that we're seeing on the buoys.
It is a very narrow interval, right? So that means is there's about 10 to 14 seconds. It's an average of what you know, how much room is between each wave. And so you can see it, you know, generally if you're seeing those big long southern hemisphere lines, there's going to be almost twice as much room between waves, whereas this is very tight, you know, and it's like it's constant waves, in which what it does is it actually makes for turbulent water, right? It makes for a very bouncy and ripped out type of lineup, and that's what we're seeing is that hurricane surf. We see it on the East Coast a lot, you know, where you see wind swells are usually a shorter interval, anywhere from 8 to 10 seconds, right? And that's that kind of jumbled type of you know, lineup. But what it does do is it has a high consistency. You'll see a lot of waves happening in a half an hour period, you know, whereas the southern hemisphere you'll see sets of maybe 4 or 5 waves, and as the swells move up from the southern hemisphere, they group together, you know, and then there'll be these long lulls between sets. Whereas, this is going to be just constant waves, happening at all times. And, there's still going to be sets as per se. We'll see those bigger waves come together. But overall, it's just a very consistent lineup.
There's the tails of the tide. We're coming off of a low tide this morning. We're going to be filling up the sandbank throughout the day until midday, a little bit after midday. 117, a 4.3 foot high tide. So the coefficient, a little under 4 foot of water changing here.
Yeah, and it's not a big coefficient. Usually you'll see more of a, between 5.5 and 6 feet. This is those summertime, mid-moon, right? Where you see as the full moons come around, they're going to be a much more drastic coefficient. Here, a little less, which is good for, conditions, although we've got this hurricane surf, which again is going to add to the extra current. As we look in at the next heat, Matthias Hardy.
Well, anticipate some errors from this young man because he's got so much talent when it comes to the aerial game. Matthias Hardy.
The construction for surfboards from day one to now, probably day two, not a whole lot of difference in, probably template, rocker, that type of design, but more in materials. We see a lot of epoxies on the small days where we're going to see styrofoam cores with carbon and, epoxy layups, whereas now we're going to see the traditional poly.
Yeah.
And the reason being that those, polyurethane cores, and those are going to be a much more dampening effect, a more positive feel under your feet, especially with these bouncy, wild conditions.
Yeah, sometimes you just want your board to sit in the water. That's what that polyurethane does. Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to be back with more action. This is Heat 2 of the round of 48 at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
That's when the magic happens.
And definitely right in round one, we saw a bit of an upset, if you will. Rio Waida, who's gone back-to-back on wins in the two events prior, losing out in that first round.
That's an upset. Talk about another upset yesterday in the women's round. Courtney Conalog. I don't think she's ever lost in the first round. I could be wrong, but I don't know if she's ever lost in the first round at the U.S. Open since she won in 2009. So going back 11 years possibly, or 15 years, that was a strange situation. I'd love to talk to her, get the story, find out what happened. There was a mistake by one of the other surfers that lost priority. She had first priority in the dying minutes of the heat, but will White get over it? He does. Beautiful first serve by Chris Zappos in the foam and just manhandles that section. That's a beauty for Chris. So that's what he needed to get rid of the 2-5 in his score line. Solid surfing.
Yeah, two solid turns there for Zappos. That second one critical.
The first turn was kind of tough to see because
my job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Catch it on Apple TV Plus. Make or break behind the scenes of the 2021 Championship Tour. Season 2 is getting produced right now, and it is an excellent program. I highly recommend you check it out. We're here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. This is stop number 4 on the World Surf League Challenger Series, and we have Chris Zappos, who just got a wave during that break.
Look at this one, and a bit froth on the face. As you mentioned, there's those open face ones with the froth. Does very well through it. 2 solid maneuvers on the outside and gets the best number of the heat.
Oh, he rode that cappuccino to a 6.67.
Take a look. Well, we're almost going to see the replay again, but that is the 6.67, which put him into the number 1 position. So big opportunity for Zappos here in a very stacked heat.
Well, Chris has been the busiest surfer in this heat, and that approach Pete, seems to be paying off right now. He's hit the beach a number of times. He's done the runaround a number of times. And now he finally found, he like went out there mining and he found that one gem, that 6.67.
Well, there's that clean water once again. You can see it to the south end of the contest zone. A lot easier to ride. But just a matter of staying in position there and finding one that's not a shutdown closeout, right? That's the other part of it, is that zone there looks nice and beautiful because it's all smooth, but a lot of those waves that are coming in that area end up closing out. You know, the lucky one there for Kolohe and Dino, he was able to find one that had the corner for the barrel, and now he's looking for that second opportunity, being very, very patient. So a little two different contrasts in styles. Zappos way more busy, Kolohe being a bit more patient. And both of these surfers sitting in 1 and 2 right now.
Oh, and I'm looking at conditions right now, and it appears that the land's heating up inland, and we're seeing a little bit of convection starting to ruffle the water just a bit, Peter.
Ooh, you starting to call the water? We're going to see some of that on shores already?
I see the ruffle. I feel the heat.
It does happen. You know, and that's again, it's a very dynamic region of the coastline here. You get the winds, you know, affected by the heat. You know, the hot points of the day. It'll actually pull those onshores in from the islands. You know, and we get that southerly south wind flow. Look at this one.
Kobayashi in the barrel, traveling through this section, needs to find an exit. Made a lot of gain over there. That was a long tube ride. Could not find the door out.
That was almost a perfect 10. If he'd been able to find the exit on that one, it would have been amazing. And there you go. I mean, that right there just showcases what is on offer out there. I mean, that was a good 4 or 5 second barrel opportunity.
Great speed control, great technique. One more look at it.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, he's in there, the pig dog, the Marvin, whatever you want to call it, but he's still there. He's still in that opportunity. He's still there. See his head right at the very end, clipped him, and no exit. Man, what a wave.
So what could have been an excellent score checks in at a 1.87 due to the lack of an exit.
Yeah, you know, you got to make your maneuvers. You know, it's very, very clear. You're not going to get credit for something that is not complete. And that one there is a motorized, fun paraglide.
Oh, and he's getting down out there.
Riding some wind current.
Real maneuverable.
Sketchy though.
Well, hey, that's one of the many things that you see when you visit Huntington Beach, a place that is just has a plethora of different activities to do, not just surfing. You got great cuisine, beautiful beaches, fun stuff to do. You got this long strand that you can ride your bike on or skateboard. So many things to check out. And here this week we have the world's largest action sports festival. So we have all kinds of activations for you to do. Make your way down to Huntington Beach. And Ezekiel Lau finds a barrel, and that's exactly what that big Hawaiian needed right now to get back into this heat.
Yeah, now he's in it. He's got wave number 1 here. The score line is a 6.67 as the highest, a 5.67 as the second highest, and so everyone else is going to be battling. Those are the 2 surfers that are sitting first and second. And this is going to be a score that's going to put him right in the heat for Ezekiel Lau. And he's actually not having to do the runaround. He was able to pick up that wave and get back out into the lineup. Very critical. As you see, a little smaller wave, but nice little clean deep barrel. Got tapped on the way out exit-wise, so probably won't see it go as high as Kolohe's 5.67 barrel. But yeah, Tube Fest. We kind of saw those opportunities early, and in this heat, we've seen some great waves.
Well, with the tide filling in right now, we're going to see, you know, a little bit more water on the sandbar. We're going to see a little bit more opportunity for some corners out here and a more user-friendly surf. So as the morning progresses, I would expect more of that stuff to happen, as long as we keep the wind at bay.
Yeah, that's so true. You know, these early morning heats, generally speaking, you'll have those cleaner conditions. Still waiting on that score for Zeke.
Comes in at a 5.5 for Ezekiel Lau. He goes up into second place, but that is just a momentary place standing right now because Chloe Andino's in third, but only has 1 wave in his scoreline. So once Andino gets to his feet, that situation is going to change.
Yeah, this is going to be that battle. Again, we saw it happen last heat where you get to the end, you're going to see the surfers get way more active, less picky.
Here we go. Heat leader. Chris Zappos forces a backhand snap, gets another one. Some flat section to make up for over here, looking for a finish on the oncoming section. Bangs it vert, gets that little redirect there before kicking out. Looking to improve upon his low of a 3.1 and secure that first place position even more.
And again, going to do one more run around with 4:40 to go. We'll see how long it takes him to get back out to the lineup. You don't expect him to call it a heat yet. There's still enough time to get himself back out into the lineup.
Yeah, he's far from out of danger right now. 4.5 minutes on the countdown, and we're going to wait for that score. Comes in at 3.27, so it does improve his standings. Here's the 3.27.
Yeah, not a huge improvement on his two-wave score line there, just adding, what, 0.27 to a score, or 0.17 to a score line. So I don't know if it was quite worth it. You know, he pulled the trigger a little early here. Did have that opportunity with some open face, but did not capitalize with a better score, really. I mean, kind of very similar.
Catching up to Zeke Lau. Big snap and a clap, and that means he feels good about that wave. So that we just got the finish of that wave, but you know, anytime we see a competitor celebrating at the end, you know he got some turns outside. Kei Kobayashi, big snap and layback. Look at almost going backwards up current and has to fight for that finish. Kei does so. Wow, and the contrast between the lefts and the rights as you see Kei continue to surf almost on a stationary wave.
Yeah, right. It does so much current on the inside. So this has got Kei's first, you know, legitimate score waved. Gosh, he had that great opportunity with that barrel. So a little different strategy. Zappos doing the runaround. Kobayashi's going to fight the current. And this is where everything starts to get a little bit stressful with 3 minutes to go. Let's see what Zeke was able to do here. He was pretty happy with it. First turn, straight up and vertical in the lip. That is a nice turn, nice and strong, gets that finish. So this is going to be the best score for Ezekiel Lau, pretty close to his 5.5. We look at nice, beautiful turn here. Smaller wave for Kobayashi, but this is going to be his best run at this one. Very important that he made that last move. So again, that battle, there's the score for Zeke.
6.33 drops for Ezekiel Lau, and he takes the first position. Chris Zappos drops down to second. Still waiting for score of Kei Kobayashi. And Kei's getting on the board, but he would need an excellent score to go into second. He needs an 8.07 to get into second. He gets a 4-point ride. That's enough to move him into third. Kolohe Andino drops down to fourth, but Kolohe is only leaning on a single wave score. Kolohe has priority. 2 minutes and 20 seconds counting down. It's go time for Kolohe Andino.
And looks like he's looking at this one. Looks like he's going to shut down. No opportunity there. So this is where it starts to stress a bit. There is waves out the back, as you can see. It's just a matter of finding one with an opportunity or a corner on it.
Again, Andino, his requirement of 4.28. So not a giant number for Kolohe Andino, but time is ticking down.
Here's Zappos trying to make his way out. Didn't look like he made the full-on run around. He cut it a little bit short so he could get himself back out in the lineup quicker. But still, a minute 45, and you can see him right there underneath Kolohe. Just trying to find his way back out in the lineup. Man, what a stressful last 5 minutes, just like the last heat.
This is, well, you know what? We're keeping with the theme of the day. It's coming down to all of these heats. Really, the last 2 minutes of these 30-minute heats has been the deciding time. And Kolohe Andino right now on the precipice of either advancing or being eliminated. Again, 4.28 is the number that he needs. He's finding a corner right now, angling into this one. Andino, he's up. Speeds down the line, little float there, gets through that section, bangs it on the backhand.
Wow.
With control. Clutch surfing, knocks his head for good luck, because he knows that's going to be borderline for that 4.28 number.
Wow, and it feels good to me. I feel like that was enough done there. Nice clean water on the face that he was able to get those 2 maneuvers done. It wasn't a major sized wave, but I'll tell you what, the opportunity was there, and he's going to try and solidify it with a little inside connection. He's going to call it a heat, and very, very patient approach here. Feels confident that that 4.28 is enough.
I think he got it. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, again, just carries that speed well up and over the lip and gets to the open face and tags it nicely.
That's what the veterans do. 2 waves ridden, 2 scores.
A little knock to his own head there. I love it. Kolohe's such a performer.
Oh, Kolohe Andino, and we've just watched this guy grow up on tour. Now a father and a husband. with his own family to support, and he's looking for some paychecks. He gets enough.
Here's Zappos,
4.97. Zappos on this surf needs a 3.97 to turn the heat, and he may have just done that. Buzzer beater or what?
Oh, man. Geez, that was, again, just down to the last seconds.
So Kehu goes to second, secures that second place. Chris Zappos, like you said, Peter, cut that run short, gets back out into the water, doesn't need a big number to retake second place, a 3.97, and really manufacture the score on that last wave. Wonder if Andino saw that.
I would imagine he probably did. He'd be hearing the information coming from the live scoring commentary. Zappos definitely tried to sell it too. Smaller wave. Let's take a look at the replay here.
He's going to get it on this one.
Snap to air reverse. It feels pretty good, right?
Sure does. It feels like a 5.77, and Chris Zappos goes into first and advances into the round of 24 along with Ezekiel Lau. Another buzzer beater moment. Heat number 2. Wow. Big action over here. Already heating up. Why would you go anywhere else? We're going to take a break. Come right back with more of the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Seconds right there. Up in the white, we've got Liam O'Brien. He goes down. Liam O'Brien, first wave of the heat. We are into this. Let's introduce these guys. Jake Marshall in the red, Liam O'Brien in the white, Matthias Hardy in the green from Brazil, and Levi Slauson. Both Levi and Jake from down the wave. Encinitas, Cardiff area. There we go, Jake Marshall. A quick, nice turn up into the lip, and he's going to ride out. Well, we see the emotion there. Little emotion at the end of that heat. Chris Zappos gets it with what he, I mean, it was literally 15 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, as a fan of surfing, that was a great heat coming down to the wire like that, and you know that there's definitely pressure on those athletes with 1 minute to go like that, and Zappos looking like he was on the first wave, and he didn't go pressure at all, takes off, and absolutely capitalizes. So, wow, what an exchange, and congratulations to both Liam and, congratulations to Zappos and Zeke Lau in that last one advancing through.
Well, you know what, and ours is a thankless job, but, you know, that's what we do. That's what's important about what the beach announcers are doing when it comes down to the critical moment.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are only 3 heats in and already heavy drama in and out of the lineup. Quick visual of Kehu Andino coming in, not hyped as to what just happened. Flip side of that, we had a young surfer, Chris Zappos, come through literally with the buzzer beater, snap, air combo. That's all she wrote. An underdog story is starting to develop with young Chris Zappos. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Wow, what a start to our day.
Yeah, the first 2 heats have been tight, Chris, and they've really come down to the last few minutes, and especially the last one. Zappos got dropped down to 3rd, Kehu went to 2nd, and then all of a sudden Zeke Lau, who's comfortably in the lead, got dropped down into 2nd place because Zappos got the score. But, I mean, those really are the moments that make the Challenger Series, right? You want to see those people, the underdogs, qualify for the Championship Tour and eventually have those moments on the CT as well.
You know, obviously I'm a huge fan of the Championship Tour. I love it. Those opening rounds sometimes, though, you know, it's setup rounds. This round, do or die from the jump.
Yep.
That's why I love Challenger Series events. Quick look at Levi Slauson right there, but it does have the kind of NCAA Final Four feeling where everything counts. There's a lot of raw emotion up and down the beach, in and out of the water. And that's why I truly feel like these Challenger Series events are the most entertaining spectacles in our sport. 26:40 on the clock, and yet another stellar packed heat in the water. Jake Marshall, Matthias Hardy, Liam O'Brien, and Levi Slauson. Are you kidding me? These are 4 surfing superpowers, starting with Jake Marshall in red, certified lot troll from Encinitas, California. made the cut on the CT, will finish out the year as we see Matthias Hardy. He got the note. Go for it from the beginning, right there. Putting it up and into the lip on a scary floater. Almost a two-wave hold down. And it almost looked for a second like his board was folded in half, but it appears to be okay. He'll do the runaround. Mitchell, the runaround was a theme all day yesterday with our women, talking about this being a true test of athleticism, like a triathlon in a way. We're going to see more of that today.
Absolutely. I think with the decreasing swell, though, you're probably going to see it less during the higher tides today. But good thing is that we do have a little bit of wind swell coming up later this week, so it should peak up a bit, Chris. But I think today the focus is still going to be on the left, so you're going to have to run around at least once per heat, I would think.
And every heat is so tough to call just in terms of who's going to be the favorite. Nobody would have expected. If you would have told me, Mitch, this morning coming down here, hey, there's going to be a bunch of barrels this morning in heats, I would have, okay, Mitch.
Yeah.
And then that just happened. So there are tubes out there. There are ramps. There are meaty sections like we just saw from Matthias Hardy. Now we see Liam O'Brien, your 2019 Vans US Open of Surfing runner-up. And it's turns like that which got him right to the top of the heap. Second place in 2019. And that was his launch up onto the championship tour. I mean, he surfs like a CT surfer. Super unfortunate. Last year, literally hurt himself an hour before his debut at Pipeline. It was a really tragic, sad moment for Liam O'Brien. But the good news is he's battled back and 100% healthy. And that turn right there showed us exactly what he's capable of.
Yeah, and he actually put on a lot of muscle weight, too. He looks big this event. I actually saw him yesterday in the parking lot with Dylan Moffitt, and he seemed like he's been working out in the gym quite a bit, obviously doing the rehab on the leg, but it seems to me that he's more than 100% now here at the Open back here in California, Chris.
Well, that's great for Liam. That's not good for anyone who's surfing this, because he is that good. Here we go, Levi Slauson. If there's a ramp, he'll find it. This kid is an aerial wizard. Also a lot troll. So this is lot troll versus lot troll happenings right now. That is the crew down in Encinitas. It hangs out in the parking lot at Shark Park. It's a low-key break, but there's a lot of good surfers from there. Levi and Jake Marshall grew up together, surfed together a million times, but, you know, friendships tend to stay on the beach.
Yeah.
In a situation like this. The early rounds especially can be threatening for these surfers. Here's Liam O'Brien. This wave came through at a 617, Mitch.
Yeah, so decent couple turns right there from Liam. Nice carve in the pocket, great up into the lip right there, and I really love the tail slide, just to add a little bit of variation at the end. And this is his last one, just a single turn, and it seems like it's going to be the best way with a huge maneuver right there. And you saw the extension of the bottom turn. It was a little bit elongated too, and it's difficult to do at a beach break like Huntington. And then Levi's 3.5, that was his opener, and then the second one right here with a good turn on the backhand too, just able to, I guess, not only release up into the lip line, but to be able to feel and stay compact when that lip line's coming down on you. It's really hard to receive that amount of pressure of the Pacific Ocean on your legs, and especially on your knees and your ankles.
100%. There's Levi Slauson running up the beach, making his way back into the lineup.
And I think Encinitas has a lot more to offer too. There's one kid that I really like, Ellington Perry. He's coming up as well. I think there's going to be a few prospects from that area of San Diego coming up on the Challenger soon.
Encinitas taking over the world, man. It's 22:20 to go. Surfers make their way back in the lineup. Gives us time to catch up with a name that I don't think a lot of people expected to make it through that heat, but he did that and more. This is Chris Zappos standing by with AJ McCord.
So the ending of that heat was so wild. You came up here and said, wait, did I win the heat? Because it was that chaotic at the end. What was it like in the water?
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic. I actually ducked up right on the Chloe when he took him that last wave. And I knew he needed a score, and I knew he would have got it. So I didn't even wait for the score. And it was like, I was counting down the seconds, and yeah, I just saw a little flick. I was like, wow, a little right here. I threw a punt, made me get a score, and I did it.
It worked out for you. Now, we've seen a lot of guys have to do the runaround today. The girls had to do it yesterday. You say that's your strategy, though, coming in. You knew that that was the way you wanted to attack this heat.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to try and sit like close to the pier. I knew there was lots of sweep there. I just wanted to stay busy and look for opportunities. So that was definitely part of the game plan. I knew the run around, I could handle it. So.
But now you're exhausted. You got to get ready because you got another heat coming.
Yeah, another heat later. So I don't know, a few coffees maybe, fire up.
There you go. Well, good luck. Get those coffees. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Don't forget that name, Chris Zappos. Was he on your list of favorites to win this event? Probably not. He might be now. That was an incredible finish. That's just straight up nerves of steel. I mean, you're going up against Ezekiel Lau, Kehu Butler, probably two of the more intimidating surfers in the entire draw. And Chris Zappos right there just rose to the occasion. And you can see how much this means to the surfers just by the way that Kehu Butler came in. I mean, obviously upset, smashing his board. It happens. It happens in every sport.
Absolutely. And then to beat Kay, too, that's competed here many, many different times. The local from San Clemente, another one coming up. Crosby Colapinto will actually be in the next heat. So I think there's a lot of pressure for the local guys to want to do well here, especially those that are looking to add up points to the Challenger Series. But just going back to Zappos real quick, I actually met him 6 years ago in an event in the Mentawais. I went and competed at Lance's Right. Chris Zappos actually ended up winning the event, and he beat Dede Suriana in the final. The waves are pumping, too.
Dede is really good, too.
He's gnarly. So imagine how good Chris Zappos had to surf.
You were on the Chris Zappos train a long time.
I was.
Okay.
Skip McCullough,
I'm just
too.
now jumping on the bandwagon. 19:55 to go. Liam O'Brien has a healthy lead with a 7.27 and a 6.17, just like that. Liam O'Brien right back where he was in 2019 when he got a second-place finish here in Huntington Beach. You know, obviously the bittersweet memory of making the tour and being injured moments before his debut. That's the last time I'm going to say that. I don't even want to put that into the universe anymore. Liam O'Brien, fit, healthy, ready to rip. He's had that taste of success here in Huntington, and it just looks like the way he's surfing, he's even better than he was in 2019. He's kind of, I would say that, you know, Ethan Ewing kind of style of surfer where his technique is so precise. He's got a lot of power. And, you know, any conditions, Liam O'Brien will be a standout. So don't forget to put him on your list of favorites. Right now, we've got about 150 favorites to win this event. The field is that stacked. Levi Slauson in second place for now. Jake Marshall has priority. He's in the red jersey, coming through as the high seed in this heat. He's got a 5 to start off, so a great start for Jake Marshall. Matthias Hardy with a 1.10 and a 1. Matthias came onto the Challenger Series last year or the year before as an absolute favorite to make the CT. Got close, has had the call up a few times, did surf in the Rio Pro this year in 2022 and got himself a 5th place. He comes from Florianópolis, Brazil, one of the most beautiful places in the world, and here he is, Matthias Hardy. Every time he paddles out, you're about to watch a video part.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, the first couple of Challenger Series events of 2022 didn't really go as expected. I think a lot of people, you know, touted him as a surfer who's just going to kind of breeze his way into the CT.
Absolutely.
But again, that shows you how hard the Challenger Series is. A couple of shockers to start the year, but a roll here, well, that could change everything. Here's Matthias Hardy.
Yeah, going to be his best wave. Just dropped in straight into the bottom turn up into the lip line. But last year in Mex, Chris, I mean, he was so impressive. I actually thought he was going to end up winning the event. But that one heat that he had against Didolo in the quarterfinals, last heat of the day too, did that one air, got an 8-point ride for just a single air on the outside. And it's crazy to me that he's had better results as wild cards in the CTs than on the Challenger Series, knowing that like he's so good at beach breaks in comparison to point breaks too.
That's a wild stat.
Right?
Thinking the same thing. You got to earn your spot on the CT. Liam O'Brien upside down. That is exactly what the judges want to see. So Liam is in this luxurious position of already having 2 great scores. He can go out there and free surf. And when you're in that position, especially if you're a guy like Liam O'Brien, big things will happen. 16:55 to go. So obviously, you gotta have to put a lot of effort into these heats. You can't be in the lurking class and just sit there and wait. You gotta be in the working class. You've got to paddle, you've got to run, you've got to get yourself back into position. And holding that position is a key element that we've seen all week long for surfers to experience success out here.
One other thing, too, that I think a lot of people forget about Huntington, and I think even Ezekiel Lau in the last heat would tell you, too, he's been competing here since he was a young kid. You need to be prepared and expect every single thing that Mother Nature could throw at you. It could be 2 feet, grovelly. You might just ride epoxies all event long, or all of a sudden it could be 2 feet one morning and then 6 to 8 feet the next. So you really need to expect the unexpected here at Southside Huntington Beach. I also think another thing, too, don't be afraid to ride epoxies all the time either. Liam O'Brien's still on his epoxy right now, and guess what? He's in the lead with the top 2 scores of the heat so far.
Yeah, whatever he's doing is working, and it's working well. We got 15:50 to go. Everybody playing catch-up at the moment. Liam O'Brien in the lead. He's in 3rd priority. Jake Marshall is out the back with 1st priority. And there is Matthias Hardy paddling against the current. And, you know, this guy is a really strong athlete. But you see right there, even paddling full force, pretty much standing still.
Yeah, no, and he's a working class man, as you were saying. Dropped to 4.83 for that one turn. And, you know, Liam's looking for that backside reverse the whole time. It would be a good maneuver. I think the selection of maneuvers so far from Liam has been on point, especially on these lefts. But, you know, Levi Slauson is no slouch. He's served many heats out here at Southside Huntington Beach, and now working with Matt Myers, too. It's a good person to have in your corner, especially knowing that Myers competed quite a few times here at Southside and has also judged many events, too, at Southside at Huntington Beach Pier.
Huge set coming through. We've got about 8 waves. As they used to say in the 70s, corduroy to the horizon. Back when those OP cords were popular, that's where they got that term. Well, check this out. Marching towards the pier. We've got 14 and a half to go. Big waves coming through, and a lot of these bigger sets are just straight up closeouts. I mean, we're talking a wave from Newport to Seal Beach. One line.
Yeah.
Even the immensity of that pier can't break up some of these powerful south swell lines, as you see Liam O'Brien making his way, trying to make his way out from under that pier. It's scary under there.
Sketchy, that's for sure.
It's a sketchy tank of water right there. I mean, it almost seems like it feels like it's going to help you get out, but I tell you, it's menacing, and it's just churning up, and there's swirling. There's almost whirlpools around it. So you have to have some bravery to paddle out under that pier, and you have to have physicality if you want to make it through that current. 13:40 to go. Liam O'Brien in the lead for now, but more action to come. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Jake Marshall, is he going to spend all this time? Where is Jake with 13 minutes left?
Well, he's got a pretty solid score in the Delta already, a 5.0. So we've seen this happen throughout, the event thus far, both on the men's side and the women's. Sometimes being very selective like that and making sure that you only take off on those ones that are going to stay in the score line. Maybe that's what Jake's employing here. Round 2, round of 48, heat number 3 out in the lineup.
Go shock the world, go shock the world, go shock the world, go shock the world. I'm yo dope, I'm yo speed, super fast and go. Got your knees, 20 G's to roll, my big roll on slow. Every single step, nothing less than original. Yeah, go shock the world. Yeah. Go shock the world, 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 go shock the world.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival. All week long, surfing, skating, BMX, shopping, vinyl record stores, on the beach. It's all happening. Get here early and have some fun. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, 11:15 on the beach. This whole event is kind of like a mullet to me, right? Business in front, party in the rear. Out here in the water, it is all business because it's 6 to 8 feet and absolutely throttling our surfers at the moment. One of the bigger sets of the day, steamrolling everybody in this heat. Meanwhile, behind us, it's already a big beach party. It's a really dichotomy of an event out here.
I'm spending my whole salary over at the Van store later this week.
Hey, Liam O'Brien's really on fire right now, by the way.
He is.
Hasn't, you know, he had one fall, but every other wave he's surfed has been a completion. He's got a 617 and a 727. And I would say whatever scar tissue or residual bittersweet anger he had from missing his chance on the CT is being exercised right now in the water. He looks amped up and ready to get back on the CT.
And it's not every day that you have two former runner-ups in the same heat, too. Jake Marshall, last year's runner-up against Griffin, and then Liam O'Brien, runner-up in 2019 against Iago. And looking at the replay here, once again, straight up into the lip after just dropping in, bottom turning, good connection. Don't think it'll better the 617. If it does, it'll be just slightly. But either way, as you were saying, he's almost just looked at these waves as an opportunity to create just those scores that are necessary to advance rather than forcing something that's not there, Chris.
Levi Slauson, quick combo there.
That was sick.
And you can tell, I mean, I can see what he's looking for. Right when he stands up, he's always searching for a ramp. He is so good at backside airs. He will go upside down if given the opportunity. I mean, some of the clips he's put on his Instagram are just absolutely unbelievable. So hopefully we'll see Levi get that opportunity. But right here, he made full use of this wave.
Yeah, no, and real quick, too, as you saw there, that extra foam climb right at the end. Decent surfing from Levi Slauson, and he's competed here many times in the past. Another thing that Levi brings to the table, too, is that he's very experienced in competing in different water temperatures, too. He loves to spend a lot of time in Mex, especially in Ensenada. So you have these water temps right here that are extremely warm. You see him wearing a spring suit, really just to have a little extra cushion just in case he does get a bad wipeout. But working with Matt Myers now, I think they're doing wonders. And first time at the Challenger Series, I think he's having a great year so far.
Yeah, he said he has a decent start. He's 6th place on the QS, which doesn't help his Challenger Series results, but what that does is give him a backup. It's like the Farm League, right?
Yeah.
You get a good result in the QS, you get onto the Challenger Series, and you keep that momentum going, and eventually, hopefully, you make it onto the championship tour. Levi Slauson opting for the short-legged full suit.
Yeah.
Long arm spring. You know, some people are short leg full guys. Other people are short arm full suit guys.
I'm definitely a short arm guy myself.
You're a short arm long legs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like you, right?
I'm a short arm long legger, but maybe at the run around, maybe
true.
He's got a little advantage on us. Jake Marshall there. So the lateral battle rages on. Jake Marshall will be back on the board with the backup score. He's got a 5 to start. Levi Slauson with a 4.37 and a 4.70. Levi did go right on that wave, but was just a quick up and out. Jake Marshall waiting for his score now. Today is Tuesday, August 2nd. We are at 9 o'clock local time here in Huntington Beach, California. It's going to be an epic day of festivities. We'll be in men's surfing all day long. In the lineup on the beach, we got the Vans retail store open where you can get exclusive Vans gear, only available here at the Vans US Open. Street markets open, Vinyl Solution Records. Get ready, I'm coming over there on my break. I will be spending some money. Vans workshops all day long. They're doing all kinds of fun stuff, playing music, you know, doing art. Bring the family, kids, and adults. Get involved with all the fun we have back there. The Van Doren Village, of course. So happy to have the Van Doren Village back. And the Vans Duct Tape Festival board demos. Got to talk to Dakota Roach, BMX legend, yesterday. He shaped his first board. It looked really fun. Little twin fin fish. Zion Wright shaped a board. Harry Bryant, Holly Wan. So there's a really sick lineup of kind of eclectic and unique surfboards that all of us can ride. Anybody can ride them. You come down, you drop your ID, go out there and challenge yourself in super South Swell Frank?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one ID a certain day, which is my normal one. Okay. The next day I'm going to have a mustache on, so they think like it's somebody else. I'm just going to have like 3 boards that I'm just demoing every single day.
3 boards at a time.
Yeah.
That's pretty selfish, Mitch. Other people want to try these boards. One at a time.
But Holly's board yesterday when she was talking about it, she said it's a twin fin. It's like 3 inches thick. I was like, dude, that sounds like it's right up my alley. For Northside HB, that right going into the pier, it sounds extremely fun.
That's a good time. 6 minutes to go here. Situation has switched up. Liam O'Brien still well into the lead. Jake Marshall drops a 4.63 on his last wave. Solid surfing. Great combination of turns. Gets himself right up into the mid-range, edging above Levi Slauson, who's now needing a 4.94. And I'm kind of shocked, concerned, confused. What's going on with Matthias Hardy? Does he have some kind of block when it comes to Challenger Series events? His results are in no way indicative of how good he serves.
Right.
And you mentioned it, great point. He thrives in championship tour events, but there is no free pass. You can get wild cards, you can get injury replacement spots, but those aren't going to hold you up onto the tour. You got to get through the Challenger Series first. I think he can do it.
He can.
There just something needs to come back into place for Matthias Hardy.
He hasn't had the cohesion of having that string of results so far in events back to back to back. But obviously coming into stop number 4 here, this is a great opportunity too, because it's a beach break. You have good rights, good lefts, especially on Saturday when he competed early on in this event. There was one wave where I thought, I was like, whoa, like he did one air, he didn't pull a reverse, instead he twisted it back around, and I'm like, that kind of progression and the singularity of just seeing those airs that aren't very typical are extremely fun and entertaining to watch.
Well, here's a look back at this heat. Started off Jake Marshall with a 5, and then it was all Liam O'Brien going hard.
7.27 right there for the one single turn, and then he bettered it with this last right, 6.37. Judges are really enjoying those big sections. And then Slauson hasn't been able to break the 4-point range, but still some decent surfing from Levi.
There we go. Live action, Matthias Hardy off the replays there. Mitch, I always see at low tide, especially here in Huntington Beach, uphill landings. We saw it right there. We've seen it on pretty much every wave that has that one big maneuver. These surfers are landing almost in a trough, and it makes that landing, even on a relatively basic floater, kind of gnarly.
Kate Bush.
Landing in the flats, running up that hill.
Running up that hill. I knew you were going to like that.
Were you a pre or post Stranger Things Kate Bush fan?
Post.
Okay, that's fine.
So he had the setup, and then the one critical turn right there at the end. Needs a 4.81, and if you compare it to the 4.83 that he had earlier in this heat, I think this is going to be more than enough. Both Marshall and Slauson, the laterals, are actually going to need a couple of scores to move back up into the top 2 positions. But this is what I was talking about, Matthias, is that you kind of put him up against a wall in those high-pressure situations. He actually thrives in those ones.
You better get running. This is going to be a real test of Matthias Hardy right there. He did get up into second place, but right now he's got 3 minutes to go. We've seen this runaround take almost 3 to 4 minutes. So it may be a miracle if he can get back out there and get a wave, but right there, that's exactly what we needed to see. Turn on the jets, get back out there. Matthias Hardy with a slim second place slot for now. Jake Marshall needs a 5.34. Levi Slauson needs a 5.63. Stressful moments for our Encinitas lateral contingent. But the good news is for Encinitas surf fans, Levi Slauson does have priority. Jake Marshall has second priority. There's 2.5 minutes to go. Plenty of waves coming through. About half of them, say 50% closeouts, but 50% of them could make a magic moment for one of our surfers.
Yeah, and if you look at the best 2 waves of the heat so far, the 7.27 and the 6.37, they've been off of one turn, and they've really been closeouts, but Liam's been able to get up to his feet quickly enough and up into the lip where he's actually been able to project forward, and he's avoided those gnarly landings where it almost seems like that avalanche of whitewater is just knocking you off immediately as you're making the landing. So I wouldn't be surprised if both Marshall and Slauson look for those kind of waves. The only issue is that with a minute 50, you tend to look outside instead of closer to the inside, closer to the shore. You're kind of thinking, okay, I need a set wave to make it through. As of right now, we've seen plenty of 5s earlier in the first 2 heats. be attained on smaller waves on the inside. So I think they need to be looking at that right now with 90 seconds to go.
Oh, another giant set. We better move these buoys out because it is pumping.
They're getting dragged in, aren't they?
Oh my gosh. So a big one rolling through. And this is right here a good example of what these surfers are facing as they paddle out. So
this might even be the wave for Levi.
So Levi Slauson has top priority. And he's paddling in. Ooh, he could have something to work with here. A big section, smashes it. Can he ride out? Cannot. That's what I was alluding to with that uphill landing. It just makes it so hard to ride out. 57 seconds. There's Levi now. Getting a huge chunk of the Pacific right on top of his head again. And, you know, that right there, there's not much you can do about it. There's so much water moving around. He nearly had it. That was a heartbreaking finish to that wave for Levi Slauson.
I thought it was definitely going to be the score, though, if he rides out.
Oh, it was.
You know, he had the shot. It's just, I think when he was coming out of it, he was just a bit too straight-legged. And it's difficult because if you're too low and compact, those ribs knock you off eventually. And if you're straight-legged, it's easy to ride out of it. But the only issue is, as you were talking about, that avalanche of whitewater just pushed him forward too much, and he wasn't able to completely finish it off.
Well, with 10 seconds left, we lose our lot trolls already. I mean, it's only Tuesday. But the good news for Jake Marshall, he's 19th on the championship tour. You know, his post-Vans US Open trip is going to be Tahiti. So don't feel too bad for Jake Marshall. He's about to get tubed. Liam O'Brien continues his role that started in 2019. We'll be right back. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
One and two are Liam and Matthias. Jake Marshall, last year's runner-up, bows out early. Levi Slauson cut his teeth on the Challenger Series. He will go home and regroup, get ready for Portugal in a few months. In the water right now, in the red, Ethan Osborne. In the blue, Alan Cleveland from Mexico. In the white, Crosby Colapinto. And in the green, Shane Sykes. South Africa, USA, Mexico, and the USA also. We've seen some upsets so far yesterday and today. We saw Courtney Conalog, two-time winner, Val Allen the first round, and then early this morning we saw Kalohe Andino, who has been a stalwart at this event for a decade.
The Vans US Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with two simple words, let's go. And by 805 Beer, proud partners of Connor Coffin and the WSL, properly chill. Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We've already seen some wild upsets, and it's only 9:12 in the morning, so get prepared, surf fans. You expect the unexpected here with a huge south swell pulsing through, and probably the most stacked field of surfers we've ever seen in competition here at the Vans US Open. And this heat, well, that continues the trend. Eitan Osborne, Al Cleland Jr., Crosby Colapinto, and Shane Sykes, USA, Mexico, and South Africa represented here. Mitchell, Al Cleland Jr. put on an absolute clinic on our opening weekend. He comes from Pascuales, Mexico. And Pascuales is known for big barreling lefts, like we're seeing right now. What do you think Al Cleland Jr.'s chances are of advancing through this heat?
They're high. I actually think he's the favorite in this one. Just looking at the experience that Crosby and Ayton have, yeah, maybe you give them the edge in that, competing at the specific location. But in terms of people actually surfing heavy waves consistently, Al Cleveland Jr. is the one person out of these four that does that almost on a daily basis, Chris.
If there's a tube,
Al
will find it. And in talking to Al yesterday, he was so fired up, and he has one singular goal. He wants to replicate the classic Andy Irons floater under the pier. He said he doesn't care how big the wave is. He's going for it. So I hope we get the chance to see Al Cleveland Jr. replicate that world-famous AI floater from back in the day. So with 26:26 to go, Al Cleveland Jr. starts off quick with a score as we see out there. I mean, it is just, it's pumping. I mean, this is exactly what we all wanted to see, but maybe didn't expect here. And we're getting that and some. Al Cleveland Jr. now driving down the line.
That board looks great.
It really does. I was thinking the same thing. You know, it's all one, right? His body and his board is all so well connected. And that was really smart contest surfing right there. It wasn't the biggest, most impactful wave, but it opened up for him, allowed him to ride all the way to the beach and put himself in a good position to give himself a little bit of an advantage in that runaround. He's not under the pier.
Yeah.
He's already, you know, given himself great positioning while on the beach, which sounds weird, but it does count. So this is Al Cleveland Jr.'s first wave. This was a 5.
Yeah, so a tough section just goes up.
Was that the AI floater already?
You know, it was similar, but under the lip almost. Like AI's was just a little bit of a rock and roll, I feel. And this is going to be his backup. So a smaller wave. He said beautiful blowtail on the second one. Took it all the way to the inside. And that Timmy Patterson IF-15 looking good under his feet.
All right, well, the surfers got the note. Get out there and attack early. Quick look from Crosby Colapinto there. Only one snap, but it was pretty impactful. We saw the biggest score in that last heat come through on the strength of one big backside bash. So you don't have to necessarily milk these waves for all they're worth, but if you do something dramatic, the judges will reward you.
Absolutely, and especially when you see that, like when we got our schedule last night, I went to bed knowing that we were going to have one of the best heats of the round. This one really stood out to me because you kind of have a clash of styles. Osborne, the aerial guy, Cleveland, great all around. Crosby's been one of the biggest menaces on tour for the USA, and Shane Sykes from South Africa is no slouch either. Has a great air game, good rail surfing, but hasn't really been showcased in worldwide stages like here at the Vans US Open.
Well, you asked for it, you got it. Shane Sykes, big bottom turn straight up, perfectly placed. That right there is how you do it. I mean, you couldn't have done anything, I don't think anything different or anything better on that wave. That was just an absolute hammer of a turn. I think it'll be right up there with Liam O'Brien's score. Shane Sykes is a Vans Europe team rider. Has had some growing pains with his early effort on the Challenger Series this year, but he's a born and bred Durban local. He surfs a place called Tiffany's Reef, where he learned how to surf. So for these guys, Durban surfers, they are no stranger to big, punchy beach break. Bam!
Wow.
Come on.
And how beautiful was that bottom turn as well? That wave actually backed off and let him draw that bottom turn out a little bit more. And then Crosby's as well. Great finish right there up in the lip line. So I expect decent numbers from both these gentlemen.
This is becoming a battle of the backside turns. Regular footers right now relying on the strength of those big backside hooks. Crosby comes unglued.
Hey, us goofy footers have to do it at rights all the time, so...
Truth.
You know, let's actually switch things up for once.
You know, you can tell me, you're local here, you've competed on the QS many, many times. In a big kind of wild closeout situation, I feel like the backside turn is slightly, I don't want to say easier, but it's slightly easier to do than a big frontside snap, because a frontside snap, you're kind of really almost going into a floater, and you're going to launch out in the flats, while backside, you have the ability to do that tight whip and ride out under that lip.
You can't get the same angle on your forehand that you can on your backhand. Like, your angle on the backhand is just so much more precise and vertical, I feel.
Yeah, arguably the frontside vertical snap might be more difficult.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Hopefully we'll see some more of that and talk about it because we have 22 minutes and we've got some absolute hammers in the lineup. And speaking of a hammer, Liam O'Brien is back in a big way. He is standing by after his win with AJ McCord.
We're here with Liam, just out of the water, winning that heat. What was it like for you? What are the conditions like today?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky out there, but I was lucky to find a few little corners. And yeah, I just knew it was going to be tough, so I was kind of taking what I could get, and luckily that was enough to get through.
It's been a year for you after breaking your fibula in February. What's the recovery been like to where you can come here in Huntington, very challenging conditions, and go out there and get some waves?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a long process. My first few events back were pretty poor, so it's been nice to get through a few heats here at Huntington, and yeah, definitely testing the ankle out today.
Yeah, that's something we don't talk about a lot, but you have to test the ankle, not just physically, but mentally. You have to learn to trust it again. Where are you at in that?
Yeah, still working through it. That hit was a good test because it was sort of like some pretty heavy closeout sections, so I was a little bit nervous, but it was nice. It didn't hurt at all, so yeah, it was good.
That's got to feel so good heading into the next round.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Liam O'Brien right there, steady, solid human being, and you could tell fully focused. So happy to have him back. He was one of those surfers that I think a lot of us were really excited to see on the championship tour, and pretty sure he'll be back there.
Yeah, I would think so.
He's that good. Speaking of being that good, when Eitan Osborne surfs like Eitan Osborne, big things happen. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Eitan.
And great rotation right here too, keeping the balance on his board the whole time while he was spinning around, and adds the extra one right at the end too. So I'm expecting a big score here from young Eitan Osborne, and also grew up surfing beach breaks, the local from Ventura, and the talent pool from over there. Actually, one of our judges is from that area too, Mike McCabe, an underrated surfer. His brother Matt is actually a big inspiration to Eitan. So this kid not only has the aerial game, but he's also shown that he has the competitive prowess to be able to make finals at the QS level and even the challengers now.
I think I'm right there with you. I think Eitan Osborne is underrated. He is so good. I mean, at all different types of surfing. Seen him on the North Shore, charging, Pipeline, Sunset, Haleiwa, and I just watched him win with his team on Stab Highway, where he did some of the craziest surfing. I mean, he wasn't out there filming for a video part. It was a big scavenger hunt thing, and he was doing some of the most radical. I mean, he did a backside one-footed air. He did just some of the best surfing, and it almost seems like he was just messing around. He almost pulled one of the craziest acid drops off the rock.
Yeah, at the lane too, right?
Yeah, the guy's a hammer, and he's dropping hammers right now. A 7.73, the highest single wave score of this heat. One of the best airs of the day. I'd say definitely the best combo of the day. Got the back three with the snap. Boom, Eitan Osborne on the board. Al Cleland Jr. chipping away with a 5.23 and a 5. Crosby has a 5.4. Shane Sykes now with the second highest single wave score, a 6.33. This is going to be a battle for the rest of these 18-50 minutes. And I would say with these four names, I'm not even going to ask you to pick a favorite because it's too much. It's too hard.
You want to hear a cool story about Al Jr. though, is that the first time I went to Pascuales in 2008, I met Al Sr. surfing. We chatted. He had already met my older brother, and we got along super well. Junior was probably maybe 5, 6. He was already charging like 4-foot barrels at Pascuales, and like if you've ever surfed Pascuales, it's a pretty heavy wave. It doesn't break super far out, but the thing that it has though is that it's so open water there that it's constantly moving, and that's why he's so good at surfing beach breaks too. But Al Sr. was no slouch either. I mean, this kid's a second-generation professional surfer, and I would even say that the accomplishments Al Sr. had might even supersede that the ones Junior's had so far in his career. I mean, he competed against Kaipo, against Ross Williams, Darren Brillhart, who's our event manager here too.
Woo. Shane Sykes taking to the air, and I'm with you there. I would love to see a senior versus junior super heat.
That would be
so let's set that up. Al Cleland Sr. versus Al Cleland Jr. That would be something fun to watch for sure. And Cleland Jr. right now in the lead with a 10.23 total, but that is a precarious lead. Everyone else in this heat just needs a 2 or a 3 to get through. And if this was going to be, if that was a completed air, we're looking at 8s right there, but just lands a bit on top of that wave out the back.
Thought he was going to try to go for the outside grab too, it seemed. Maybe just had a little bit more control, but you know, those sections out there they're offering up that get a variation for the airs, especially it seems like that northwest wind is picking up. It's going to be good for the airs into the lefts, Chris.
100%.
Evan Geiselman's coming up in a few heats.
I'm looking forward to every heat today. This is going to be such a fun day of surfing. And for those of you out there, you want inspiration, you want to learn about technique, you want to learn how to surf and closeouts, keep watching. Take notes, because you're about to watch some of the best in beach break surfers right now. And, you know, I think a lot of us, if we looked at the waves today, would go, I don't know if I'm going to make any of these. Then you watch, you know, Al Cleland or Aton, and you go, oh, that's what you're supposed to do.
You see Kalohe get a 5 for a big drainer out the back on 10-foot face wave.
I thought we almost were going to go into some tube riding.
It seemed that way for a while, especially during that
15 minutes of tube riding.
Like, everybody was getting barreled, but that's the cool thing about surfing in Huntington is that depending on the tide, depending on the wind, and how glassy it is, too, with the size, you'll get a little bit of everything. You could get the best wave of your life, or you could also have the worst session that you could possibly think of.
I'd say at least one of the top 3 best barrels in the history of this event, Jadson Andre.
True.
Well, stay tuned. Will we see barrels? Will we see airs? Maybe something for everyone. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
The Pacifico Beach Bar will be open. They're serving nice cold Pacificos for those drinking age. That's noon on or 11 to 4 every day. Pacifico and Flying Ember. So please make your way over there if you want to chill in the shade and have a brew. Or a kombucha, a hot kombucha. And then there's just all kinds of action behind us in that Van Dorn Village and the community market.
Yeah, that Vans retail store is open back there right now. And we all know that Steve Van Dorn will be flipping dogs on the grill from 12 to 2. Watching the paddle here, Surfer Blue, Alan Cleland, current heat leader. He's going to float this section. Let's see what he does when he gets on the other side. Unfortunately, couldn't get to the other side. That one runs across the bank too quick. No harm, no foul. Current heat leader, 5.2, bringing a 5.0 currently in the scoreline.
Welcome back to the Vans US Open. We're hanging out in the Van Dorn Village where there's no shortage of fun things to do. So I am at the ring toss. We're gonna do the ring toss over the Vans. Oh man. Oh, so close. Man. Maybe it's like judging in surfing where it's not so much style, is it get style points, right? We're gonna go with that. But you come here, you can get bandanas, bags, truckers' hats. There's a bunch of games. We have skee ball with skate wheels over here. We got ping pong. You can come hang in the lounge area, check it out. We got a nice little echo coming through in case you can hear that, because there's a huge monitor where you can catch all of the surf action. There's also a barbecue every single day from 12 to 2, so we're getting pretty close to that. You can find me here for lunch, guys.
AJ, will you save my spot in line for that Van Dorn hot dog barbecue, because I need one, all right? That is my my spirit animal, Steve Van Dorn. All right, well, she immediately ran over and saved our spot in line. When Steve Van Dorn's cooking, we're eat. Can't wait. 12:50 to go. Like I said, party in the back, business in the front. Al Cleland Jr. holds on to the lead, but watch out, Shane Sykes is charging back with a 6.33 and a 3.73. It's now become a battle of the backup scores. Aton Osborne still sitting on that 7.73. Crosby Colapinto with a 5.4. Man, it's tense out here.
Yeah, and the only thing
it really is.
The only thing that's saving Junior right now is that he has 2 scores that are in the 5s. Because Crosby has something there, Shane has a 6.33, and luckily he just got a backup that one single turn on the right. But I think if you're Osborne right now, you should be very concerned about the amount of pressure and how much both Shane Sykes and Crosby can better their best scores too, because that 7.73 might sound good at the moment, but they could easily get something similar to that as well. But Junior needs to get playing right now, Chris, because that 5 shouldn't last very long.
Yeah, this is one of those instances where 2 5s are actually kind of scary because
in this heat they are.
Yeah, that's a precarious number. 10.23. It's kind of right on the edge. It's questionable as if that number would have gotten you through heats on the opening rounds. If you're sitting on a 13, a 14, most likely the percentages say you're safe.
Yeah.
10, no way.
And I think today, especially, Liam O'Brien just proved that 13 points, 14 points, not impossible. 2 7s are out there. So I would say 12, 13 points, good chance that you're making it through. 14 to 15, undoubtedly you are. But this heat so far has been one of those ones where it's just been tense since the get-go. And that strong start and the quick start from Al Cleveland Jr. has really kept him in the lead so far. But Shane Sykes surfing great. Aton obviously has the best wave of the heat so far. And then Crosby with priority. This kid's only caught 2 waves. So we know what he's capable of on both the right and the left, too.
Yeah, I feel like Crosby Colapinto is already kind of has that presence of a championship tour surfer.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, honestly.
He's one of those guys where you don't question if he's going to make the CT. It's just when. Will it be 2023? Will it be 2024? It's going to be one of those years. He actually did just drop a film, DNA, kind of a docu-surf series with his brother, Griffin Colapinto. He did get the chance to compete on the championship tour once this year in Newcastle. He got a 17th. That's not a great start on the Challenger Series. But again, I feel like this is the penultimate event of the Challenger Series. A great result here. We've seen it in the past, can be the big difference. You know, I think that the Vans US Open of Surfing was really the whole reason that Liam O'Brien made the championship tour. You know,
Absolutely.
Get a good result here, and it's like, okay, I got this. Momentum builder as we head into the final. But we've got Portugal, Brazil, and Hawaii. The last 3 stops on the Challenger Series. But you only need 4 good results through the year.
It starts right here, Chris. It starts right here, and I love the addition of Saquarema to the schedule. That place is awesome.
Oh, one of the best surf crowd in the world.
It kind of reminds me of Huntington Beach, but in South America. Almost.
Yeah.
Like, the weather's similar, the waves are just as good, and there's different kinds of waves that you can choose from too, and obviously the crowd there is spectacular as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of fun things going on in the last 3 events.
Yeah, and I actually threw the gauntlet out there to all of our Huntington Beach fans. Don't let Saquarema fans take the title of best fans in the world. Get down here and cheer for your favorite surfers. We want to see 50,000 people on the beach on finals day here in Huntington. We've got 9:14 to go. We started the Challenger Series at the beginning of the year in Australia. And that's when we started to get our kind of first look at our scouting report, looking towards the 2023 Championship Tour. Going back to those early events, you know, a lot of those names that we're familiar with now on the upper echelon of the QS and the Challenger Series rose to the occasion.
Surprised that some people didn't do as well at home either. I feel like a lot of the Australians maybe didn't perform as well on both the Gold Coast and in Manly. But, you know, the one thing that I will say is that Rio Waida has had a stellar year despite his early round loss here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. The biggest wins for Indonesian surfing, no doubt about it, and they were back-to-back too. The amount of pressure that this kid had on his shoulders, and even this week too, he's down here with the Myers camp, still supporting his friends and his teammates, and he's doing it with a smile on his face too. And it's great to see these different regions of the world not only succeed, but also now having a chance to compete at home like Teresa Bonvolo will have later this year in Ericeira.
Yeah, I think what happened with Rio is too many people picked him as the potential winner to this contest. And you know, that pressure, of course, you know, he wears it well. Saw him yesterday smiling. And, you know, I think when you're trying to be in the elite, even if you lose, coming down here and doing your homework, soaking it in, you know, watching who you will be surfing against in the future is going to help you. Been watching this Tom Brady documentary, Man in the Arena. And
ooh.
he basically says, you know, it's not who the better athlete is, it's who the more prepared athlete is. You know, get down here early, be the first one in the competitors area, be the last one to leave. You know, be that person doing your homework, watching the tape. It's not all about surfing heats, it's about preparation. And I think if you can, you know, pinpoint the weaknesses of your competition, you know, that could give you the edge. This is an individual sport. You're not, you know, doing it for your team, but still, any homework is going to help you. So we see coming up next, Luca Macinas.
La Máquina, as we call him.
La Máquina. Always a pleasure to watch Luca surf. He did suffer the heartbreak, the bittersweet feeling of being under the mid-year cut on his rookie year on the championship tour, but you know, he's not going to show it on his face, but you know he is determined and ready to go. Well, we've got 6 minutes, 21 seconds to go. And the beach scene is popping. Sun is out. It is summertime in full effect here in Huntington Beach. And to give us a report from the beach, welcome, Louisa Florence.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with the Vans on the sand. The sun feels good. The crowd is here, even though it's only Tuesday, but this is like a very loyal crowd. The local favorite, Crosby Colapinto, is in the water. We know that he only needs a 4.6 to advance. You know, and I was looking on our website, and he has 65% of the picks from the fans to win this heat. But if you're watching, if you're like with us this past days, you know that the surprise, it is with us, you know. If Crosby doesn't win, Cleveland is surfing in the water right now. So let's just keep an eye on this, because we know that everything can change in a minute here at US Open.
Absolutely. Expect the unexpected down here. Thank you, Louisa Florence. Always look forward to Louisa's posting interviews. She does not let these surfers intimidate. She doesn't give them an inch. You know, she goes right in for those hard-hitting questions. So let's see what surfer she'll be talking to after this heat.
So Junior got a wave here, Chris. Looking to better a 5, goes for the spinner. A little dirty. Don't know if that's going to better the 5.0 or if it's even deemed complete or not at the end, but either way, at least he took away an opportunity from Shane and Eitan. And as of right now, I mean, those 2 scores that he had at the beginning are still keeping him in the lead, but these are some crucial moments right here. 4 minutes. We did have a lot of waves come through in the early stages of this heat, but as of right now, it seems like it's been flat for around 2-3 minutes maybe. It's tense. You could cut... Oh, dude, it's gnarly out there right now. You could cut the tension in the water with the butter knife, I could tell.
You could cut the tension with one of the bamboo forks that we have in the catering area. Of course, keeping things sustainable down here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Sure, we'll be talking about weareoneocean.org throughout the day.
I'm heading over to get my hydro flask right now after this too.
Thank you. If I see plastic down here, I'm going to grab the person, grab the plastic, and I'm going to take them over to the hydro flask booth and say, let me introduce you to saving the world.
You're welcome.
One hydro flask at a time. 3:48 to go. Al Cleland Jr. still in a precarious lead. And I'm not going to stop saying that until the time is up, because he's just out in front. But everyone else has at least one higher score than Al has. You look at all the numbers, 6.33, 7.73, and even a 5.40. All 3 of those numbers are higher than the 2 numbers that Al's put up. So he's got to just try to figure something out, to put a bigger number on the board just to make himself safe. And of course, if this thing ends like it is right now, a win's a win. Even if it's close.
Absolutely.
But it's still scary right now.
No, and as you saw right there, unforced error by Shane Sykes too. Only needed a 3.9 to move up into the lead. I thought the section was there. It seems like he just tried to overpower that thing for how small it was, but unfortunately for him, that's going to keep him in second place at the moment. And I'm very surprised that Crosby hasn't even made an attempt to catch a wave in the last 10 or 15 minutes. I feel like there's been opportunities on some closeouts. Yes, it would have to be a bit forced, but remember how he got the 5.4? That was a wave in the 5-minute range where he caught it, just the one turn, and this is an important one from Eitan.
Yeah, Eitan Osborne needing a 2.33. He's done that and more.
Probably
he can do it in the air. I was waiting for a chop hop. Thank you, Eitan Osborne. That's kind of a chop hop claim finish. The 2-for-1 chop hop.
Don't do it.
And these waves are, I mean, this is Chop Hop City right here.
It is.
You got literal jump ramps coming up the face at you on every wave.
I don't understand how people didn't do the chop hop instead of the Huntington hop for years.
Well,
but looking at the replay here from Eitan, decent first turn in the pocket, then kind of a carve back, so easily the score that he's going to need. Then a decent turn up into the lip to finish and a little chop hop. So he actually got the score, and it's enough to actually put him up into first.
And if I'm a judge and I see a chop hop finish,
you're giving it a couple extra points.
0.3 extra. It's just a fun way to end your wave.
You're done. Now Shane Sykes down to third. Crosby now needs a 4.83, and as I said before, he hasn't even moved a muscle in the last few minutes. 90 seconds to go. He needs to get to work right now, and if you're junior and you see the Crosby's paddling for a wave, you need to make sure that you're on one too.
I mean, the problem isn't lack of waves. It's too many waves, too many choices sometimes, and you know it really is a roll of the dice. Some of these waves that look like straight closeouts can offer that one opening for you to do a big turn, like we saw from Liam O'Brien in the previous heat. One big turn can be the absolute difference maker. And here's a big set rolling through with 55 seconds to go.
Wow.
More tension in the lineup. Who's it going to be?
How did he not go on that? Sykes.
Looks like Shane Sykes with a pretty solid turn. It didn't look as dynamic as some of the other turns we've seen. Eitan Osborne, victory lap, maybe. We're gonna have to wait for that score to come through for Shane Sykes. He did need a 3.9, so it wasn't a gimme. You know, I think if he was searching for something in the 2 range, he would feel safe, but now Crosby looking for a 4.83 and doesn't ride out. What happened? Crosby Colapinto coming into this event, definitely considered a favorite. Eitan's second chop hop of the heat.
It's kind of an alley-oop.
It's an alley-oop chop hop. And I liked it. I liked what Eitan Osborne did in that heat. You know, he didn't change up anything that he does in a free surf. He went out there, blasted a couple good airs, some sweet combos. We wait for the score to come through for Shane Sykes.
Yeah, it's an important one too. I mean, they're going to take their time and really review things too. I think the most comparable wave is going to be the 3.83 and the 3.73. You know, we did see the one angle. It's a decent turn, good size wave too. It wasn't that one explosive maneuver that's got in the 5s in this heat though. So I think that's what's going to restrict it a bit as far as the actual potential to get the 3.9. But here's the replay. So he gets into it. A good timing too. Oh, I actually think, yeah, looking at the replay now, it's a good size section, good impact.
Okay.
Junior's
a little
out
more
of it.
dynamic than
it seemed from the first angle, right?
Oh man, more buzzer beaters. Bring them on. It's been an exciting morning so far. Sadly, we lose 2 potential favorites to win this entire event with Al Cleland Jr. and Crosby Colapinto out of contention. It's now official. Eitan Osborne gets the win. Shane Sykes, here's the number. There you go, Al Cleland Jr., you know, that's good sportsmanship. Come in, get a photo with the fans, double selfies. That's one thing that will make you feel a little bit better. You lose a heat that's very close. You know, you come in and at least you have thousands of adoring fans on the beach.
Yeah.
That helps your heart right there. Big moments there for Eitan Osborne and Shane Sykes as they advance through. More surfing to come. Another stacked heat will take to the lineup, and we'll be right back with more action.
Well, let's bring it to this heat in the red. Matthias from Peru in the blue. William Cardoso from Brazil in the white. Michael Dumpy from the East Coast, and from Brazil, Eduardo Monta in the green. Yeah. Michael Dumpy, Virginia Beach, but I think he's living in Florida now for a while. But he's all over the world. Why not live in beautiful Florida where things are really reasonable and living is nice? Yeah, his shooting is great. His definitely just all over the place. Yeah, so, and Caity Beach, yeah, he travels up and down the coast, but when he's not there, he's out in satelliting around the globe, the planet, doing what he does. All right, well, good morning, Jeff Baldwin. Hey, good morning, Darren Bill Hart. We are psyched on day 4 here. Good to have you in the booth. Yeah, it's good to be here this morning and see the action. How are we doing, boss? Are we doing okay? You guys are doing exceptional well. As we see up and riding here, that's Luca Matthias from Peru. Wow.
Day 4 of the Vans US Open of Surfing, and that hurricane swell is still coming through well and truly very strong. Had a little bit more of a lull in the action between those big sets today, but the sets have not lacked in size in the slightest, Pete Mel.
No, they haven't. Yeah, Hurricane Frank has been producing the surf here for Huntington Beach, but it's made for some very challenging conditions. A lot of current, faces of the waves not very smooth, but the action's been pretty darn good. Been lots of consistency in the swell. So it feels like the last 5 minutes of every one of these heats this morning has been action-packed.
It's been crazy to be able to see how much has just been shifting in those last 5 minutes, like you said. I mean, it's been really, really wild. We've now got a great new heat in the lineup. Heat number 5 for the men's second round, round of 48, with Luca Macinas, William Cardosa, Michael Dunphy, and Eduardo Mota hitting the lineup. Luca, of course, fresh off of his rookie experience on the championship tour, didn't quite make it past that mid-season cut. But having these lefts on offer, they've got to be just perfect for him this morning.
Well, and Luca's backhand is as solid as it gets. Very, very good at producing vertical attack in the lip. Also, a great read on this one. Found himself a good start in this heat. Open face, which we haven't seen a ton of. We've seen some big closeout moves. We'll see if he's going to get the run around here. We get the tide moving in now, so we'll start to see the inside start to play a role. Obviously, the outside sections are going to be where the biggest points are on offer, but a good score to start the heat for Luca.
Kicks off with a 5.00 for Luca Macinas, and that's a great place to build from for the rest of the heat, especially kicking off so early with sets like this rolling through and finding positioning in the lineup. It's still been such a challenge for the men this morning after everything we saw from moving yesterday.
Wow, and that was it, right? Yesterday, the women produced some physicality needed as they've been running up the beach. Same thing happening today. For the men, lots of runarounds. So in these half-hour heats, it takes a toll physically. There will be a second round for some of these surfers today. We're going to run half the round of 24.
Get into those first 4 heats, and that's what the women had to deal with yesterday as well, getting through the finishing off of round 1 and into round 2 all the way through. They've got a break today, though. We were talking about that yesterday afternoon with just how nice it is to know they can get all that energy out, use up every last ounce of energy that they possibly have, knowing they were going to have a break to be able to rest today.
Yeah, that's exactly it. As you see, Dunphy quickly up and out.
Nice little mermaid dive to get out of the back of that wave. And timing has been really important today, it seems, in takeoff and positioning, but also being able to just kind of read the timing of those sections if they're going to stay open enough for just that single turn or maybe multiple.
Well, we've seen a couple different strategies work today. There's been the patient game, where you're waiting for those opportunities as best you can, holding on to priority. Not that priority has really played a role, especially on these bigger conditions. But then there's also the kind of stay busy, that cliche, but one of those things where you're just taking off on even waves with closeout opportunities. We've seen, get inwards of the 5.5, 6.5 if you really hit the lip hard on that critical section. The judges aren't shy to reward it with the big single maneuvers, and I've seen comparable waves, like an example being, we saw, I wasn't going to think of his name, but he had 5 turns on a wave and then ended up getting like a 6.17 and then one big turn on a right-hand closeout and actually eclipsed the score with a 6.5. So again, if you can get a big closeout maneuver, it still could fetch words up into the good range.
And what is it that the judges are looking at in the difference between those, of doing multiple turns versus just that single one?
Well, appealing-wise, you see that there's multiple turns, but they're not as difficult, right? Usually those types of waves are going to have a flatter face on it, flatter transition. Those aren't considered critical sections, whereas those big, high-impact closeout moves are very challenging. It's a high-risk move. And so the judges are going to be rewarding that type of maneuvers if you can do it even on a big closeout like we see right here.
Big closeout for Eduardo. Looking on his forehand, just ducks out underneath the lip. He will get that first score at least on the board, put him into that priority rotation. William Cardosa sitting with first priority, having yet to catch his opening ride. And Luca still sitting with that high score of a 5.00 on the board to kick things off.
Yeah, that was in Heat 3. Liam O'Brien, who was in the white jersey, he ended up getting away with it. You know, like I said, he did 5 solid turns, you know, but again, it wasn't as high impact as we saw the one big closeout right that he had, and the judges gave it a little bit better.
Yeah, that risk, especially in those outside sections, those ankle breaking sections, come down hard out of the lip. William Cardosa now uses priority on this one. Strong backhand attack. Throws it straight up into the pocket.
Former runner-up here. Way different conditions in that Vans US Open when he ended up getting second place. Very small, and he is a very accomplished small wave surfer.
Which is surprising because he is a big guy.
Yeah.
And for him to come runner-up to Felipe Toledo, that was back in 2014, in really small conditions is not something that you would expect from someone of his size.
And it's technique. I mean, I think it comes down to it. Yeah, it's a definite advantage to be smaller and lighter weight in smaller conditions, but if you have good technique, you can utilize that extra power and showcase a point of difference, and that's what Panda was able to do. William Cardoso, a former championship tour surfer, trying to get his way back on tour.
Be great to see William back on tour, to see the Panda. And
he's a character.
He's such a character.
It's fun. You know, he embraces his nickname. Remember during the Surf Ranch, there was an event there. He threw on the Panda uniform. It was amazing. And I guess that's, you know, if you're going to, you know, have a nickname, why not embrace it and run with it? And he did. He still does.
He still does. The Panda looking for a better score than the 3.83 that he currently has on the board with 22 minutes on the clock. We'll go down to catch up with Ethan Osborne taking a win in that last heat.
Ethan, you were one of the favorites from the fans to go in the water today and win, but I'm wondering, did you have a plan going into this heat?
Kind of. I knew if I did an air, then they'd score good because, you know, it's pretty tough. It's usually 1 or 2 turns, so yeah, that was the plan, was to get one of those, and after that was just to get a backup, and yeah, it worked.
I heard you saying when you were getting out of the water that it was kind of hard for you on the last, you know, the last turn. Just walk us through that heat, though.
Well, at the beginning, it was like kind of calm because there's so much water moving, and then like more than half the heat was just a giant rip of just paddling. So I think I went like 20 minutes without catching a second wave, and then yeah, at the end I knew I just needed a 2. So if I got at least like a 3 or 4, I was good. And then seeing Shane get that last wave at the end was pretty sick.
Amazing. So you did it. You're moving forward. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I hope to see you back here.
Thanks. Me too.
Great to see Eitan get a win under his belt here for the Challenger Series, making it through. And it is crazy to see the rippy conditions. Pete, I was checking it out the last few heats from the athlete zone. I heard the beach announcers, Baldy, calling you out from upstairs.
Yep.
And being able to see that full mushroom cloud rip kind of pulling back out to backline. But then also when those sets roll through, it just drags it to the north side of the pier. And so it really creates a lot of turmoil in the lineup.
Yeah, it's hard. You got to find the clean water. I mean, in any beach break conditions, generally that's what you're searching for. You know, and it doesn't change here at Huntington Beach. You're going to see those rips. It's hard to surf in those areas of rip, so you're trying to always find a place where the current isn't as turbulent. And so you're always kind of moving around the lineup and searching for that clean water, as I say. So, you know, obviously the surfers that have grown up surfing beach breaks are going to have a little bit more of an advantage, say somebody that surfs just point breaks, because it is a technique you got to kind of figure out. You know, and it's also moving to the inside. The other part of it is the in and out part of, you know, the surfing. It's not just the left to right, but the in and out. And with that rip, there's a strong current that's going to be inside, as you see Luca on the backhand.
Solid opening turn from Luca Macinas, connects with that second section and unleashes on the third. He's going to hold on for a challenging finish and shoot straight through the pier. And our surfer in green, Eduardo, also just hits eject. That was a good-looking wave for Luca, though.
Yeah, again, great wave choice. He's able to get multiple maneuver opportunities on his waves. He had the 5 to start. This one's going to be probably a little bit better. Felt like a little bit stronger maneuvers. He's on the other side of the pier now, and no one's choosing to, you know, fight that current on that side of the pier. And I understand it's very, very strong, so he's going to get himself to the beach and do the runaround once again. He's already done it once in this heat, and he's going to do it again. So there's the technique that he's been able to do, is get out, get a wave, ride it to the shore, run around. Ultimately, he's getting himself into position, and the strategy seems to be working for him.
Working really well. He does come from the northern region of Peru, from Mancora. And there, he's really used to surfing those big, windy left-hand breaks as we take another look at this.
And beautiful, just straight up vertical hit there on that first section. That was a nice critical section, and then gets the strong finish. It's going to be probably better than his first, and probably the best wave of the heat.
Scores are through for a 5.0 start for Luca Messinas. He's just bettered his situation doing the runaround with a 6.77 to lock him into a fairly significant lead over the rest of the field, getting into that double-digit heat total. And I'm wondering if Kaipo Guerrero was able to get a look at that last wave.
Yeah, well, what I've noticed right now, Shannon, is obviously the changing conditions, the onshore wind coming up. We talked about it earlier, Pete, on the convection that happens, right? The land heating up, the colder water that's going to suck this sea breeze. We expect it every day. Came a little bit early today, but it's here. The onshores are here.
That is so true. Kaipo, can you see that American flag blowing just above your head? Really just kind of showing. Look.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely onshore. That's what that is. And, you know, I want to touch on another thing. I'm over here on the surfer's deck, and it's the preparation for the heat. And there's different kind of vibes in here. You know, there's anxiousness, there's calm, and then there's just happy. And when I talk about happy and vibes, I think of Jadson Andre. He's preparing for his heat. He's on the deck. He's coming up in heat number 9. But when I talk to Jaddy, he's like, hey, look it, I'm just having fun. I like Huntington Beach. He doesn't need to be here. He enjoys to be at Jersey and being, you know, just stress-free. And while I'm talking about Jadson Andre, you can't talk about Jadson without talking about the Brazilian Storm. We got Brazilian Storm hats here. And amazing. WSL branded. You can find it at the WSL store. I'm going to gift this this Brazilian Storm hat to Jadson, because who deserves a Brazilian Storm hat more than Jadson Andre?
Nobody.
Nobody. That's right, Pete.
I love that insight. Thank you so much, Kaipo. And we got a couple of Brazilians in the lineup right now between William Cardosa and Eduardo Mota. Had a look at this.
And here's Mota here going for the rare right. Gets a nice first turn as he surfs almost, he's going the opposite direction. It literally is that much current happening. He's going right, but actually pushing him to the, well, it's funny how you determine a right and a left, because really he's actually surfing to the left, but when you're paddling into it, it is a right. You're turning right. And this inside connection with this fuller tide helps him out. Don't see a whole lot of points on offer, more or less trying to get himself into the shore break. That first turn on the outside, though, pretty darn solid. The rights have been very weird. They're totally different, as we see Panda up and riding on one as well.
Yep. He'll kick out there. Got one nice turn in. Not sure what happened behind. The rights are looking really strange, though. They do have that rip. Is just that current's pushing so fast against them.
Yeah, it literally is. You're surfing against the grain. You know, down, you know, going left, you're going to be with the current, and it pushes you down the line, and it actually kind of, you cover a lot more seascape, you know, whereas the rights, you're actually surfing straight to the shore, and even occasionally going backwards, as we see up and now. This is Whitehead of Dumpy.
Michael Dunphy straight up into the lip. Finds the section, and now he's definitely going to go for that runaround. Just get himself back in position. Use that white water as well to push him, so he has a little bit less maybe leg work for the run. Might even have a nice section to finish off with here. Just keeping that nice S-style turn to gain some momentum, and he'll ditch that tail on the finishing turn.
Yeah, and judges will take note that he got to his belly there, so it actually really wasn't a complete maneuver, which is a bit of a bummer, because that was actually probably a pretty nice turn had he pulled it off. You know, this score so far on these rights have been fairly low. You know, they're not as challenging. They're a little more tapered. They quickly shut down. The left seems to be the direction to be going to get the bigger numbers.
Yeah, the rights don't seem to have that critical section, and obviously the speed is lacking on the rights because you're going against that current.
It's definitely a totally different style of wave than the lefts are.
Yeah, it's like strange that it's actually happening at the same spot right now.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's beach breaks, really. I mean, again, the big story of this event so far, especially, you know, this Hurricane Frank, is this current. It was a big factor yesterday. in regards to the physicality and also what it's been doing to the ocean. You know, you see that current moving so quickly, and then you get the breeze blowing as well. Since that started to come up, you know, the conditions were pretty darn smooth this morning for the first couple of heats, but definite change here, and the wind being a major factor blowing out of the northwest on top of the current, which makes for a seascape that is very turbulent.
Plenty of onshore winds rolling through, changing the conditions just a little bit and making it even more challenging for the pack. We've got 14 minutes on the clock. We're gonna go to a quick break. And coming up in the next heat, we're going to have the one and only Caius King.
Coming up next, circling the next heat, get yourself checked in. I think they already are, because I just saw Cole Houseman running by. Coming up in the red, Manoa Igarashi, Tristan Gilbard in the blue, Cole Houseman, and Caius King will be in green. About 13 minutes away or so. Right now we are in heat number 5, round of 48. The field is being halved quickly. Soon we will be into the next round with just 24 surfers. In the men's draw, we look down from the first day where there was 96. And if you're just getting down here, thank you for coming out and joining us on this glorious Tuesday in Huntington Beach for the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Be courteous, be kind, have a fun time. Hydrate, wear your sunscreen, cheer the surfers on. Okay, so second priority with Luca Macinas now that he's out for lineup. It's fun to have the
We're back for the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. So much going on in the water. We got massive swell, we've got amazing surfers, but we also got so much happening on the sand, on this massive strip of sand on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. With so many cool installations and everything running around Vans and so many different partners rolling through this week. It's almost difficult to make it to the shoreline to actually see the surf because there's so much else that you want to be involved with.
That's so true. You know, biggest action sports festival in the world. And of course, we've had BMX, which we crowned some champions over there at the BMX track. And we're now converting that same area into a skate feature, which is going to be amazing coming up this weekend as well. So yeah, biggest action sports festival in the world.
True.
It's right here on the
for Southern California. Skateboarding starting out, lots of surfing, BMX kind of coming along from there as we take a look at last of Luca Macinas during the break.
Lucas Messina, he is definitely, his strategy is finding those lefts, and it's been working very well for himself. Started out with the 5, got himself the 6.77, and now another solid 6. So he is running away with this heat. He is the only surfer into the good range with double digits. So open for number 2, of course, top 2 advance. So Cardoso is sitting there now, but Dunphy and Mota are not needing very much, a 2.28 in order to turn the heat and get themselves into position with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, really small requirements on the field for both 3rd and 4th place position to take out Willian Cardoso specifically. Willian chasing a giant 9.21 to take the lead away from Luca Macinas. Luca seeming to be the most comfortable out here, coming from the land of left-hand points at home in Peru, but also spending a lot of time through his childhood and his surfing career here in Huntington Beach because his uncle lives just down the road in Costa Mesa. So he really does feel like this is a second home. As we take a look at Eduardo Mota, straight up into the section for that first hit and almost connects for that second one. Can't quite ride out of it.
Yeah, well, he'll get the number needed to get into second position for sure. That first turn was very solid, but he would have loved to have finished that last move. solidify that wave, get himself a real number, because with that fall, it's going to affect the score pretty significantly. Although I will say that the first turn was solid, very critical section. And a critical section meaning it's going to be straight up vertical from the bottom of the wave to the top of the wave. Let's take a look at it. Nice size too, so that adds to the criticalness of this section. But look at that, straight up and down, tagged it beautifully, kept the speed going. Just this finish here would have been nice to solidify, would have been probably, you know, in the same range as Lucas Messina's scores, but instead it's going to come just a bit under.
And a paddle from William Cardosa into that first section, tags it for the second, gets that 2-turn combo. Not much else on offer there. He'll hop down to his belly, do the runaround, and try and keep himself in the mix. We are waiting for that score for last of Eduardo, and it comes through as a 4.67, which jumps him momentarily into that advancing position, which is huge for Eduardo at the moment, because making it into the round of 48 here, it's back-to-back round of 48 finishes for him. He did the same thing at Bolito. But in last year's Challenger Series and the first 2 events of this year's, he had yet to make it past that opening round.
Yeah, and that's tough psychologically for sure. As we watch the replay here of that 2-turn combo for William Cardoso, he's carrying a 2.07 in his score line. This will improve on that, needing something around that 4.28-ish zone to turn the heat back into second position for himself. I feel like it's going to be just right in that same kind of zone. You look at Mota and his 4.67, way more critical first maneuver. So it feels like to me, you know, thinking about these 2 waves, that Mota's score should be slightly higher than Cardoso. So ultimately, well, I was wrong. They're going to give it a 4.57. So Cardoso does make the turn with the 2-turn combo.
So score slightly lower than what we saw for Eduardo, but it's enough for William to reach that requirement. He's got the pack of junior guards running him up the beach as well. Those kids are some of the most fit kids on the coastline.
You know, the junior guard program is so amazing, especially here out of Huntington Beach. It's a huge program. A lot of kids involved, and you know, up in my hood in Santa Cruz, we've got a very great program online there. Matter of fact, they just had the championships recently. I know that a couple of Santa Cruz natives took some wins there in the flags. All of those competitions are huge because it is a cutthroat, you know, the flags competition specifically.
Lots of good, healthy competition going down with junior guards as well as with our surfers in the lineup right now. So current situation, Luca Messina still out in front. William jumped up into that second place position. Eduardo down into third. He's now chasing a 3.73. So he's right there in the game. He's got all the opportunity in front of him. This is his first time competing at the US Open in the main event. He did compete in the juniors back in 2019. Didn't have a great result there, but has some experience, which is always a good thing coming into one of the biggest events of his career, being newer to the Challenger Series. And if he can make it past this round of 48, that'll be his best career result at an event of this level.
Yeah, and there's a big jump in points when you get through this round into the round of 24. I mean, there's a gap. As you see, each round, basically the way that the tours and competitions has designed the points is that if you were to move into a round, so say third and fourth here are going to be very similar scores. I mean, I think it's 700 and 600 points for third or fourth in this heat. But then if you make a jump into the next round, it instantly jumps up by almost double the points. So it's very critical to move from round to round because you're going to pick up so much more points through that. So it would be important for Mota in order to, you know, obviously, you know, find his way in solidifying points into, you know, the final cut of the top 10. But also I think that there's something to be said about finishing, even if you don't finish, you know, in the top 10, that if you're in that Challenger Series, you know, rankings in that probably top 30-ish, you'll get some starts going into the next season, especially if you don't qualify for, you know, for your region. It's important to gain points. You know, there's no guarantee that you're going to get those CT replacement spots, but there's enough there that I feel like some of the surfers will get some rankings thrown in there on that CT replacements. It's been a change in a huge way for tours and competitions on how qualification has happened. This is the first year we're seeing it unfold. You know, especially with COVID, that always threw a curveball into how the rankings have unfolded. But now you qualify for your region, so you're going to have a certain number that each region gets. Top 10, say, for example, was top 10 in North America. And each region, depending on the population of surfers that are there, get a certain number that qualify through those regional qualification events. But also there's these CT replacement spots. You know, there's 96 spots in these events. And so they'll come off some of the rankings of the year. So any points you can get right now in the Challenger Series are valuable.
So valuable moving forward, whether it's someone that's maybe, like you said, in that conversation of the cusp of qualifying, making it to that top 10, or other surfers that are just trying to kind of keep themselves in the mix for better seeding next year. Are you familiar with that from your son John and kind of what he's going through this year for the replacements?
It's been tough too. He was not able to qualify through the region. Sat outside of that cut line. He did get a chance at Bolito because of rankings that he had previously, and that's what I was kind of mentioning, is that there's these CT replacement spots that sit there, and there's probably 20 spots that can be filled with rankings from the Challenger Series area. So again, it's just something that they're trying to map out right now, and how that all this qualification is going to happen. It's not easy. I know that the Tours of Competition has been working very hard to make sure that it's very clear. Right now, it's kind of ambiguous.
Yeah, did John made a few heats at Bolito?
He did. He made it into that. Like I said, he made it to the round of 24, and finished with as an equal 17th position. And it's 1,900 points, which is a good jump from, say, losing in this round where it's only 700 points.
Yeah, and that's huge. So we will be running the first half of that round of 24 later today. That also bumps it down from 4-man heats to 3-man heats. We've got a huge set rolling through now. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to be in position to try and take a look at it. Maybe something that's just too much to even handle.
Yeah. You look at that, it's just been on fire. Now we've got this northwest wind blowing, which is adding a whole nother element of swell into the wave faces. And we saw that yesterday. As soon as that wind came up, it made for some absolutely challenging surf. And look at this. This is a full double, almost triple overhead set, and not a whole lot of scoring opportunity there. These bigger sets tend to close out.
Yeah, not really a lot of scoring potential at all. It was great watching some of the conditions this morning. Before we had that onshore wind really kick up, we had a couple barrels on offer. That heat with Kolohe, with Zeke, and with Kei Kobayashi. I got to see Kei's barrel from up in the athlete zone, and he covered so much ground. He was sitting farther up towards Tower 3 than the rest of the crew, which was really great, but we knew it was going to be kind of just maybe another heat or two after his where that kind of wave was even available, because this one was kicking up and just shutting it down.
Yeah, it's part of what you do at Huntington Beach. Each heat's going to have a little different facet of it. Talked about Eitan in his interview. He said that for 20 minutes in his heat, he was just paddling through the rip, and that's exactly what happens. Sometimes you'll get sets that happen outside of the contest zone. There are big sets that happen in that zone, and then that water is going to sweep through the lineup. And as those bigger sets, it just creates the current, strengthens the current. Here's an example of Dumpy, who's been paddling, for a very long time. He sits with second priority. He hasn't been able to find a corner at all in this lineup, and he's right there close to the pier. It looks like he's got an opportunity here, though.
All right, he's going to have a look at this left. Steep takeoff. Just gets that board out in front of him enough, but gets a bit caught behind that first section. He's now looking for the open face, connects through for the second turn, whips it around, and he'll ride through clean. Now Michael's currently sitting in 4th position. He's chasing a 4.77 to take the advancing run. What are your thoughts, Pete?
Well, first section, he had to work to get around. That was the most critical section. You can see how it almost barreled. His choice was to get around it, which I think was a good choice. He did get a nice solid finish. We'll see where the judges put this. He's looking for, what is that, the 4.77, so it's right there, man. Is it going to be enough? We'll have to see and wait. Look at it again here. Very steep takeoff, big section there, but just no opportunity to get up and above it. So he gets out into this flatter section. Not a whole lot of points on offer on that one, but there it goes vertical again, straight up hit, and just wait for the score, but I feel like it's going to come a little bit shy.
First 2 scores through, 4.3s, waiting for that average from the judges, but he's already up and riding on another one here, just trying to find another opportunity. Found maybe a more critical section for that first turn, not so much for the second. It does look like, all right, so scores in for his last wave of 4.30. It is shy of the requirement, but it's chipped away, and he's now chasing a 4.11 instead of a 4.77. William Cardoso, though, hammers that turn. He's looking to improve on just a 3.83, as his low score would change the requirements for Dumpy.
Wow, wow, wow. So again, right then to the last 5 minutes, everyone had that sense of urgency, trying to pack some scores in. see if Cardoso can finish here and solidify, because if he can add to that 3.83, it's going to make it that much more difficult for Dunphy. We did not see Mota pick up a wave in this last few minutes.
This is heavy too for Dunphy because he actually won the North American Regional QS. He came through as one of the highest seeded surfers in the event outside of those CT cards. So for him to be going out early in his home region here at the US Open is going to be a shame. Doesn't look like his score is going to come through enough regardless, but let's take a look at last of Willian as well.
Yeah, so again, Willian, he knew at the very end here he needed to get something better than the 3.83. It's not going to matter, though. I mean, a very low-scoring affair as far as the second-place position, but Willian will end up getting through, and that was a critical one for him to be able to get through into the round of 24.
So scores through for last of Dunphy, it was a 3.00, which doesn't tap into what he was chasing. Willian Cardoso equals his lowest score of a 3.83 with that last one. Doesn't change the situation, but he'll be advancing through an important round for the Brazilian and the Peruvian in Luca Messinas, taking out a huge win. Coming up next, it's the two-time US Open champion, Kanoa Igarashi.
Thank you, Jeff Baldwin. He's going to take a quick break here. We're going to bring back the climb. Nothing but fun, Willow. Nothing but fun up here. And look at this. The buoy is almost caught inside. That was close. Yeah, boy.
So now in the lineup in red, Kanoa Igarashi, Tristan Gilbao in blue, Cole Houshman in white, and Kies King in the green. So Kies King in the green. That's a tongue twister right there. Kies King green. So that last heat, right at the end, Eduardo got that huge backhand turn. If he would have stuck that, he needed a 3.77, yeah. He would have had that and then some.
Yeah, he would have had it. That was a great attempt. And then Dunphy too, you know, he had opportunity, he had two swings at it, and just came up short.
Yeah, I think he needed around that same range, like a 4.77, and he came through like in the 4.3 range, I believe. I saw scores dropping.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shock attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're back at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and a crowd and hometown favorite in Kanoa Igarashi has hit the water. He already has a score to drop through, which we'll catch up on in a moment, and he's looking for his third US Open victory, which would be huge for the Japanese competitor born and raised here in Huntington Beach. He's in the lineup up against Tristan Gilbao, Cole Houshman, and Kies King.
Yeah, full international affair pretty much. You got Japan, France, USA, and Australia represented in this one. I would say Kanoa Igarashi, being a championship tour surfer, grown and been part of Huntington Beach since his very early childhood, and here he is catching a wave, nice solid set wave to start this heat off, and big float to start, and again somehow find some open faces. He can get another turn here, and that's a ton of experience. Oh, but a stumble, but still going to get a pretty good number there. But just how's that wave choice for Kanoa?
Oh, incredible. Straight out of the rip as well. That was such a challenging first section, it looked like.
See, he's not going to do the run around here. He's going to fight the current. I think he would be one that's very knowledgeable about how to get out of the current. I haven't seen a lot of surfers do it, but man, if you can just paddle outside of it, I know you're giving up the fact that you are, you know, out of the wave catching zone, but you're out of the current zone, and you can make some headway. You know, you get out towards that buoy right now, the current not nearly as strong.
Yeah, it'll be a good one to watch just to see the way he manages this, because we haven't seen too much of that with that real true local knowledge of just surfing here so much that we've seen, that we know of Kanoa. To see how he kind of attacks conditions like this. His first score drops through as a 5.33 and puts a requirement on the rest of the field. Kai is king. Great to see him in the mix, coming off of a back injury through the start of the Australian QS series. So was out of the water for a long time, but he's come back strong. He's looking really healthy, and it's exciting to see him and his style, I think, hit the lineup no matter what the conditions are like. Cole Hausman and Tristan Goldbald also looking for some good results here at the US Open.
That's true. I mean, Cole hasn't really lived up to his potential this season yet. This is a great event for him. Man, I walked up to him and he's like, he's a good solid 6'4", 6'5", built just amazing, and I think that he could use his build to a huge advantage in these type of conditions. Again, one of those surfers that has grown up competing in Southern California or in California and has had probably 100 heats here at Huntington Beach. So he's surfed it in all different types of conditions, but I would think he would be relishing the fact that he gets to surf it in solid overhead waves.
Yeah, he's had some good results on the pro junior level as well right here during the US Open. Back in 2018, he placed runner-up to Baron Mamiya in the 2018 pro junior. So he's made it through against a pack of surfers that he'd be surfing against today, as well as that group's kind of all grown up together. Tristan with one hit on that opening ride for him. He'll have a score to drop through. And another one of those sets that's just coming in right underneath the buoys out of backline.
Cole also a part of that San Clemente crew that has been just a ton of surfers out of that town that have been producing huge results and great performances. You can follow all those guys on their Instagrams, and they've been putting edits out there. And Cole, one of those guys who was able to get some results, on the Challenger Series, putting up big numbers.
Up and riding now, making that transition past that first section, lays it in for a solid finish, layback on the second.
There you go, using that size, that acceleration, that power that he possesses, and just annihilates that section. Good job there for Cole. One big turn, he's going to not come to the shoreline. He's not going to do the runaround. He's going to paddle against this current. You see Kanoa was able to get himself back out there and in position. And again, that's that local knowledge of knowing how to get some headway towards the current, just moving in just a bit outside of it. And he was able to get over there, and he's in clean water.
Yeah, he punched through so quickly. Straight out in position again. Let's take another look at this one for Cole.
Yeah, Cole, just beautiful work here. You can see this timed section here. Floats it, carries that speed very well into this next section, and just annihilates it in the critical part of the wave, but also underneath it. So he was able to hoof all that spray, and that's always high impact to see the judges see all that spray coming off the rail.
Scores in for first of Tristan Goldbald, drops through as a 3.50 for that single turn. Curious to see where the judges are going to go with this one for Cole Hausman. Really love the look of that.
Yeah, and again, the difficulty of that turn probably not as high, as I say, like a big closeout move, but sure is pleasing to the eye. Great flow as he floats the section and then goes into the layback snap, but all that water coming off the rail is always something that the judges love to see.
He rewarded it with a 6.17, sticks him in the lead with the highest single wave of the heat, just above Kanoa Igarashi, sitting there with a 5.33. Kanoa now up and riding again, finding that high line, goes for a huge floater, covers a lot of ground with it, and he'll now look around. Let's see what he's going to do, where his decision making is going to be. Will he go for that runaround? I would say yes by this stage, absolutely, but also looking for that finish to see if he can just get maybe another point out of this inside section. A little S-turn, setting it up there, looking for some speed on a section to finish with, and jams it to finish.
Well, that was it. That was that local knowledge, because he got the inside connection knowing that there was enough tide there. So that was beautiful work there from Kanoa Igarashi. Again, just showcasing that knowledge. Now he'll do the runaround because he was able to get that final maneuver on the inside section.
Makes the connection, scores to come through for Kanoa. In that last heat, we saw Luca Messinas looking comfortable in his home away from home here at Huntington Beach. Let's catch up with him and Luisa Florence now.
Yeah, he's just getting out of the water, and I was like, long time we don't see you, because we saw each other in Portugal. Luca, la máquina peruana. Like, you came, here just willing to make it, back to the city, you already got a taste of it. Like, what's going on inside of you right now?
Well, I said before in one of my interviews, I got off tour and I was like thinking like so quick, like thinking like I want to get back on tour. Like maybe I was thinking it too much, I think, and then I didn't get many good results in Australia for the Challenger Series, and Valito I did all right. So I think after Valito I just say, hey, just relax, forget about the city right now, just enjoy the moment again and keep surfing, you know. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Huntington Beach is like my second home. I've been coming here for a long time and I love to surf this wave. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
I guess you just have to get out of your head and just focus on here.
Exactly, yeah, focus on here. I have family here, I have a lot of friends here, so it's just fun to be here with all my friends, family, girlfriend, and just enjoying the moment, you know, like this is it's such a big contest and fun contest with a lot of people watching you, so it's really fun to be here.
¿Y quieres mandar un mensaje a tus fans en Perú?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda la gente de Perú que está viendo la transmisión. Ahí seguimos avanzando, seguimos representando. Las olas están grandes, pero divertidas, así que seguimos con todo. Arriba Perú.
I asked him if he just wanted to send a message to their fans, and he was like, yeah, I'm here, I'm representing. The waves are big and they're fun, and here we go, next to the next heat.
Yeah, next heat. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Luisa. Love hearing from Lucas, and just that shift in his mindset, approaching the U.S. Open different than what he did between the first 3 events of the Challenger Series.
Well, I'll tell you, losses, you know, and just he's had to persevere, right? It's you start searching, and then sometimes that magic happens where you're able to figure it out, like, oh, wait a minute, I got to relax here. I can't think about the CT so much because it stresses me out, right? And all of a sudden it plays a mental game and it's a negative, whereas he's just like, okay, wait a second. I was able to qualify in the past through the Challenger Series. I can do it again. Let's focus. I mean, that's what I was talking about. You know, many times I've mentioned it. You know, a few heat wins, you know, a few heat makes are so important for the psychology.
Cole Houshman now finds that first section, goes in big for the second, goes for the grab on the rail. Can't bring it around for the landing. Looking for a little bit of variety, though, on just his second wave.
Yeah, and just I think that he understood that the wave wasn't as big, you know, it wasn't a bigger set wave. So in the first turn, not as impactful as he would have liked. So, hey, let's go for the big, strong finish. You know, it's basically he hits that, taps that section, he's going to make himself into maybe a 4, right? But ultimately, he knows and understands that you need 6s or above to really solidify that spot. So I went for it, but unfortunately, throwaway score there, just a 2.0.
Talk us through this one.
Yeah, again, so he didn't really tag this first section as nice as he would have liked. You know, the flow got disrupted because of all the rip on the face, and understanding that goes into that next section with, you know, no holds barred approach, but doesn't get the completion.
Now, showing up and seeing the conditions this morning, still with a lot of size, like we had yesterday, still rolling in. What were your thoughts on surfers going to the air?
It was going to be tough and difficult, but I mean, this is a division where you're going to see, you know, attempts. This is obviously it's going to get rewarded. So any surfer that you know, knows how to do aerials is going to go out there looking for that type of section because it knows it'll get rewarded, especially in these bigger conditions, a little more challenging. Example being Eitan Osborne. You know, Eitan went out there thinking in his head he wanted to go punt and air because that's what he's known for and that's what he knows that he can complete. He has a high completion rate. And look at this nice 6-foot set here, but no one in position. But that's the type of mentality you have to have. You know, any waves these days now, I mean, we used to think, oh, certain types of waves are conducive to airs, but the CT has changed all that. I mean, places like J-Bay weren't necessarily a place that we saw aerials. Well, Felipe said, you know what, sorry, I know how to do airs on any type of wave, and that's kind of what the mentality is now for these Challenger Series surfers too. It's like, hey, there's sections out there, there's speed, there's power, I'm going to go for it.
Even seeing some of these big solid walls rolling through reminds me of what we saw from Griffin Colapinto in Portugal at the CT this year, going for that big 10-point air, but on a huge closeout section like this, and just going for something maybe different than we would typically expect.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's high risk. You're going to go for a big aerial maneuver on a big closeout section like that. The landings are never easy, and Griffin proved that and got himself a, you know, gigantic number because he was able to just complete that move on a section you don't expect it, right? That's the thing. You look at it, you want to showcase something, a point of difference, and if they're not expecting you to do that type of a move and you do it, you're going to get rewarded.
Huge opportunities today for the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing with some challenging conditions, but you get the right wave. Be not too surprised if we start seeing some of those excellent scores being dropped. Current situation in the lineup, we're down to 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We've got Kanoa Igarashi currently sitting up in the lead with that 5.33. That second wave, that really long stretched out floater, drops through to 4.6. Puts him in that leading position. Cole Hauschman went for that air, just dropped into 2.0 for his second score. So he still has a small requirement. Caius King is the surfer that we've kind of now been questioning. Okay, where has he even been within this heat? He's chasing a 7.30 now to advance because he's just got a 0.87 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's been a lot of paddling. Every time we've focused on his green jersey, we've seen him just paddling against the current. So he hasn't been able to find an opportunity yet. No, we've seen surfers turn it around in the back half of the heat. He still has a whole 16 minutes, so you'd expect him to find something here very soon. He's also sitting in second priority. As you see him on your screen there, he is just kind of being relaxed as he's paddling there. He doesn't look like he's too frantic, just trying to find that opportunity.
So much of what it's about. Great to see the conditions pick up over the last couple of days in comparison to what our surfers had to deal with during our first couple days of competition, which was in some heats a total lack of opportunity. Really small, really slow between sets. Some lulls going, 10 minutes or longer between really rideable waves, where yesterday and today we're seeing a complete change in the field and just really looking for those surfers that can find themselves in the right position when the right waves roll through, because there has been plenty of them. 15 minutes on the clock, still a huge day of competition ahead of us. Kanoa Igarashi currently in the lead. We'll see if he's able to hold on to it right after this.
Watching green right here, really fast, straight up into his Caius. Wow. Talk about commitment, degree of difficulty. It was redlining right there, and now blue heading towards the pier. He also, super critical section, pulls it off, coming through the, oh Lord. Coming through the tee right there. He was in between, should I go through, should I let go? And it looks like he does have his board, he's on it, and he's going through, so it looks to be intact, but pulling it off. How about the commitment there by Gilboa?
Wow, that was heavy. Just imagine doing a turn right where he did that turn, and then having just to go right into the pier. I mean, you don't really have much control when you're coming off a turn like that.
That was heavy. We saw that section there for King. Huge turn, big section, couldn't ride out of it, and then right down the line we saw blue on a similar section, and he pulls it off with the pier right in front of him. Stand by for last up blue, scores in for last up green, 1-1-3.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is underway. We're in day 4 of competition, and no surprises to see that for this specific heat, Pete Mel, the Pacifico fan picks go well in favor of Kanoa Igarashi.
Past champion, CT surfer, a lot of things in his court in order for that fan pick to happen at 86%. Everyone else just a 5%. I will say, in my fan pick on this one, I picked Cole, so I'm part of that 5%.
Nice job. Cole plus his parents and maybe a couple others in there, but
I just like an underdog pick. I think that Cole had the ability today to put some big numbers up. He's in second position and has a chance in order to take this win here, so let's not count him out. He's got the best number in the heat.
Yeah, he just needs that backup score now to really put some pressure and take that lead away from Kanoa. Doing the run around, Tristan with a long way to go ahead of him. Let's take a look at why he's doing the run around.
Yeah, well, this is looks like a score that the judges have been taking their time to figure out, because one big move next to the tee, goes through it. Oh man, watch out. That was crazy.
That was so hectic.
Wow, did he get by it? I mean, he's underneath the pier now. That was nuts. Well, he's obviously all right because he's running up the beach, but that was crazy. Man, that's scary stuff. And we've seen that before. That tee, which we call it, is an outcropping of the sides of the pier, and it comes out and it showcases right underneath. And when it's this big, you end up riding right in front of it. That was scary moments.
Okay, Kanoa now finding some speed down the line. He'll kick out. That wave didn't give him what he was looking for. A 7.33 though drops in for the Frenchman Tristan Gilboa and jumps him into the leading position. on an extremely critical, extremely dangerous section to attack heading into the tee.
Well, and again, we talk about critical sections, and one big move can fetch bigger numbers. This is what Tristan Gilboa was able to do there, a 7.33. And just scary moments as he looked like he almost got wrapped around. I mean, that if his board went on the other side and he was stuck on that one, he would have been dragged underwater. Look at this.
Kai's King with a huge section in front of him, goes straight vertical for the first turn, looking to line it up for the second, drifts that tail around, and now just getting that middle work done on the flatter section of this wave. If he can continue to connect through, finding that rhythm, great critical work on the outside. Now it's beginning to stand up for him. This inside reform just digs that rail in. So much speed and flair. And what a great answer. Hausman up and riding behind him. We're not sure what happened on the outside section, but if it was anything like that of Kai's King, then what an exchange.
What an exchange is right. We saw Tristan Gilboa go with the 7.33, so action's hot and heavy here. We saw it looked like a running away for Kanoa Igarashi and Cole Hausman, but now Kai's King's going to get a massive number as well. Two beautiful turns on the outside, connected with the inside. Also, Cole, see what he was able to do on his outside section. He's trying to improve on a 2.0, so with 10 minutes to go, this heat now very, very tight.
All right, let's take a look at Cole's.
So Cole going left towards the pier here, big section. What's he got for us? A lot of speed carrying it into it, and a big layback hook, which we've seen fetch a 6.17 before. So this is going to improve his situation, but this wave here, solid as it gets. Look at this, way overhead, straight up vertical hit on a critical section, gets that nose pointed around into the pit. So two directional changes on the outside section, and then he gets the inside and does this, the big carving whip. Nicely done there for Kai's King. This is going to be a big number for him.
Scores to come through for both Cole Hausman and Kai's King. Kai's is chasing an 8.80 to get an advancing position. Kanoa has a look there, decides not to go. He pulls back. Tristan would have been on the runaround, likely already paddled out, but way from that south end of the beach, getting himself back into position, but he did take the lead with that last wave of a 7.33. Now Cole is just chasing a 3.76 to get himself above Kanoa.
Yeah, this is a very important part of the heat for Kanoa Igarashi. He doesn't want to make a mistake here with priority, and he needs to find a wave that's going to get an improvement. He's looked at a couple waves here now, but has pulled back on it.
Can sense that urgency now that he's taken a couple of those looks.
Well, he's going to hear the information. I don't know if you actually feel like he watched those sets happen, but the crowd would definitely react to especially that wave of Kai's King, because that was a pretty impressive wave with those two turns on the outside section. So he may have heard that situation and know that he's in a moment where, but again, if he's in his own head doing the math, a 9.93 two-wave total here in the round of 48 isn't comfortable. He knows that that's got to be changed. It's got to go into that double digits. So he's ultimately trying to work on getting rid of that 4.6.
Judges taking their time for scores for Hausman and King. We haven't seen a single score drop through on the line. Kanoa now up and riding. Drives hard off the bottom into that first wrap. Sets it up for the second. Smaller size wave, but he's going to look for a powerful finish, and he maintains tons of control. Does the redirect, and now he's going to have that right opening up in front of him as well. That local knowledge coming straight in, and just hits that finish with a lot of control. Checks the watch. His current scores at the moment, Pete, a 5.33 and a 4.6.
Improvement, definitely going to be his best wave there for Kanoa Igarashi. Go ahead.
All right, so scores have just started dropping in. Cole Hausman jumps into the lead. He's dropped a 6.57 for his last wave. Kai's King a 6.47, puts Kanoa in third, chasing a 5.51 for this wave.
Yeah, 5.51. Feels like to me that this is going to be enough here. I mean, the outside work, again, didn't have anything super high impact, but combination of major moves there, good speed, good flow. Also connecting this inside section as well, gets the final move. And it hasn't factored in this inside section heavily. I mean, obvious reasons there. Kai's King didn't really get a gigantic number, only a 6.47. Matter of fact, it was lower than the one big turn of Cole Hausman. So judges not wanting to see necessarily the combination of major moves. They want to see those high impact moves with all that speed, which we saw from Cole.
So Kanoa was chasing a 5.51. Scores are in. It's a 5.03. So it's not enough to jump him back into the advancing position.
That is crazy. So again, like judges are making sure, you know, they're telling you they want to see you tag in those big critical sections, because that was great flow and speed for Kanoa Igarashi. Generally, those types of waves would score pretty good, but the judges have been sticking to their game. You want to put the bigger numbers up there, you need to tag that lip on a big, hefty section.
Really looking for challenge like what we saw from Tristan. So
yeah.
Tristan's currently still sitting in that second position. He's bumped down from the lead, but he's in the advancing position. And he's right next to that pier again without even actually catching another wave. So after the paddle out, he's now been sucked into that section.
Well, he probably tried to put himself catching some inside waves, and then now a bigger set comes and you have to paddle against the current. You end up using the current to kind of pull you out of position. So let's see what Tristan can do. He's outside. Like I said, you move outside the current line, you're going to help yourself out in a big way. Let's see if you can do a read here. He's heading out to that, almost to where that second tee is where you're going to see the current kind of start to let up.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock for Tristan. He's having one of the best years of his life. He's one of those older competitors in the draw, 31 years old, and has just steadily built those results through the years. It wasn't until 2019 that he first qualified for those QS 10,000s. He's now been able to compete on both Challenger Series seasons so far. But for him, he's been stuck in that round of 48. He hasn't been able to advance past so far this year or last year. So if he can stick it within this, he can build on that, maybe that 3.5, get himself that advancing position, then he'll be finally feeling like he's getting that grasp.
For sure, you know, a confidence builder. That's what it, you know, you come up against guys like Kanoa Igarashi, you know, Cole Hashman, who have had success, you know, not only in the qualifying series, but also in the championship tour for Kanoa, but Cole's had some good results in these bigger events. So you'd have to know that this was going to be a challenging one for him, especially with the experience that both those two surfers have. So Tristan to hold on to this second position would be a big one for him psychologically.
Especially holding on to the highest single score of the heat so far with that mid-range 7.
Well, he's making some headway against the current, which is good. So he's moved a little bit outside and he's pushing hard.
He's been doing the push-ups at home, getting ready for the paddle.
Well, see, like he's outside of the current line, and that's where you start to make some headway. So he's been seeing what the opportunities are in order to make some work against this current. Not at the runaround, but also the paddle. So look at it, he's made some way. He's almost all the way over to that open zone where he can find out, I mean, that's where he picked up that 7.33, and he's going to have priority as well in this last 4 minutes. So good work for him. Get rid of that 3.5, and he's going to solidify his spot into the round of 24.
He finds another one similar as well. He'll be looking for another very solid score. Cole Hashman waving his arm there, just wanting to know the situation. He's sitting in second priority, but he is still in the lead. Kanoa without priority next to his name. He'd be looking to get himself back into position. Caius King with that 6.47 for his two-turn combo with that inside connection. Chasing a 4.37 as we take a look at the heat recap with Kanoa Igarashi getting off to an early start.
He did get that early start, but the scores didn't really super reflect it. I mean, a lot of these open face waves like this with the fall right there, that one got factored in as a 5.33 because of that fall at the end. Cole keeps it together though, and these big power moves have been impressing the judges. Very, very nicely done. 6.17 for that. This was a huge turn for Tristan. Very critical section. Watch out for that pier. Tries to ride through it and just bails out. Wow, that was sketchy. But earns the 7.33 and second position. Caius, this wave was, I thought, solid. I'm just trying to figure out where and why this one only stayed into the 6.47. Maybe that second turn not as vertical face there. Judges taking note of that because this one came in a little bit higher. Big layback gap on that final section with all the speed. So that has him in the #1 position.
Great breakdown, Pete Mel. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And I will say if Kanoa goes down in this heat, it's going to be the upset of the event. He had those back-to-back wins here at the U.S. Open back in 2017 and 2018. A couple of other surfers to go back-to-back. We had Brett Simpson most recently in 2009 and 2010. Aki back in 1985 and 1986. And then Tom Curran in 1983 and 1984. So for Kanoa, I feel like he's in this contest because he wants to win and he wants to get that third win. specifically. I think for him, he's got a goal in mind to take out the most U.S. Open victories ever. He's looking to match names like Tom Curran with 3 wins and Corky Carroll with 3 wins prior to U.S. Open victories here.
Can't forget Frida Zamba. That's another surfer that basically has put more U.S. Open wins than anybody here at Huntington Beach. That's 5, I believe.
Incredible performances from Frida over the years. She had 3 in a row between 1989 and 1981. The year I was born in 1990, she took out the victory here. So for Kanoa, this is huge because, you know, he's obviously more probably career right now. He's thinking he wants to make the WSL Final 5 on the championship tour. He's got so much else going on, but this is one of those personal things for him.
It is, for sure. I mean, it's not going to factor into his world title hopes, which is what his goal is at this moment. But ultimately, yeah, I think there's some personal goals. Being one of the most winningest U.S. Open surfers ever in the men's division is something that would be dear to his heart. You know, he grew up surfing here. He knows it very well, loves competing here. So, you know, yeah, he would feel a bit of a quick hurt of pain for him here, but not too much, I think, in regards to his overall big picture.
Cole Houshman, and he goes for the reverse, gets the crowd cheering for him as he rides complete and is looking to secure himself in the lead. Goes for that little redirect on the inside.
This is huge for Cole because his Challenger Series season hasn't been great. There's his dad there, and because of that, he wants to get that ball rolling. You know, at this point, we're halfway through the Challenger Series season. You need to start getting some results, and this is an event that I feel like he's comfortable here. And if he can hold on to this #1 position, this is going to be a huge one for him.
Yeah, he's had 3 49th place finishes for the first 3 events of the season. So this is a massive result for him, walking into the round of 24, down to 3-man heats instead of 4. He'll have a little bit more maybe leeway in the lineup
I think
the next time he hits it.
I'm trying to think if he's going to actually have a heat today. I don't know yet. But there it is. The hooter is sounded, and bit of an upset.
And an upset, Kanoa Igarashi, the 2-time U.S. Open champion, the local out of the draw. Cole Houshman and Tristan Goldbald advancing through with big results for them this year, the biggest to date. We'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned.
Rasta White was a 5.03, wasn't in his scoreline. Next heat, stand by. We'll count you in. And here we go to countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to step away. Welcome back, Jeff Baldwin.
Great job, Darren Brillhart. Oh my gosh, I just heard the excitement and the drama unfolding as I was out trying to document a day in the life here. So fun. So many friends. Got to run into Jabs and Andre. One of my faves for a decade plus. Love the Jaddy. Well, they are falling like flies here at the U.S. Open. What else can you say? All right, let's introduce this heat here in the red. Ian Gentile from Hawaii. Mahimana Bray in the blue from Tahiti. Thiago Camarao in the white from Brazil, and Evan Geiselman.
Shock and awe early in the event. This is the Vans U.S. Open of surfing, and we've just seen the ultimate contender taken out of contention. So far, our championship tour surfers not faring that well today here in this Challenger Series event. I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. We've been watching each and every heat, every wave ridden, and I'll tell you, this is a shocking turn of events. Kanoa Igarashi out of the Vans U.S. Open of surfing. That sentence is something that you don't hear often.
Not at all, especially here at Huntington Beach either. But how about Cole Houshman, though? Making it through, big heat win for him. The local from San Clemente had a great result last year at the same event, and we got another stacker of a heat in the water now, Chris.
Ooh, yes. Ian Gentile, Mihimana Bray, Thiago Camarao, and Evan Geiselman. A true international surf bout. We've got Hawaii, French Polynesia, the east coast of the United States, and Brazil. And all 4 of these surfers, I would put them in the QS grinder category. They've all been around for quite some time. They've all had up and down results on the QS, the Challenger Series. A few of them have had CT experience in small ways. But this heat right here is a true battle of the QS/CS veterans, Mitch.
Yeah, and Mihimana hadn't really gotten into events, but luckily for him, unfortunately for somebody else, there was an injury replacement. Mihimana came in at the event like that, so big opportunity for him to get some points on the board and eventually move up in the rankings too. But I'm really excited to see Evan Geiselman. He's kind of been one of those people that I've always thought could win the U.S. Open of surfing. He's made the final of the Pro Juniors, and I think I have big expectations for him, knowing that these conditions play into his favor, Chris.
Oh, he has been, I mean, he has touched the brass ring. He's been so close. One of those guys that always seems to be right on the edge at the end of the year. Evan Geiselman surfing in green from New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Older brother, one of the best surfers in the world, I think.
Eric Geiselman, for sure. Eric on the free surfing route. Evan has been a competitor for as long as anyone can remember. Such a great surfer. Nice and smooth, goofy foot, kind of some Rob Machado-esque style.
Yes, sir.
In how he surfs. So, you know, he is definitely going to be bird dogging those lefts. And I would say it's about 80, maybe 90% left so far today. We have seen a couple of smaller rights ridden, but we'll see what happens when these surfers decide to activate their powers. 26 minutes to go. Cole Hauschman is keeping the dream alive for the San Clemente Cyclone. He's standing by now with Luisa Florence.
Yeah, he's right here, and I'm wondering, Cole, what a heat. But you know this wave and this beach so well, but I'm wondering, like, when you look at the heat and you see heavyweight names like Kano Igarashi, how do you prepare yourself mentally and physically to just rise to the occasion like you did in this heat?
Yeah, that was, they're all stacked heats in this event, and it's funny, I think I've had Kanoa the last 3 events I've done out here, so it puts a little bit of pressure on me, but it makes me know I gotta surf good, and guys like that I look up to, so yeah, when the conditions are like this, you just gotta hope and pray that you get a little corner, and yeah, it was super fun. I was stoked. Got my workout in for today doing the runarounds, but yeah, a heat like that, just happy to make it through.
Knowing this beach, do you have a strategy moving forward?
Yeah, I've grown up my whole life competing out here pretty much, and I don't know, today the strategy is just get up the point, try to get like 1 or 2 waves on your way down, hit the pier, come in, and they're scoring 1 big turn, so if you could get a wave with 1 big turn, that's going to go into the 7s. Tristan did it in that heat, and but more than anything, just looking for a corner and trying to finish your waves, but looking forward to the next round.
Amazing. Go catch your breath. You're probably surfing today again.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Cole Hauschman, he's like the Rob Gronkowski of surfing, a big kid, lots of power. Smashed his way through that last heat.
You're really getting into football again, Chris.
Oh, let's go. Here we go, Evan Geiselman. And he found a gem. This is one of the handful of waves we've seen all day that is allowed for more than 2 turns. And he could have an inside ramp to work with. That right there is sort of a make.
Oy, oy.
He sold it well. He jumped down to his stomach. I got it. I made it. That is going to be an interesting finish for the judges. I think all the work that he did before that will equate to a big score. You know, he makes it look so easy, nice and fluid. That's that New Smyrna Beach grind there on the inside. He could probably do an air on a wave half that size. He's that good in small waves. But a great start for Evan Geiselman.
Yeah, one of those runner lefts he found, and great floater to start things off. Beautiful flow. Love the drawn out bottom turn. Layback jam right there. And just concise precision on each one of these turns too, Chris. Nothing out of position right here for Lil EG, and you see the kind of rhythm that he has. He's competed here both in the summertime and in the wintertime. And we see the reverse there. That's his signature throw tail reverse. I'd have to say that's complete at the end, but he sold it well. And then Mihimana on the outside. Seems like this came in at 2.5, just a couple of foam climbs. And Evan on the inside, this patented throw tail reverse towards the beach. You know, I think he was riding out enough. The only issue that there is right there is you really want to leave that peace of mind in the judge's head, knowing that those completions are actually complete. You don't want to sell them to the point where, okay, is it or is it not? Because if it's a divided panel, it usually goes to the incomplete side, Chris.
Yeah, and the judges in the last 3 or 4 years have put so much importance on making sure that these surfers have completed their waves, and I'm fine with that. You know, that kind of matches up what we see in high level, you know, snowboarding, skating, even gymnastics. You know, big events where nailing the finish is of utmost importance. You know, I don't think that didn't weigh heavily into his score. He got a 4.67. It was a good ride from beginning to end. There wasn't anything like shocking that happened, which, you know, if you can shock the judges, that's when we're going to see an 8.
Yeah.
You know, if you can make them go, wow, they're all surf fans. They know what's up. They've surfed all over the world. They're all really good surfers. So they know that when they get excited, a big score will follow. Quick look there for Thiago Camarão.
Another surfer that's been on tour, it seems forever. Made the semifinals one year at Lower Trestles when it used to be the 6-star prime over there. The waves were really good that year too. I believe it was the year that Miggy won. They had around 4 quarterfinalists that were from Brazil, and important wave here from Gentile, the surfer from Maui, Chris.
Yeah, Ian Gentile came up through the ranks as a highly touted super Grom. You know, he got called everything from the next Kelly Slater. You know, he was the next everything, and he surfs like that still. You know, he hasn't had the greatest historic run of contest wins, but he's definitely put it together when it counts at places like Pipeline, you know, big scary waves, Sunset Beach, Haleiwa, where he stands out. But
even Pe'ahi too.
Pe'ahi, you know, given the opportunity, you know, Ian Gentile is definitely one of those dark horse surfers that you don't want him in your heat, because not only is he an amazing surfer, big kid too, 6 feet plus,
yeah,
long arms. I mean, he's one surfer in this job that most likely will not have any problem paddling against this current.
No, and a great turn right there. A difficult section to actually have to climb over that thing too when the lip was coming down on him. So should be a decent score for Ian to start things off. But I remember when he was the next big prodigy, the next big thing to come out of Hawaii, and he kind of went under the radar there for a little bit too, Chris.
So we look at Thiago Camarão now, a.k.a. Shrimpy. Not because he's a little guy, just Camarão, shrimp, Spanish, Portuguese. But power surfer, lightning fast, great technique, really good at airs. You know, this is, to me, this is kind of the all underdog heat. You wouldn't call Evan Geisman an underdog 5 years ago?
No.
But, you know, nowadays with the talent, with the field expanding so far into the outrageous regions, Evan Geiselman, who's got all the talent in the world to make it onto the championship tour, has had those kind of sporadic up and down results on the QS and the CS. You know, if he gets on a solid run, though, watch out.
What I really like about Evan Geiselman is that he's adaptable. And that comes from being from Florida, from surfing the East Coast so much growing up, having to surf those kind of events like the East Coast Surfing Championships in Virginia Beach, where you have to become a grinder eventually. And he's had that approach on the qualifying series. It's helped him up to a certain point. He's struggled, though, when it's really come down to the wire, especially in bigger waves. Haleiwa a few years ago, he had the chance to qualify, didn't do as well. Everybody else did well enough, and unfortunately for him, he hasn't really been able to find his stride back to that point again, Chris. But I think this year so far, he's had a decent one. He still needs to make some ground here at the Vans US Open, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun battle to watch. 18:50 to go. Waves obviously hanging in there. What do you think we're going to see conditions-wise in this heat? Are we going to start to see a cleanup?
It's improved, that's for sure.
Hey, you see glass on the face of this wave. It's a smaller left runner, Miki Manabre. Nice power snap there. You know, when Hawaii comes around and the Triple Crown and the Challenger events at Haleiwa and Sunset Beach,
he's scary.
Manabre is the guy,
yeah,
for sure. Big, gnarly waves. So with 18-18, our surfers make their way back to the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with AJ McCord, who is somewhere in the village.
What's up, y'all? We are at the Vans Community Market. We have so many awesome companies to highlight down here at the Vans US Open. We're going to start with Costa Mesa Ceramics. A lot of local companies coming out to show you what they have. This is a women-owned company. They got some really cool mugs. Nice little surfer there. And then we're going to come over here. This is Sia, getting you all fit and ready for when you paddle out in the waves. They've got beautiful wetsuits and bathing suits. Another female-owned company from right here in the area. And then of course sustainability is a message that we really want to keep driving home for all of us watching. Keep the ocean that we love to play in as clean as possible. So sustainable coastlines with some really good messaging, really good information on how we can all do our part to keep the ocean clean. And look at, we got a ways to go because this is a walk. We have so many local companies that Vans has brought in for this event that we want to highlight. Vinyl Solution Drac. The owner here has music, some great stuff going on for all you music lovers. Come down and check out all the vinyl records he's got going on. And then the skate shop, we've got Jokers. We have all the things you could possibly want down here at the Vans Community Market. So it's open from 10 to 4 every single day until Sunday. No excuse not to come check it out.
Thank you, AJ. I told you Vinyl Solution was going to be a problem for me, Mitch. On our break, went over and got myself, Sonic Youth reissue, Misfits, Horror Business 7-inch. Come on. Every break, do I have to buy new records? This is going to be bad. Probably going to break even on my paycheck, but that's fine. Vinyl Solution is an epic record shop. They have a location up the street, but I mean, what better place to do your record shopping than on the beach in Huntington?
I like it. I actually got a shirt from the Inconvenience store earlier today as well.
Nice. Look at you. We're really giving back to the local community here. Vans retail store open till 5. The street market, which we just saw there, Vinyl Solution, Joker Skate Shop, and more, open till 4. The workshops go from 9:30 to 4. The Van Dorn Village is wide open. I went over there, played some drums, played some guitar, played a keytar. They have a whole music studio over there that everyone's jamming on. It's super fun. You know, look, if you don't like surfing, you can still come down here and have the best day ever.
Yeah.
Maybe by the end of the day, you'll love it. So this is a replay. While we were in the village, Mihimana was doing work. This came through at a 327, Mitch.
Yeah, so a decent wave here for Mihimana. Smaller one, and he needs to be careful about catching too many of these because they won't give him anything more than a 5, but some good surfing nonetheless, a lot of flow, and a great finish right there from the Tahitian as well. So that's going to score well for Mihimana. And, you know, the one cool thing about this event, too, is that you're giving back to the local community. It's not just all about Huntington Beach. It's around the surrounding areas, too. A lot of these stores from Costa Mesa, Westminster, and whatnot. But how about these small businesses that are thriving due to the Vans US Open of Surfing, too? It's awesome.
Yeah, it's it really is a community gathering. You know, you think when you hear the words, the world's largest action sports festival, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a big corporate blowout. Well, it's not. It's, you know, it's mom and pop. It's small businesses. It's giving back to the community. And also there are educational things happening up and down the beach. You know, when you walk up to the Shiseido tent and, you know, you're in line to maybe get something for free, free sunblock sample or whatever, while you're doing that, you're actually going to learn about all the cool things that WSL and our partners have been doing. So with 14:25 to go, we're going to take a quick break. Mihimana Bray in the lead for now. But we'll see what happens with the rest of this heat. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
So as that northerly breeze kicks in, northwest breeze I should say, because once it starts to come a little more onshore, it's definitely got west in it. North wind is almost offshore here for us, so that wind conducive for aerials on these left-handers, no doubt. If you can find a clean face to get the speed.
Especially for the goofy foot, they can really watch the way the lip line's coming at them.
What that wind does is keeps that board right up onto their feet so that it doesn't get away from them when they project up into the air.
green, then red. Here we go, red up the beach, Ian Gentile. Winding down the line, whoa, yeah, got the tail into the lip really quickly there.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Youth Theory, official vitamin and supplement of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. By BF Goodrich, official tire of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Stillhouse, the unbreakable spirit. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. 11:50 to go here in round of 48, heat number 7. Mickey Montebre in the lead for now, albeit slight. Ian Gentile charging back with a 5.77 and a 0.50. Evan Geiselman with a 4.67, and Thiago Camaral with just a 3.17 for now. Still 11.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time for these surfers to activate their powers. With priority for now, it's Evan Geiselman. He started strong with a nice little left, but I think during the break, Ian Gentile answered back with a 4.77 of his own.
Yeah, so a good backup for the young surfer from Maui, and you know, as of right now, he's breaking the 10-point mark in this heat, and I think that's going to be a crucial thing, especially if you've seen the development of a lot of these scores in the latter parts of these heats that we've seen earlier today, Chris. I think that the 11, 12 points is mostly going to get you through the heats today. But what I have seen so far within this heat is that the tide has played a big factor in a lot of these waves. As we see the replay of Gentile, wow, what a great blowtail right there at the end to finish that wave off, 4.77. That was a great score, but I think that the higher tide is actually going to be much more beneficial. We will see a decrease in a lot of those set waves being used as potential, you know, keeper waves for a lot of these surfers. I was talking to Ryan Callan in the athletes area, and he was telling me, hey, so fun yesterday, a lot of paddling though, but I'm really excited today because we have this air wind going into the lefts too. It's going to become an air show, I feel.
Yeah, a complete switch up in the wind conditions that we've seen yesterday. Yeah, the waves look pretty similar, but I think today the face of the waves is a lot cleaner than we saw yesterday. There's a lot of steps and chunks coming up the faces of those waves with that side shore wind. Now we're looking at, like you said, fingers crossed, air wind.
Let's do it. In 10 minutes to go, you know, it's an important time for Evan Geiselman to get his best wave. I feel the 4.67 is going to want to be his backup at the end of this heat. Not that it was a badly surf wave, but it was on a smaller one. Nothing super critical, especially at the beginning of it. So, you know, as of right now, holding down priority, I think he'd be searching for one of these lefts, but there would have to be something substantial at the beginning of the wave to get something in the 6 or 7 point range. And you see Evan right here. Good looking wave. Hits it up into the lip once. Great blowtail right there. Twists it around and doesn't completely reverse it. Makes it even more difficult right there, and a good thing to look at for the judges too. So some great surfing so far from Lil E.G., the new Smyrna Beach, Florida product. I like it.
Yeah, you know, with Geiselman right now sitting with that 4.67, you know, he is kind of in the danger zone still. You know, surfers that have lost out with pairs of 5s, that list is getting longer and longer. It really is about, you know, 6, 7, 8 being that score that you're really gonna, I feel like from now to till Sunday, the finals, that you're gonna have at least one big score in your scoreline if you want to make it through. And Geiselman right there, I think he's going to be on his way. That was a nice tail slide.
I love the blowtail, especially when you don't bring it completely around either. I actually think it's more difficult to do that. The amount of control that you need to have, especially over your lower body. It's so difficult to do that when that kind of momentum's going into you the whole time with that northwest wind as well. But that goes to show you the amount of experience that this guy has competing out here at Huntington. Vans Pure Classic, Shoe City Pro, Jack Surfboards Pro, and then obviously the Vans US Open as well. He's done everything, every single event out here since he was an amateur.
Yeah, you can't have a career in professional surfing without surfing in Huntington Beach. I mean, it is one of the gauntlets and a classic spot,
you know what,
on every tour.
That's a really good point. I don't think I've met anybody that's ever done the Challenger Series that hasn't competed at least once here in Huntington, whether it be the Vans US Open or another smaller QS event too.
Well, I mean, every amateur circuit comes through Huntington Beach. You know, even if you're on the East Coast, they have U.S. championships here, and you know, from Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, all the way back to David Nueva. You know, everyone has surfed at least one event in Huntington Beach. I mean, that right there is probably a stat that we could verify. 100% of both championship tours have surfed Huntington Beach.
Without a doubt. There's Keanu Kamiyama coming up, working there with Toma-san, his coach, one of the best in the business. Toma on the left in the orange jacket, he lives in Santa Barbara. He drives down around almost 3 hours, 3 or 4 times a week here to Huntington to work with people from the area. He's dedicated and obviously working with a lot of the Japanese contingent too. Kamiyama's coming up and he's been looking great so far in the free surfs too, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch. Alejo Muniz, Keanu, as you said, Joel Vaughn, Shun Murakami. The Murakami mob coming to HB.
Love that style.
Oh,
Goofy
yes.
footers.
Well, we got 6.5 left here in the round of 48. Heat 7. Gentile in the lead. 5.77 is his high mark, and that's the high mark of this heat. So in the last one, we saw a 12.74 total for Cole Hauschman. That was enough to get him the win. Right now, Ian Gentile has a 10.54. I think the whole foursome is going to switch up momentarily with 6 minutes left and plenty of waves coming through. You know, one thing we're starting to notice is a little white capping out the back, so the wind's starting to whip up just a bit. You see Ian Gentile now. Big, strong backhand. You know, if given the section, he will unleash, and as he did on his previous wave, that 5.77. Or the 4.77 came on the strength, really that one big backside tail whip.
And the cool thing about his style is that he's very tall, but he's lean. So much like Dylan Southworth or Owen Wright, you kind of have that little extension at the bottom turn as well, where you just have that little spring. Even Eric Geiselman is a little bit like that too, where you have that little extra spring when you're coming off the bottom, and it looks so much more noticeable when you're hitting the lip as to when you're actually drawing out your bottom turn. So I think that despite surfing, you know, conditions that might not be entirely suitable for him, Gentile still has a great chance to make the heat, knowing that he can rely on those kind of things.
So, Mitchell, you've been watching all morning long. I know you've watched at least parts of every heat. Is it the surfer that's gone out there and ridden as many waves as possible, or is it the patience game that's been paying off today?
Well, it's a bit of half and half, I feel, because Al Cleland Jr. caught a small amount of waves. He ended up losing, actually. And then you see EG in this heat, only caught 2 waves. He's advancing. Gentile's actually caught 6, but 4 of them have been throwaways. So I think there's a variation. It also comes into the comfort level. So everybody from heat 7 all the way to 12, they'll only be surfing once today. So they maybe know that. Gentile maybe played that into his head before he paddled out. If you're somebody that's surfing twice today, I think there's a good chance that you really want to conserve energy, and the smaller amount of waves that you catch would be more beneficial to you. But, you know, to each their own. Personally, I'm much more selective. I only try to be active if the waves are actually grindy. Here at Huntington, I've always had experiences where I personally try to catch the smallest amount of waves, because I know that if I have to do the runaround, I don't want to expend unnecessary energy.
One runaround is plenty. That'll take the wind out of you if you have to do 3 or 4. Well, here we go, Mihimana Bray.
Kind of mistimed it.
That is easy work for Mihimana. If you've seen his Instagram posts, he is one of the gnarliest guys out at Chopo on the biggest, scariest days. So a floater on a 6-foot wave at Huntington is going to be child's play for him. He did need a 4.98, so we'll see if the judges deemed that critical enough to get above that mid-range score. And meanwhile, Thiago Camarão, I mean, I don't think this guy's ever missed a connection from the outside to the inside. He's so good at weaving his way through here in Huntington Beach. I mean, he is an incredibly good grovel wave surfer. But also, of course, you put him at Sunset Beach or Haleiwa, and you're going to see some huge slices.
The first time I met him was actually in Puerto Escondido, and he was charging. He had that one wave at Pipeline where I actually thought he was going to win Wave of the Winter, and look at him sprinting here. He's only got 3 minutes to go.
Top 3 fastest runners so far.
Well, a great turn on the outside, too. Good poke under the lip as well. Kind of presents a different perspective towards the judging panel as well. And then a little foam climb to finish there on the inside. But, you know, he kind of needs a score that's close up into the mid-good range. So I don't see it being the 6.77. If it is, it's just right there. But, man, he might need another wave of 2 minutes and 20 to go.
The river is back. Look at all the water moving. That little dot in the middle of your screen is a surfer trying everything he can to stay in position. This is wild. It almost looks like the current ramped up. 2 minutes to go.
The wind's picked up a lot, too. So with this northwest wind, it's going to make things even more difficult. Look at that drop.
Oh, my gosh. 18 waves in one. Bam! There we go. Ian Gentile picks his spot and nails it, and then
watch out.
Plays. It's looked like he was a victim to just wonk on the face of that wave. Both feet slip off, and now he's in the danger zone. That is a scary, scary position to be in. Ian Gentile, who surfs Jaws Pipeline backdoor at its heaviest. He's probably not scared, but everyone watching is.
I definitely am.
I'm concerned.
That was pretty sketchy wipeout right there. Ooh, an important wave here. Ay, ay, ay. Woo.
Wow, they're not really, they're not making it easy on themselves. Getting into another wild situation. Evan Geisman, head over heels like the Go-Go's.
You dropped Kenny Loggins' danger zone already. We did Kate Bush running up that hill, and now you did the Go-Go's.
One a day. One a day all week long. You got it. 50 seconds to go. Big drama. Literal drama as Mickey Montebre tries to escape those sketchy pier pilings.
And he needs a wave, too. That last one just going to be in the one, so... You know, it seems like Camarao didn't get the score. 5.6, needs a mid-4 as of right now. And if you're Lil EG, you better be looking at everybody else and try to get over there in time, because 20 seconds, there could still be a wave that could be scored.
Just when we thought fives were going to let you down, here's a heat full of fives. Anything's possible here. You know, the waves are going to dictate really the scores, and wave selection and positioning is really of the utmost, most critical importance right now. Manufacturing scores, that's kind of, you know, we've seen surfers try to do that on smaller inside waves. It's worked a few times, but for the most part, big sets, big turns, that's what's going to get you through these heats. Round of 48, Heat 7 is over. Ian Gentile and Evan Geiselman move through. We've got more action to come. Special guest and a special guest surfboard coming up next.
In the red, from Brazil, Alejo Muniz. That's the last surfer. Keanu in the blue from Japan. Joel Vaughn in the white from Australia, and Shun Murakami from Japan. So 2 Japanese surfers, Australian and a Brazilian. Alejo Muniz, he won this event a bunch of years back, so that is a feather that will always remain in his cap. He was actually on the World Championship Tour at the time. Here he is, cutting the ropes again on the Challenger Series, so he has fond memories of being here. You only get a win so often in your career, and especially to win at a venue like Huntington Beach in the U.S. Open.
Yeah, Alejo winning this event back in 2013. Carissa Moore won it on the women's side that year. Watching the paddle to the south. Looks like Keanu quickly up and down.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We are live from Huntington Beach, California. And we are 4 days in to the world's largest action sports festival. Very excited to be joined by our special guest, Vans team rider and surfboard shaper, Holly Wan. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks, Kehu. Thanks for having me.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I went and grabbed your board from the rack, and this thing looks awesome. I'm looking at, mystery dimensions as well. Can you give us, how many liters is it?
It's about 600.
Okay, this is a board shaped as part of the Duct Tape Festival. And here's Holly's signature there, Wani H 2022 Duct Tape. So if you're looking for dims, they're a mystery. She doesn't want to give out her shaping secrets just yet. So tell us about the inspiration behind this board, getting the call up to shape for the Duct Tape Invitational. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really fun, actually. Vans gives you a little bit of money to go and shape some boards and gives everyone a chance to do something they probably haven't before and shape whatever you want. It's really sweet.
It's pretty cool, too. This board's on the rack. Your fellow shapers, Troy Elmore, Zion Wright, Dakota Roach, all Vans riders putting their boards together. And this is not art. This is something to go out there and rip on. So if you want to ride one of Holly Wan's two shapes, come on down to Huntington Beach and give it a go. I think Mitch and I might have a little surf off on both of your boards.
Oh yeah.
I think it could be good. Imai and Haz did the same thing yesterday. So.
Nice. Really? Who won?
Well, depends on how you're scoring.
Well, it's so much fun to be had and experiences that you'll find nowhere else but here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. So get on down here as soon as you can and stay for a long time because the party doesn't stop till Sunday afternoon. Now in the water, this is the business end of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing Challenger Series competition. This is where the future stars of their sport earn their stripes and make their way onto the championship tour. We have 7 Challenger Series events around the world. This is 4th of 7, so only 3 more opportunities after this for surfers to make their way up onto the CT. In this heat, we've got a really cool matchup. Keanu Kamiyama. This is your surfer in blue, Team Japan. Mitch, your scouting report on young Keanu.
Yeah, this kid spent a lot of time out here just training with Toma. Loves to surf when it's good, especially in the wintertime, but I've seen him much more in the summertime down here. He spent a lot of time at lower trestles too, especially training with the likes of Luca Messinas, who's also working with Toma-san. So this kid is no stranger to Huntington Beach waves, especially on the south side too, but he's got a tough task in front of him. Former champion of the event, Alejo Muniz in red, Joel Vaughn, the youngster, and then one of my personal favorite styles, Shu Murakami in green.
Yeah, the Murakami mob is an absolute hammer in any kinds of ways, from Pipeline to Huntington Beach. Joel Vaughn might not be a name you're familiar with in America, but if you're in Australia, you know this kid is one of the most stylish, ripping up-and-comers of the entire country that's literally filled with millions of amazing surfers. Holly, do you know anything about young Joel Vaughn?
Yeah, I do, actually. Well, I haven't really spent much time with him, but he and his brothers are all just like mega shredders from the East Coast. Little Huey, he rips as well. Joel, it's good to see him here. I didn't even know he was in the contest, but I saw him running out before with his dad. So it looks like they've got a good thing going.
Yeah, I would say those two brothers, they're definitely among the best of the best in terms of Australian juniors. But right now, Shun Murakami bringing all the attention back to him. He's surfing in green, lightning fast, super consistent surfer. He's being groomed to kind of be that next presence on the championship tour representing Team Japan. And we've seen Japanese snowboarders, Japanese skateboarders taking over the world. So how long, Mitch, until we see Japanese surfers, reaching that level in our sport?
Yeah, well, I mean, Kanoa's obviously been the most successful one out of all of them. I am surprised that there's not at least one more on the championship tour. Even on the women's side, too, I feel like there's been a lot of talent, but I would say within the next 2 to 3 years, at the least, we're going to have 2 surfers on the championship tour from Japan.
Alejo Muniz, this guy is just electrifying. Every time he stands up, a lot of movement down the line. I mean, he is a frenetic, energetic surfer. Rare to see him fall. I'm surprised that that wave did not go his way. Alejo Moniz has been up and down on the QS and the Challenger Series ranking. He is an ISA gold medalist, so we know that he does have the capacity to win big events. But right now, he's going to have to get to work. 23:36 to go. Out the back with priority, Joel Vaughn. Joel and his brother Huey Vaughn, like I mentioned, two of the best junior surfers out of Australia. Great kids, too. I met Huey Vaughn on a flight back from El Salvador, and I felt like I was looking at my 6th grade self. He is my doppelganger, and hopefully he grows to be more handsome than myself. But I do know the Vaughn brothers absolutely rip, and I'm just, you see a name like Joel Vaughn on screen, you're just excited. You want to see him surfing waves. There's Alejo Moniz, 2013 Vans U.S. Open of Surfing winner. Mitch, how did he do it in 2013?
Well, he stuck to the lefts most of the time. He's got a great forehand too, but his backhand's really his biggest strength. Coming from the southern part of Brazil, Florianópolis, he surfs in these kind of conditions almost every day. Windy, cold, especially surfing with the likes of his brothers Santiago and Iago Dora. I mean, you have the talent pool right there. And the Patarats brothers also came from that part of Santa Catarina. So I think that not only is he extremely capable of winning again, I think he's requalifying later this year if he keeps this consistency up too.
I think in a heat like this where you have rookies and veterans together, it will be a learning experience for all 4 parties. I think one thing that you got to think about in terms of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing and competing in Huntington Beach, and Holly, I know you've been around the world and back, competed at all the marquee stops on tour. You can't come to this event thinking that you're going to be surfing tiny waves. You can't have that mindset. You have to be ready for everything. How do you come into an event like this knowing that anything is possible? You could be surfing 8-foot bowls into the pier or 1-foot dribblers.
I guess just don't look at the forecast until you get here.
Smart,
and then wait for the schedule, and then align the forecast with the schedule, and then your expectations follow. But I don't know. I've surfed this place in a contest in like all conditions, and it's all difficult. It's all so hard.
You got to be ready for anything.
It's a really good contest, I think.
Oh, for sure. 21:24 to go. And in that last heat, Ian Gentile proved that he deserves a spot in the upper echelon of our surfing elite. Ian is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Ian, you just got out of the wave asking me if you won or not. How was it?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. You don't have that many chances just because the current is pulling so hard, and then if you stop paddling, you can kind of hear something, so it's hard to even know what's going on, like who's making the heat, who's not. That's why I asked you. I wasn't even sure.
So in situations like this, is there even a way to plan anything or how to get a score to move forward or not?
Not really. I was just going out there and just trying to I was trying to get one way up there, on like the south side of the beach, and then I was going to try to line up like just a one-turner by the pier, and then it didn't start that way at all, so I kind of just had to throw that out the window and just do it on the fly.
Amazing. Congratulations. You did it. You did it. You did it. I just want to say it 3 times so you're sure.
Sweet.
We'll see you next time, hopefully here on the glass.
Okay, thank you.
Ian Gentile, the man is a hammer. Put him on your list of potential favorites. I know it's early, but if a guy like that gets on a roll, expect big things.
Yes, sir. I mean, he's got the experience for sure, and he knows how to compete in every kind of condition too, which makes it even better.
So 19:45 on the clock. Low scores so far. 383, the highest score right now, dropped by Shun Murakami in his last wave. Joel Vaughn yet to activate. He is sitting with priority though. There he is, right there in the middle of the Colorado River, trying to maintain position. And it looks like that current is just getting stronger and stronger. Holly, all day long yesterday, surfers were coming in, even the fittest of the fit coming in, just gasping for air. What's your takeaway from yesterday and today in terms of, how hard you have to work in the lineup?
I mean, yeah, like surfing somewhere like Sunset, you obviously expect it, but out here, Brunty McCauley said it was like the most puffed she's ever been after a surf. She felt like she was doing surf life saving or something. It's a run, swim, run. Yeah. But then you got to surf in between as well.
And there's stress involved.
Yeah, so much stress.
Here's Keanu making his way to the inside section. Bam! Nice. Not a nice finish. Overcooked it on that last turn, but I like the threat that he had there with that big layback snap. Did a little bit of work out the back, but just sitting on a 2-3-3, and we'll see what decision he makes. Yeah, that critical decision making. Do you paddle out? Do you run? I mean, even if you waste 30 seconds deciding, that's going to eat the clock up. Mitch, how long is it taking for these surfers? Let's say starting right now for Alejo Muniz, if he makes his way to the beach and makes the run, what's the total time to get back into the lineup?
I'd say at least 3:30. At the most, you want to be spending 5 minutes doing the runaround, actually getting back out to the lineup paddling. But, you know, these guys are so experienced, especially Alejo. You saw on the second turn right there, he got a little stuck, but he's been in that position before where he knows that's probably going to be, you know, something in the mid-range, and it's probably going to count at the end of the heat too, so it doesn't really have to look pretty. It just needs to count. And this was the outside of Keanu's. Great opening turn right there, kind of a whippy snap up into the lip, and this is where he kind of caught up to him. Not much there on the inside, and then Alejo's wave, which I really enjoyed the first turn. He has that great pivot off of the bottom, and there you see he got a little hung up, but he was smart enough to actually ride out of it completely.
Yeah, he made a full adjustment at the top of the lip there. The wave went flat.
Yeah.
Well, it just went soft, actually. Whoa.
Here's our first look at Joel Vaughn.
Nice.
Vaughn style. I mean, this kid's got it.
Shoot.
There you go. Well, he made that look easy.
Yeah,
no
he
stress for Joel Vaughn, so he'll make his way to the inside. And remember, if you do shoot through the pier and you do a couple more turns on the other side, as long as the judges can see through the pilings and see what you've done, you will keep being scored all the way to the beach. Now he's in a position of having to paddle in for all he's worth, and now he just made his run about twice as long.
Well, as long as you get out of there unscathed, it's all good. If there's no blood, it means that you did your job well.
Yeah, on day one of the broadcast, Dimity Soil tussled with that pier and somehow came out with just a chip on her nose. So watch out if you're going through the pier. But Joel Vaughn, nice wave. Great way to start for Joel.
Solid combo, real clean too.
So clean.
No real hiccups or anything like that. And this is where you see the kind of junior surfers that maybe don't have as much experience in the big spotlights really come to terms with accepting their fate, knowing that they're going to have to do everything it takes to make it through these heats.
Yeah, he had quite a mature approach in the selection of his sections then too. Like he didn't try and do a second turn straight away. He really picked the section he wanted, which was really cool.
Well, Holly, you have endless possibilities from here on out in terms of what you're going to do with surfing. I know you're putting together video parts, well, you're shaping boards now, but also as a mentor. I mean, the way you're describing right now what Joel Vaughn's doing. I mean, I see coaching and mentorship happening right in front of my eyes. So, you know, for you, coming from Australia, knowing the depth of talent, what does it take for a young Australian surfer to make that jump out of Australia onto the global scene? What do you have to have, you know, as a complete surfer to do that?
I think it doesn't really matter how good you surf. The team you have and the confidence you have within that and the positivity they bring and the reinforcement of your own ability can be like the most helpful thing when you enter the QS.
Yeah.
Especially in these Challenger Series, such a big event, such a big stage here at Huntington. You might get on a little roll, but once it gets down to the fine end of competition, it's really all about like reinforcement and confidence and yeah, just a really good team. And everyone's supporting each other, which is so cool. I saw like at least half the Australian competitors down here to watch Joel. So
the Irikanjis always bring the sting.
Yeah, the Irikanjis are bringing the sting.
I feel like they weren't like that as much before, though. It kind of started with this generation, Dylan Moffitt, Lima Bryan. I started to see them a lot more together, and the next generation I'm really scared of because you got Kobe Clements, Jarvis Earl, Joel Vaughn, his brother Huey. There's this one kid, Marlon Harrison, that I think surfs great too. Australia's looking good for the future.
Yeah, Australia's making a comeback for sure.
That's a great point. I mean, you think of course, the Coolangatta boys, the Cooley crew. And then since then, you know, there's been great Australian surfers. Julian Wilson, Ethan Ewing's on an absolute tear now. But you talk about that next generation, and, you know, I feel like we owe a lot to the Brazilian Storm in terms of influence. You know, I think everybody noticed. It took about 8 years for people to really get the note that you got to be together in this. And you know, it's not about just blind, you know, following the flag blindly. It's about, you know, getting your crew, getting that support team. You know, right now with Ryan Callanan and, you know, Callum and the crew that's currently on the championship tour, they've proven that concept. If you work together, you know, big things can happen. And all three, or you know, all the young Australians currently on the championship tour that made that mid-tour cut have proved that togetherness will work out for you in the end.
Well, Connor O'Leary is a great example of that. You know, him and Callum.
That's what I meant to say.
They're like together the whole time. They have that cohesion, as we're seeing Shun finish up on the inside here. But I believe that if it weren't for the Brazilian storm, none of that would have happened. And you need to have that kind of chemistry together. And you need to feed off each other, too, because the QS and then the Challenger Series, that's a grind. You're away for so long. I mean, Sakura hasn't even been home since earlier this year.
Yeah, it's a long, long year. So the more support, the better. And I feel like when I was doing the QS, we were watching the Brazilians and going like, my gosh, look at the support, look at this. And then I think the young boys from Australia, this new crop we're talking about, actually were like, let's change that. So it's really sweet to see it all come into play, and it's coming to fruition as well.
Yeah. In full credit to Connor O'Leary, like you mentioned, he seems to be team leader right now.
He definitely
is. He's the boss.
Well, we got 12:20 to go. There's Shun Murakami making his way back up the lineup. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. We're not going anywhere. The action is just starting to heat up here in round of 48, Heat 8. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
Bunch of clubs emerging from that area as well, and there's like a little over 40 clubs overall in the U.S. We have our championships at Lower Truffles.
Yeah, that board riders format, often you get these top competitors that we're seeing here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, all the way down to the future, the little Groms, and then, well, the guys that competed with you and I back in the day, and even older than that. So a very diverse event, city versus city. It's good times with those board riders.
So heat number 8 in the lineup right now. Red, you're in second. Your high score is a 4.77, and you need to get to first. You need a 3.56. 11 minutes remaining. So just a quick update in this heat. Green in first, red in that second position, blue in third. Blue's holding down priority. Blue's looking for a 2.35. And white in fourth, just needing a 0.27, so 0.27.
Welcome back, surfers. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. We've got 10.5 minutes left here in round of 48, Heat 8. Alejo Moniz has flipped the switch. He's got a 4.77, and right now he's going to back that up, trying to get rid of a 1. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, joined by Vans team rider Holly Wan. Holly is my new surf coach. I just hired her during the break, and I'm already surfing better. Holly, we had a little discussion during the break about priority and the lack of usage. We haven't seen any paddle battles. We've seen no interferences. I mean, the field is so spread out. They've all just been paddling for their lives. You know, you think about priority, and you think about how we've seen it in the past, but we haven't really seen anybody use priority, really, I think, for the last 3 days.
Yeah, totally. Sometimes it's quite an issue for some people. Some people would be benefiting from not having to use priority, and some people really thrive with the priority.
That's a great point.
So yeah, I think half the field would be really enjoying this sort of victory at sea, you know, forced game plan. So yeah, interesting to watch.
This reminds me of those classic Kira events where surfers would literally be running up the highway to get back into position. I like a good run up the beach in the mid-heat. Joel Vaughn right there, just caught behind. He has a 5.5, so he does have the highest single wave score of this heat so far. He's in a good position. He just needed a 2.83 on that last wave. Most likely won't get it. Joel Vaughn, his backhand will send sparks flying if given the opportunity. He does jump up into third on the strength of that last wave. It was a 2. Keanu Kamiyama is in fourth for now with a 4.9. And wow, the hits just keep on coming. I would say he's a hometown hero. Residing in Long Beach, just up the road, Nolan Raposa. He had one of the best events of his life here at the Vans US Open of Surfing last year. Has already achieved greatness with a buzzer beater on the opening day of competition. But man, he's got a big heat. Ian Gouveia, Jadson Andre, and Mateus Navarro. There are so many Jadson Andre fans on this beach, it's insane.
I'm one of them.
I grabbed a group of about 20 junior lifeguards, little blonde towheads running up the beach. I go, yo, who you guys think? 9 of 10 said Jadson Andre. Jadson has a huge fan base in Huntington Beach.
How could you not have a fan base when you're smiling?
I'm one of them. I'm right there.
I don't know if there's anyone that doesn't like Jadson.
Right?
I love Jadson.
Yeah.
It's impossible not to.
Unless you're in a heat with him. At least for that 35 minutes, you're not going to be a Jadson.
You're smiling on the inside.
Because he's probably going to beat you. He's been doing it for years. 7:40 to go. Alejo Muniz in the lead. And Keanu Kamiyama wants out of fourth place.
Huh.
I don't know. Coach Holly.
Those last 2 waves from Joel and Keanu were just like the entry speed. They didn't have it, and they got stuck behind, both of them. So they need a bit more of a chip.
Yeah, well, the interesting to me is that it seemed like there was more meat on the bone right there at the end, too. He kicked out a little bit early. Maybe he knew how much time was still on the clock, but I was really surprised because he's needing his best wave, right? So I think it would be crucial for him to get that right now and then eventually get the backup that he would need, because I wouldn't want to keep a 3.43 in my scoreline as of right now, knowing that Muniz just improved. He went up into first. Shun has the 4.5, and especially that Joel Vaughn has the single best wave of the heat so far at 5.5. He barely needs anything to move up into second.
Yeah, I would say right now Joel Vaughn, I mean, by the numbers, obviously is in the best position. He's looking for a 2.83. He does have priority, so hopefully all that talk we did about priority and it not meaning anything switches, because we do like to see paddle battles. We do like to see priority plays.
That's Joel's dad there.
Oh, that guy's a legend. Met him in the airport too. What a nice guy.
Yeah.
And I love that he's down here supporting. He didn't look stressed.
He didn't, and actually looked very relaxed, which is good to see. I know there's a lot of people out there, especially parents, that get so constricted about how their children do out there in the water. It's actually a little intense sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like there's big sets coming now.
Now he's looking a little bit. Okay, watch it. 6 minutes to go. Deep breath, Dad. We got this. Joel Vaughn has priority. And he may be identifying an aquatic anomaly coming through out of the deep. This is about an 18-wave set, pulsing. Ribs coming up the face, the wind kind of wreaking havoc on the first wave there. Side offshore. So you'd have to do a pretty interesting air to be able to utilize this wind.
What I will say, though, is that you guys brought up Sunset Beach earlier as far as like one of the most difficult spots to compete at. I had a lot of heats out there, and I can tell you I maybe made 1 or 2, and that's counting 5 or 6 events. So one thing that I always did at spots where it was difficult to listen to scores is that I relied so much on instinct. I wasn't concentrating on what my opponents were doing. I was always focusing on what I was doing.
That was awesome. Speaking of doing big things, Joel Vaughn, you know, that right there was an extremely difficult wave to read and ride. And there's Dad doing the tabulation in his head. He likes it. Big shaka from Joel Vaughn's dad. And we'll see, was it enough? Was this a 2.83?
Absolutely. I mean, look at the amount of speed he was carrying through that floater. Bigger section too. Just looking at the 2 he had on the previous wave, which was, you know, the kind of windshield foam climb. This is going to be a decent score. Easily going to move him up into the top 2.
Yeah, hopefully he can sneak back out just before the pier and kind of try and get back in rotation, because the other guys were both paddling back out, so they're probably making their way down now.
And 4:20 to go here. As we wait for that score to come through for Joel Vaughn. Found himself a chunk of a wave, and he got it, and a lot more. So the judge is really identifying that that wave was critical. It was big, barreling, pretty gnarly looking. And he read it perfectly. I mean, I don't think there's any other turn or maneuver that you could have done on that wave that would have been more impactful than that. And, you know, the finish of it, the airdrop.
Yeah.
Judges love a big airdrop. Here we go. Keanu now. Where is he? Where'd he go? He's gone.
That was his chance, too. I mean, he was needing almost the same score as Joel, 6.57, so I feel like there would have been a good chance that he could have actually gotten it if he would have completed that ride.
Well, Joel's dad's a better judge than I am. I thought that one might have been on the edge, and then you watch the replay and you go, actually, that was pretty impactful. So a well-earned 6.83 for Joel Vaughn. Now he's in the top spot. Pairs that up with a 5.5. That 12-plus number has been getting surfers through heats all day long and most likely will continue in that trajectory. As Alejo Moniz now hanging on to a 10. Shun Murakami needs a 5.5. Keanu Kamiyama needs a 6.57. The bittersweet part of that last wave is that turn. I mean, that was a 7-point turn for sure. The only problem was he got evaporated by that wave, completely blown up.
Alejo's in a tough spot there.
Yeah, and the only way he's going to make it back out in time is if he actually shoots the pier all the way through and he actually curves around it. Oh, nope.
I mean, that was perfect example of how fast the water's moving through the pier. That was radical.
See, it's that kind of split moment where you need to decide whether or not you're actually going to try to paddle back out or if you're actually going to try to go through the piling. So I think it was a smart call. It's scary, though.
Yeah, and for all you surfers at home thinking, oh, man, just paddle back out. It's not a big deal. Come on down. Put a timer on your watch. Paddle out. Give yourself 35 minutes. See how many waves you catch. These are the elite for a reason. Yeah. They are making it look very easy.
It's a world-class athlete right there, and he's struggling.
All right, 2-minute warning. Joel Vaughn in the lead, and somehow got back out quick and grabbed priority. So he is now in a position that he could play a little bit of defense. We have seen a few moments throughout the week where, you know, surfers have used their priority and actually dropped in on the other surfer, which is totally fair play in a heat. Nobody drops in on each other on a normal day in Huntington, though, right?
I'll just leave it at that.
A minute 28 to go. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and Holly Wan. Holly, we're looking at one of the biggest sets of the day. If spray is hitting the bottom of the pier from underneath, you know it's pumping. What do you do with a minute 15 left? If you're in third or fourth, are you panicking? Are you just fighting for anything? Are you, I mean, this is one of those positions and times when an 8-footer's coming at you, you know it's a closeout. You just drop in and throw it at the wall and see what happens?
I have no idea. I feel like it's so stressful here. With the natural amphitheater, I mean, with the amphitheater that's created with this event, and with only a minute left, it's like, gosh, you just try and find a corner. One big turn like Joel just did.
Hold on to the pier.
Right.
This set is pumping.
I actually saw somebody try to do that once where they tried to like hug and actually like jump around it. It didn't work out very well.
Don't do that.
No.
Yeah, don't do that. There have been serious injuries in the past. Rochelle Ballard hit the pier in a bad way. Sonny Garcia, I mean, he is one of the strongest surfers ever. Mm-hmm. And nobody is a match for this pier. 15 seconds to go. Just like that, young Joel Vaughn proving that the young Australians are coming back and coming in hot to the Vans US Open of Surfing. He will get the victory. Along with Alejo Moniz, I believe this will be after time. Shun Murakami, that was just what he needed.
Bummer.
5 seconds ago. It happens.
Such a bummer.
All right, before we let you go, Holly, what else you got coming up this week?
I'll just be hanging out doing a bunch of different stuff. I'm gonna do some push some little kids into waves the next few days, and probably jump back in here with you guys. I'm looking forward to watching the duck tapes get kicked off.
Will you start a band with us in the Van Dorn Village later?
maybe this afternoon.
All right, perfect. It's on. We got more surfing to come. A big heat coming up next. Huntington Beach favorite Jadson Andre takes to the lineup. We'll be right back. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Introducing this heat from Brazil in the red. One of everybody's favorites, Jadson Andre. In the blue, Nolan Raposa. He is soon becoming a fan favorite. Matthias Navarro from Brazil in the white, and Ian Gouveia from Brazil in the green. You know that Ian Gouveia is not afraid to go above the lip. I don't think anyone is. This is an aerial goofy foot specialist potential heat. It'll be interesting to see. Jackson is a busy competitive surfer. Sometimes he'll have 10 waves, other guys will have 4. See what happens in today's conditions.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, and Joel Vaughn coming out of the water victorious. He's going to move on into the round of 24. We're going to get to that later on this afternoon. The surf continues to pump here, Southside, Huntington Beach Pier. Hi, I'm Kaipo.
Hi, I'm Peter.
I didn't even get to introduce him. That's Peter. He's a Hall of Famer. And we're glad that you're joining us for another great heat. This is heat number 9 in the round of 48. And we got some veterans. We got some new faces. And we got the one thing that all of these surfers have in common is they want a spot on the 2023 Championship Tour, Peter.
Well, you've got a kid that Nolan Raposa, who has been, this was the event that really shot him into stardom, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always known he's a star, but ultimately it was kind of cool to see him hit the globe and get himself a semifinal finish here the last time he ran the Vans US Open. And he has had a semifinals again this season, so let's see what Nolan Clutch can do, because he had some amazing clutch performances last season, but also just in this weekend was able to pull it off. And here's Jaddy Andre.
Talking about clutch, Jadson Andre, he's re-qualified for the Championship Tour numerous times via the qualifying series, and he knows how to perform in clutch. Right now, Jadson just weeding through here. Jaddy, he's got no pressure. We're going to see him in 2023 on the Championship Tour. Already made that mid-season cut. So you know why he's here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, Peter? Because he loves it.
Whoa.
And that was Nolan Raposa catching the rail right there.
Well, I think there was a little slip. You did have his foo on there. But Nolan, you know, like I said, had an amazing buzzer beater on day 1 of competition, actually day 2 of competition, because his round ran on Sunday, but needed a score and was able to find the lip and got above it and scored the number needed. And that was one of the, there was a best emotional picture of him as he had learned that he had made the cut.
Let's look at some replays. This is Ian Gouveia, Peter.
Ian Gouveia on the backhand, one of the highest scoring heats in round 1. And so he's up to the goodness once again on the backhand. And then Jadson, nice size set wave. Look at this little pocket ride. Gets out in front of it. This is where we caught up to it, the big wrapping carve. So good wave choice for him, finding some open face. And with this tide starting to get high, it's been helping out conditions slightly. The wind, very strong though.
Yeah, onshore. We were thinking about that convection, but I just like Jadson and the excitement that he brings both, on the beach as well as in the water. And, hey, a decade on the Championship Tour. Jadson Andre, he's a veteran of this heat.
So cool to see, this year making the cut, so didn't have to worry about too much in this Challenger Series. He's competing here more for fun, maybe some prize money, but just he has been on site pretty much from day 1, watching most every heat, and he's very much a study of what the judges want to see. That's why he spends so much time down here. Originally, yeah, he's cheering on his fellow competitors, but ultimately I think he's paying really close attention to what the judges want.
He's the spirit animal of the Brazilian Storm. And I actually went over to the WSL store here on site, and I got a Brazilian Storm hat that they have at the WSL store. And I gifted that to Jadson Andre just a few minutes ago because, or just an hour ago probably, just because he deserves it. He's the heart of the Brazilian Storm. And he's so supportive. What a great character that we have in surfing with Jadson Andre.
And it's being celebrated now, right? I mean, he's been this way for his entire life. And there's actually, I read an article about him recently in regards to, you know, why he is so giving. And, you know, comes from, you know, an upbringing that that just instilled in his DNA that he is going to be, his spirit being present and just giving of his time and his energy. Really nice guy, and that's how he wants to be remembered in his career, is just being somebody that everybody loved. And I've known it for a very long time. Mick Fanning picked up on it at a very early age. Matter of fact, he gives a lot of credit, Jadson does, to Mick Fanning and embracing him on tour at a very early age of the rookie year. You know, and Jadson's just amazing human, and he's just persevered through it all, and I love that he's still on tour.
Well, he is right now in the lead with a 5.67 on that opening ride. Jadson Andre from way up north in Brazil, Natal City. And just the veteran, smart enough, picks off a good wave, gets a good number. A nice start for Jadson Andre. Nolan Raposa opened up with a 3.5. Ian Gouveia on the backhand, we saw that on the replay, a 4.17 for Gouveia.
I have to say that Nolan must have had a turn previous to that one turn there, because I don't think that was a 3.5. We caught him just on the slip. But conditions still holding strong with the swell and up and riding.
We caught up with that. 22 minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown here. We didn't talk about the white jersey out there, and that is Matthias Navarro, also from Brazil, still with no waves under his belt, but he is holding on to first priority.
Matthias able to qualify through his region, getting those starts into the Challenger Series, a name that we haven't really heard a lot from Brazil, but one of those young new stars coming out of the Brazilian Storm.
Well, Matthias has been in all three of the previous Challenger Series events, but has yet to make it out of this round. So this could be a breakthrough heat for Matthias Navarro, and hopefully he doesn't hit another roadblock. 21 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown, and we're waiting for another score for Nolan Raposa. As we wait for that score, let's hear from the last heat winner. Joel Vaughn is with AJ.
Fresh out of the water from his very first CS heat win, how does it feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. Just stoked to kind of get a few opportunities in the heat and not really fall off. And yeah, I'm actually just really stoked to take out the heat and move on to the next one.
Yeah, we talked about the conditions right before we started this interview, just how changeable they've been. But you came down to Huntington a week early, got some time with Danny in to make sure that you're as ready as possible. How big of an advantage was that heading into today?
It was definitely a big advantage, just knowing where I was out in the lineup, just having like coordinates down and seeing how far out I was, and just knowing where to paddle kind of when the waves come through is just such a big advantage. This is only my second time here to Huntington, but yeah, I feel pretty comfortable here, and yeah, just stoked.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it was only your second time. Winning your first CS heat has to be such a milestone for you. What does it mean?
Yeah, it means a lot. I haven't made a heat apart from the first round here, so it's been pretty difficult trying to get through the first round in the first three Challenger Series, but to kind of get the ball moving and get going has felt really good, and I'm just, yeah, really happy to take out a heat now, and yeah, excited for the next one.
Awesome, congratulations, get some rest, you'll need it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, success for Joel Vaughn, and we may be seeing Joel as we're going to roll into the round of 24 after this. Half of that round we're going to get through today, so big day of surfing again here at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Awesome stuff. I mean, the swell is up, and with that, we're going to run as many heats as we possibly can.
Gouveia lining up for something and can't see it in the future, so he kicks out of that wave. Last score in for Nolan Raposa, 4.23. Raposa goes into the lead with a 2-wave score. Still highest single wave score is going to Jadson Andre at this moment at 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Tide coming in, continues to come in, Peter, and I feel that that's giving a more user-friendly approach right now to Southside.
It is. Yeah, the little fuller tide opens up the outside section a little bit more, and we saw how gnarly it was. I mean, plus we're probably going to see the start to taper today. The interval is going to tighten up, which means that the swell's on the backside of it, so we'll start to see the size kind of start to diminish it quite a bit through the afternoon. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we have enough through tomorrow, but there is a new backup swell from the southern hemisphere that will be showing up through the weekend, Wednesday start, all the way through the end of the weekend.
Well, looking good. I mean, I'm looking at the forecast, and this is one of the more favorable surf forecasts I've seen for the Vans US Open Surfing. Here goes that Chatty Baby up in the air, and the patented air reverse incomplete that time.
You saw how inverted he got. I think that that's one difference that Jadson brings to the table on that type of air reverse, is that he is able to get more inverted, and it makes it a more difficult version of it. And he brought that to his rookie year where he won his first event, but has refined his surfing and actually grown to be quite a force in all conditions. You know, we saw him surf well and re-qualify at Sunset Beach twice. We've seen what he's been able to do at score-wise at places like Tahiti, which he really had not a lot of experience. It really learned how to compete at those venues on tour, which is crazy stuff. I mean, it's something that Jadson is a quick study. He spends a lot of time understanding and learning the lineup, talking to people to get all of that information to learn how to be the best in the world.
And he's up and riding again, looking for a ramp down the line, throws it up there, this time complete. Continues his forward progress. A little sleepy section right there, has to like muscle through a cutback. No problem though, connecting the dots here, working his way into the shore break. Jadson Andre, that was a great start. Let's see if he can cap it off with a nice finish. Little slash in the shorey. We got to hop over that curb. He gets the connection, no problem, and makes his way in. Jadson Andre is going to do that run around, Pete, and Jadson actually on a board that was made, Timmy Patterson, earlier in the competition that was made for Italo Ferreira.
Well, and Italo did not come here. He was originally planned to come to surf this event and pulled out. Probably trying to nurse that injury, which we saw him sustain at that final event that we just had. As we look in at Julian Wilson, who is going to be coming up very, very soon. Good to see him on the Challenger Series and competing in Huntington Beach.
Gouveia up and out, so no future in that wave, so Ian just kicks out. Yeah, Julian Wilson, we're going to see him in heat number 11 with Cody Young, Ryan Calnan, as well as Taichi Wakita. That's coming up heat 11. All right, let's pay off some scores right now. 3.47 last for Jadson Andre, and Jadson takes the lead. Nolan Raposa currently in second place. Ian Gouveia with that 4.17, can't find the backup as of yet. And Matthias Navarro still searching for his opening ride.
So Jadson just with the 3.47, and a lot of that, you know, you think about why, you know, had the nice air reverse to start that wave, didn't go into, you know, even into the fair range. A lot of that turn ended up happening on a flatter section, so it wasn't a critical section. So just so people can understand why that came in at that lower score, that was really the reason why. Because you want to do, and if you're going to do that type of maneuver, you got to do it on a very steep section. That's where the difficulty comes in.
Well, a lot of waves rolling through right now, and half of the heat has gone through. And Matthias Navarro, sometimes you can get what is called, you know, the anchor of priority, where you have priority and it anchors you to the bottom. And you're waiting out there, you know, for an excellent looking wave. But meanwhile, your competitors are chipping away with mid-ranges, and here goes Matthias. Finally decides to go, has to glide through there, and you can see the rights going upriver, uphill, if you would. And it's almost a standing wave again, the illustration of all of that current on the right. It does make for some open face, however, looking for a dynamic finish here, and just has to settle for some cutbacks. Would really like a big snap, and he gets it there. And another little tick on the box opener for Matthias Navarro.
Well, I think those patience paid off. You know, that's a good score for him. He's going to put himself right in the heat here. Didn't waste too much time with that priority. We did see the fact that he waited 15 minutes to finally find his first wave, but those patience paid off. I think this is going to be a number rivaling one of the best in the heat so far. Very nice capitalization of the inside section. Look at how difficult this is going right on that outside section. It's just got so much ribs and bumps on the face, but he negotiates as well, keeps the flow going through those two turns on the outside, and then this turn on the inside. Dynamic, it really is. Haven't seen the inside sections really pay off too much, but this one was pretty cool. I mean, that was a beautiful arcing turn with lots of water off the rail. See where this one goes and factors into what we've seen already. I mean, Jadson Andre feels like that probably will stay the highest wave of the heat, but we'll see what the judges think.
And looks like Ian Govea got a ride as well. So we got a couple scores to come in to give you the situation. 13 minutes and 50 seconds on the countdown. We're going to take a break right now just because we're waiting for the scores. But you know what? Stick around. We got more action. Huntington Beach, Vans, U.S. Open of Surfing.
Green, you're looking for a 3.57, and white, you're looking for a 3.71. With just over 13 minutes remaining in this scene, heat number 9, 12 minutes in this round. We're going to jump right back in.
Nolan, you have a 3.5, and your second wave was a 4.23. You're in second place, and you have first priority. There's 13 minutes left. Green, you have second priority.
So Nolan sitting to the south there, holding down priority.
Looking back to Sunday with the Flying Embers Air of the Day, and it was Jadson Andre throwing it up there, catching the fins, spinning it around, textbook Andre style. That's Jaddy, baby. That was Sunday's Flying Embers Air of the Day.
What about today? Who's going to be that Flying Embers Air of the Day today? Eitan Osborne?
So far, he's the front runner. Well, the day's not over yet. We got a lot more surfing to do.
This is true.
We got 4 more hours of surfing coming up for you. But yeah, Eitan's the front runner right now. And by the way, Flying Embers, that stuff's delicious. I'm telling you, that 0 sugars, 0 calories, natural flavors, hard kombucha by Flying Embers.
Probiotics.
And probiotics, yeah. Good stuff. That's how I like to end my day, with a Flying Ember. Here we go. Speaking of flying, what does Nolan Raposa have up for us? Flies into the air, grabs a rail, spins it around with a swiftness. You could see him projecting that air, and he executed excellently. A couple of cutbacks here, maybe a little bit more on the inside for Raposa. Snap for the finish, and how's that? How's them apples, Peter Mel?
Gotta love it. Longtime friend of my son John's, but been spending many times. I actually took him on many of our family trips, Nolan Raposa. So good to see him getting himself Flying Embers. That's in contention right there. You gotta love it. He had a little shifty in that air. Let's take a look at the replay. But did you see it? A little wiggle in the air. It's kind of cool. Watch. Take a look here. As you see, you knew it was coming. It was definitely telegraphed. And he finds the section here, a little lofty, little shift of the tail block as he went through it. And I love the solidification of this wave on the inside. Look at this, just hammers this section. Good weight shift to the front foot, drifts that back leg. Dad would be loving that. He's on the sand. There's Matt Myers running with him. Here, have some water, kid.
Matt Myers, some words of encouragement to the LBCs, Nolan Raposa. We're going to expect a big number, because that was one of those rides that started off exciting and ended exciting at the same time. And it was really smooth in the transition as well.
And you can see he's asking for scores here, you know, and again, just trying to figure out where he fits in this one. There it is.
Well, the number a 6.67 for Raposa, and that vaults Raposa up into the lead. There's all of the numbers from our 5 judges. Okay, of course, we throw away the highs and the lows, average the remaining 3, and that's how we got to that 6.67 and the lead for Nolan Raposa.
By the way, do you remember that board right there? That's the board that he finished at 3rd place in this event. He's literally pulled this one out of. He loves his Magic Gold surfboards. The guy loves to hang on to ones that he has their little sentimental value. This is one of those boards he hasn't used, I think, since France last year, I want to say. But ultimately, he is in love with that Paisel, and it's gotten some big results for him.
Well, HB special for Nolan Raposa under his arm. He has already had a pretty good result in 2022 on the Challenger Series. Yeah, 3rd place over on the Gold Coast at Snapper. Really utilizing.
I would call that a good result. Not pretty good. That was solid. A solid result.
Wait, Peter.
Quarterfinals is a pretty good result. You want to argue? Come on, let's do this.
No, I don't want to get into a comment. For 3rd is a very good result.
Yes, thank you.
An excellent result is winning the event.
You're kind of like pretty good result. Like, come on, dude, 3rd place. That's big points. That's a lot. And it's got him right there in contention to make the tour. It's huge.
You're right. 3rd place will garner you 6,085 points, and that is a substantial amount of points as we're looking towards.
Pretty good results, maybe a 9th or something. All right, we're livening it up here. Let's do this.
8 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's go what's on the board right now. Nolan Raposa in 1st, Jadson Andre in 2nd, Ian Govea needing a 4.98 to move into 2nd. Matthias Navarro opened up with a 4.03 and needs a 5.12 to get into that 2nd and advancing spot. Here we go, Jaddy baby, up in the lip, boom.
He's been paying attention. You hit it on a huge set wave, you can get big numbers. So ultimately, Jadson paying attention to what the judges want, and that's going to better the 3.47 for him. Just a big, huge section, tags it clean, pulls out in front of it, and probably going to add some points and could conceivably take the lead, needing only just a 5.24 to do that.
That was a high-risk maneuver, so I really want to see that maneuver rewarded. Here we go. Matthias up in the lip one time, a little foam climb here. Gaining some speed down the line, looking for some open face. Now just looking to make the connection into the shore break. Lots of downtime right now. Lots of flat water. Is going to stick with this white water. A little snap on the forehand after he redirects. Roundhouse cut back, banks it aggressively, and another big snap. Throws a tail.
Yeah, I'm going to say, though, that the inside hasn't been, the judges haven't been paying it off. I mean, example being Matthias's 1st wave, 4.03. He had, one of the most dynamic turns happened on that inside shore break, and it didn't get paid off. So ultimately, I think the outside work is very important. He does go up and over with the floater and the straight up hit here. So 2 maneuvers on that outside section, and even a 3rd little glide with the foam. So this will add to his 2-wave total. Matthias looking for just around a 5.12, but look at this section. Straight up into it, glides up and over the top, and look at the score.
7.174, that ride on the replay. One big maneuver. Jadson Andre goes into the lead. Nolan Raposa now in 2nd, and the requirement for Ian Govea as well as Matthias Navarro has grown. 6.87 for Navarro, and a 6.73 is the need for Ian Govea.
Yeah, you know what? If you want to please those judges, you know what? Just take off on a huge set wave and go for it. I think that's been, we've seen it all day long. You throw it up there on a big one, even though it's one maneuver, that's a critical section. They've been paying it off all day long. Look, that even almost had a judge going excellent with that one. So, yeah, pay attention. All you competitors out there coming up with heats, the women who have been paying attention going into, the next day's competition tomorrow.
It's because it's high risk. It's because those maneuvers on that size of a really crunchy wave like that in that section is a very, very high risk maneuver. It has to be perfectly timed to ride out of something like that.
Yeah, no, it's for sure. And we've seen it again, all day long. We've seen go upwards into the good range and very good range.
Nolan asking for an update from our on-site announcers, Todd Klein and Jeff Baldwin up there, giving him the information. What he's hearing is that he needs a 6.18 to regain the lead, and he wants his time.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining, Nolan, 5 minutes remaining. There is a disc up there, which is on the tower that those guys will turn from green to yellow. That'll signify that you are within that 5 minutes in the heat. This heat went quick, huh, Kaipo?
That's what exciting heats do. They go quick, especially when we're yelling into the microphone, Peter. And the waves have been nonstop as well. So, you know, Frank the Tank, Hurricane Frank, has been delivering for the last couple of days, nearly taking the anchor off the buoy on some of these bigger sets. Jaddy looking backhand, decides that is a no-go.
Yeah, Nolan, in order to feel safe right here, he's in second priority. He's going to need to replace that 4.23. And I know that Matt Myers, who has been working with Nolan and has been doing it with great success, would have known exactly the same thing I've been saying in regards to those one big moves on a set wave have been paying off dividends. So if he can get himself an opportunity, you have to have enough room on those bigger set waves, so you have to be in a good position to be able to do it. It's not just like find the great closeout, but you have to have the ability to get to the bottom and get straight up into it. You can't just jump onto the lip and think that you're going to fall with the waterfall and get yourself a big number. You got to be able to progress and punch a bottom turn and then hit the lip.
Scratching into this one, looking down the line, Ian Gouveia, and looks like he was looking for a ramp, and no ramp presented itself for Gouveia, so he's going to have to go back out there and get another swing at it. He's down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds to do so. He needs a 6.73 to advance.
Well, he used his priority on that wave as well. It looked like it might have had some opportunity, but just not enough. No real vertical lip on the end section there, so he had to kick out. I guess good move there, because what it did do is it keeps him out on the outside section rather than having to do a runaround with 3 minutes to go. He's going to give himself another opportunity.
Yeah, it was. That's smart. You know, that's good heat IQ. When you can identify, hey, there's no score in here. Don't try to milk it for a score that's not obtainable on that wave. Keep yourself in position. Give yourself another chance. The only problem is you're going to have to stay away from the other competitors in the water when you're third in line with number 3 priority.
And I will say that, you know, catching that kind of mid-sized wave that has a corner on it hasn't been paying off, right? I mean, we've seen it. Matthias Navarro in this heat, 4.03. You know, even Jadson Andre's 5.67. There was a lot of maneuvers on that wave, but if you have to find a critical section, you have to find that vertical face and high impact move in order to really get into the sixes, which is what Ian Gouveia needs right now.
Gouveia paddling next to Nolan Raposa, who's in first priority. So Gouveia is putting himself in a position where he can get blocked. So he's going to need to make a little bit of room, and it looks like actually Raposa is in pursuit of Ian Gouveia, not going to let him out of his sight.
Yeah, and that's part of the, you know, some of the, again, the heat strategy needed in order to make it every single heat. I mean, right now he's in that power position. He has second place, which is great, but he also has priority. And so he's able to, you know, take a wave off of Ian Gouveia in this back 142 of the heat. Very important.
Talk about good coaching. You know, you go through this in drills, you build yourself up. Jadson Andre, live action, and again, the patented Jaddy air reverse, but that time not able to ride out of it complete, but he's going to remain in first place for the time being. Big sets coming through again. No corners on offer, however. Just
don't need it.
Some straight handers.
You don't need it. You know, I will tell you right now, you don't need it. You just need to have.
You need some space to get a maneuver in.
This is true. This is absolutely true. But you know, again, all day long we've seen it happen.
And Jadson surfing smooth on the inside. Might as well bring this one to the beach, because it looks like he's going to be on to the round of 24. Oh,
what was that?
Just catching up with a desperation takeoff and a trip over the falls for Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, that was that green jersey. Nolan electing to let him go on that one, but just no space. That's the thing about closeouts. You know, you need to be able to have at least an entry to get some sort of speed going before you hit the maneuver. You can't just jump into the lip and think it's going to get you the number.
That's what I was telling you about the straight hander.
You're right. You're right.
That was a pure straight hander.
Yeah, I gotcha.
All right, well, we're down to 20 seconds, and Ian Gouveia caught on the inside. I don't have eyes on Matthias Navarro. He needs a 6.24 if he wants to do the buzzer beater right now, but we're down to 10 seconds, and big sets again coming through here. And I don't see a lot of opportunity.
And I thought they were going to see a tapering off, but obviously Frank has other wishes for us, which is awesome.
There we go. It's going to be Jadson Andre and Nolan Raposa out of this heat into the round of 24. Well-served heat for both Jadson as well as Nolan. We'll see them again today. We're going to be back with more action right after this break at the U.S. Open of Surfing.
We are into heat number 10 of the round of 48. There's 12 heats in this round, and then we go into the next. I think we do 4 heats of it. I don't know, but in the red from Australia, Jacob Wilcox. In the blue, Joao Chianca, and in the white, Jordy Lawler. In the green, Joan Duru. Is that Jacob Wilcox starting to heat off strong? Nice deep bottom turn, carries a lot of speed. He is a polished young surfer.
So something staring real hard for the break, for the break.
Yeah, you had to sit here and watch Kehu Butler eat food in front of you, and you're like, bro, I don't even get to eat. What's up?
Yeah, we're going to get some lunch.
I came out today to honestly learn more about restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
Back in Huntington Beach, this is the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, and you can see the lines from Hurricane Frank, and the surf continues to pump. And we got new heat in the water featuring Jacob Wilcox, Joan Chialca Chumbinho, Jordy Lawler, and Joan Duru.
Big heat here, Kaipo. Jacob Wilcox having the single highest score line from round of 96 with 14.4. Also Ian Gouveia in that heat. I mentioned that he had a very high heat total. It was in the same heat together. So those guys were able to put big numbers up on day one, which didn't have a whole lot of big numbers.
Yeah, well, what a difference a couple of days make, Pete, because, you know, heat one and round number one were held over the weekend, and it's pretty small, inconsistent. Right now, we have just pumping surf, but it comes with its own challenge, you know, as far as shape. We got on the screen in the white jersey, that's Jordy Lawler out of Australia. Had his best finish so far on the Challenger Series has been a 9th place finish. That was at the Sydney Surf Pro. He was a former champ there at the Sydney Surf Pro. Jordy Lawler nearly made qualification in 2021 to the championship tour, where he finished off 16th at the year-end Challenger Series rankings. Here we go with Jacob Wilcox in the red jersey. A couple of nice snaps there, and you can see surfing through the rip for Jacob Wilcox, young man, 25 years old, out of Margaret River, Australia.
He got a 4.83 for that one. That was a replay of his first wave. Also, Chianca ended up with a wave as well.
Yeah, Joao Chianca, younger brother of Lucas Chianca, Chombo, and Joao goes by Chumbinho, which is the little Chombo. Joao, another one of those 2022 rookies, Peter, that fell victim of that mid-season cut. So they only got to surf half of the championship tour season. his championship tour season ended after Margaret River.
Bit of a bummer because he was one of the highlights of those early events.
Wilcox, smooth line on the backhand to open up. Another nice carve. Great rail control from Jacob Wilcox. And we know he has a stellar backhand already. We've seen him as a wild card in championship tour events. Lining up on the inside here. Nice snap and great flow for the finish. I like the tempo of that.
Yeah, he's had that kind of a CT style approach. Has yet to really make the cut for a full-time bid on the championship tour. As you also see John Daru finishing up his wave, but Jacob Wilcox has that caliber, has that CT style of surfing. He's brought to it because he's had a lot of experience for actually not being a full-time competitor ever on the championship tour. He's had a lot of starts.
Yeah, I mean, he's got wild cards at Bells. He's got wild cards at Margaret River.
Portugal.
Let's take a look here of Joan Daru.
Another excellent backhand, very similar to Wilcox. Has that elastic approach where he whips into his backhand whips. Has to hop through this midsection, doesn't get that weave, but we'll see where these two waves come, because there was some work done on the inside, and like I said before, it hadn't seen a ton of payoff for that, but outside works there for out in the face. These two turns, again, out in the face, not necessarily in the lip, although he has such great flow. And then the inside section where he was able to get these two turns off so quick and easy. Right here, this is the hack with a bunch of spray and straight into it again. That's one of the abilities of that backhand. You can just accelerate through two maneuvers very quickly.
So we are standing by for scores of Joan Daru and Jacob Wilcox to set the situation here. Joan Daru, interesting story, former championship tour competitor, spent 2 years on that championship tour, 2018 and 2019, and wants to fight through this Challenger Series to get back on to that championship tour. He's got to get some work done. Jordy Lawler came so close, as we see him paddling right here in this shot. Jordy Lawler came so close last year to get on the tour. That's got to be motivation for the young Australian.
Yeah, motivation for sure. Just having that little taste of almost there kind of scenario. And this year hasn't quite had a result yet, but that doesn't mean, I mean, the 9th place is pretty good result. Sorry, Kaipo. It's a pretty good result, but I mean, ultimately we mentioned top 10. You know, that equal 5th, you know, you're sharing that equal 5th
with 4 other surfers.
Exactly. No, more than that. 8 surfers. You know, quarterfinals, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Equal 5th is,
no, I know that
is 4 other surfers.
But no, there's 8 people in that draw. Do the math.
No, but equal 5th is 4 surfers get equal 5th.
No. Oh yeah, I get that, but I'm saying there's 8. You're sharing it with 8 surfers total. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the other 4 surfers get better.
Yes, I get that.
Better than the 5th.
If you want to make top 10,
thirds, they get thirds and seconds and firsts.
Okay, let's sit here. Look at me. No, look at me.
No.
8 surfers are in the quarterfinals.
You're scaring me.
I know, but 8 surfers are in the quarterfinals.
Yes, sir.
Right? 8 surfers.
Yes.
So you're sharing those points with 8 surfers. If you want to make top 10, you want to make it into that top.
With those 8 surfers.
Exactly.
Because 8 is less than 10.
Anyway, equal 5th, yes, is a good result. And then equal 9th is a pretty good result because you're sharing it with 16 surfers.
16 surfers.
Thank you. Now we're getting to somewhere.
Okay. Math went to Professor Peter Mao.
Kamehameha, Aptos High, Mariner, Kamehameha. It's different high schools.
I can do it in my head usually. All right, so here we go. Listen, you know what? As we calm down in the set, we're going to go to an interview because we'll hear from the winner of the last seed. And we always like to hear from Jaddy Baby. He's with AJ.
Jadson, straight out of the water, what was that heat all about? How did you manage to get the win?
Yeah, I mean, when you go into Huntington, you never think that I was gonna surf like a big, like huge close-out waves, you know? You always feel like you're gonna surf like Huntington Beach hopping and stuff, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I have like my boards from J-Bay with me, so that's the board that I choose to ride. That this board was made to compete at J-Bay, so you can see like how powerful the waves are right now, and yeah, it's like pretty much you must be lucky today to be at the right time and get the right wave because it's almost impossible to position yourself out there. So I'm just happy that I did well and I got the waves and I won the heat.
How did you make sure that you stayed in position through that entire heat?
It's like, it's almost, as I said, it's almost impossible to position yourself out there. The current is just as strong as gets. Like you can't manage to swim and put yourself at the right spot. It's pretty much all about you to time the sets before you pedal out and hope when they come you are at the right spot. So that I was lucky enough. I was at the right place at the right time, and my boat really went well, and I'm happy.
Yeah, right place, right time a few times today. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Oh, thank you. Valeu, galera que está acompanhando. Estou feliz de ter surfado bem minha bateria. Eu competi com a prancha que foi feita para JV, e daí vocês têm noção como que tá grande e forte o mar, e a prancha ficou perfeita. E é isso, vamos para a próxima. Tô amarradão, obrigado pela torcida.
All right, we'll see you in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, parabéns. Jaddy on to the round of 24, along with Nolan Raposa. Jacob Wilcox in this heat, up on top with a 4.83 and a 4.57. Joan Deroux, 4.4. Joao Chianca, 3.67. Jordy Lawler still not finding any wave of substance as of yet.
Well, there you go. Look at those payoffs on those scores. So, you know, a wave that you kind of just work to the inside still isn't going to be big numbers. If you want to really solidify a big number, get on those set waves and attack.
Yeah, great observation, because I was really impressed with Jacob's flow for that 4.57 on the inside that wave, because there was a lot of great tempo and great flow going maneuver to maneuver, but I guess because it happened on the short break rather than outside, well, judges suppress the number.
Yeah, and again, we remember he had two nice turns outside, but again, they're out more in the face.
Shoulder,
yeah, they weren't in the lip. On a mid-size set, you know, you need to be on a much bigger wave in order to really see those bigger number comes. And then I'll say, Jads and Andre is such a good study of understanding what those judges are looking for. You know, and that's their job up there, right, is to keep consistent on how the scoring is happening. So that if you're paying attention, you're like, okay, wait, how am I going to go out there and get a 7? Well, I've seen how you do it. You just go out, grab a big set wave and tag the lip once and pull out clean with some speed. You're going to get yourself 7s. And so, you know, good job by Jads in identifying all of that. And then these surfers in this heat going to need to do the same thing.
Yeah, an illustration of quality over quantity, which has really been the theme as surf judging has evolved. Wilcox now on the forehand. Looks down the line, that wave just flattens out, doesn't give him any opportunity to improve, so he kicks out.
It looked like we caught it kind of mid-maneuver, so I'm wondering if he had done something before that. So do you still think you're correct in our little
Are we back to that? Yeah, no, we're good, Pete.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure.
We're gonna actually go like this. Here's the numbers. An equal fifth will get you 4,745 points. Now, if you get out of that round, 4 people will get 4,745 points. 4 people will get that number in this competition for both men and women. Then 2 people will get 6,085 points. That's a semifinal finish. Then just 1 person, the runner-up, will get 7,800 points. That's a second place or runner-up finish in a Challenger Series. And then whoever wins gets that golden number, 10,000 points.
Okay, so I guess you're trying to say that we're both right. But what I'm just saying is if you want to finish top 10, right? A quarterfinal.
You need a quarterfinal.
Yeah, because there's 8 surfers you're sharing those points with that are going to be ahead of you and everything like that. So if you consistently get quarterfinals, you're going to get yourself top 10. You're going to get yourself enough points to most likely qualify.
Or for sure, because you were at 8 4 times, so I guarantee you're going to qualify.
Yeah, and equal.
Because 8 is less than 10, and 10 qualify. We're loving this, huh?
Oh man, I'm going to stand up.
16 minutes counting down, and the qualification scenarios are just only beginning here. This is event number 4 on the Challenger Series. We're going to have a total of 7 events on the series this year. The surfers are going to take their top 4 finishes from those 7 events. If you choose to surf those 7 events, you can surf just 4 events and you're going to keep every single one of your finishes. That's going to be your year-end ranking for the men. We're going to take the top 10. For the women, we're going to take the top 5.
And you're thinking about those numbers, what do you think that number will be for 10th position? Like
20,000.
Okay. So a goal, I mean, you set at the beginning of the year is like, okay, I want to find a way to get 20,000 points, and that looks like I could get qualification numbers.
And I got the 20,000 kind of off of 4 times 4,700.
Yeah, right. So quarterfinals, right? Yeah. So there you go. So that works out pretty well.
Might be a little lower.
It could go lower. I think you're right. I think it could go lower. There we go.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow for Jordy Lawler, just throwing it out there. You said one big maneuver. That wasn't a giant set wave, but that was a dynamic maneuver, Peter.
And it was done in the lip, right? And the landing wasn't easy. It was a vertical face. Let's see what he can get on the inside here. It hasn't had a lot of payoff here, but I feel like you're going to have to start giving some bit of a reward for those inside sections, just because with this fuller tide, there's going to be some opportunity there.
Joao Chianca. Nice carve off the top, working this wave over. Has to deal with some warble on the face and some flattening out through the midsection of this wave. Looks like he wants to stick with it into the shore break, where the wave should be steepening up, but it's stepping upon itself. He was able to get some quick feet up there and for a vertical finish before he's going to make his way to the sand and run down the beach.
Yeah, he's riding one of the few epoxy styrofoam cord boards in today's action. He's liking that alive feel for sure. That one there, full carbon. And there's that runaround. See what he gets for his second score here. You got to have these 2 waves are going to be important in regards to this second position.
Quick up and out by Wilcox. Still waiting for that number for Jordy Lawler. It's going to be an important number.
Well, Chianca got his already.
Let's take a look at this.
Well, one big move. You know, it wasn't necessarily above the lip. It was more just of a tail whip version of that reverse.
This is a 397, Pete.
Yeah, again, so the turns out in the face, the waves that, you know, it's not having that nice big vertical opportunity. So that's why this one only coming in at a 3.97. It's enough for second right now. But just see how alive that board is. I mean, it just whips up under his feet. That styrofoam core just transfers energy so quickly.
And I like that you use the terminology styrofoam. I think it's easier for people to understand the styrofoam core, which is your EPS, or your expanded polystyrene, because it really is a styrofoam. It's a bead foam as opposed to an extruded foam that you would find in like a polyurethane blank. And so it has a whole different kind of dynamics flex to it and everything. Correct?
Yeah, that, and also just the way, I mean, for example, if you take a styrofoam cup and you put it in water, how does it look? It sits above the water, you know, and it kind of has that really high balance. So it has that kind of feel in your surfboard. And it's also lighter. It's a very light type of design because it's lighter than polyurethane. Whereas polyurethane, another example of it is if you were to take your finger and tap the foam. Like, this is a really good idea, is that when you tap an EPS board, you're going to feel the energy transfer very quickly through the board.
It's very pingy.
Yeah. Whereas you tap your finger on a poly board.
It's a lot more damp.
Yeah, it dampens it. So you're going to have that kind of, the energy gets dampened through the board on a poly board, whereas a styrofoam, you're transferring that energy very quickly. And it's like, you know, you're hitting the lip, it's going to be transferred to your feet, to your body very quickly, and it looks that way when you're riding it.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of pros that would ride the same exact board, but one will be that polyurethane setup and one will be that EPS or that styrofoam setup, and they'll be the same exact board, but those differences are felt because of the construction.
100%.
Even with the same exact dimensions.
Yeah, and I just did that actually with CI. I just ordered you know, a poly board, the same dimensions, same thickness, and then I have an EPS version of it. It's not spine technology, it's just a normal EPS, like a Marco foam with a stringer. So they look basically the same. One's a little bit different color, but they absolutely feel different when you're riding them in the water.
Love the board talk with Peter Mel. We're going to continue on with more action here and some more board talk at the Vans US Open of Surfing. And by the way, after we finish up with this, Julian Wilson will be in the next heat. But we got this one to finish off. Stick around. We'll be right back.
That's the amount of points you get when you win one of these Challenger Series events. Well, back in the day, I used to ask how
Hunt, who's now being inducted across the street. What does it look like it's going to be the estimated cutoff to make that qualification? I don't know who I ask nowadays. Do you know, Baldy? Siri. Probably her, or maybe her friend Alexa. I've never ever used it. You go. I'm non-tech. Now Hunt, one of the legends, going all the way back. Many years. So he's getting inducted with Martin Daly, now we have the lead David, and who the hell are the other side of the street? Sorry. Well, that's okay. We'll get it straight. We have to do it a couple weeks ago. We're just celebrating all their accolades now. Involved in every reincarnation of what is now the WSL.
It's a beautiful day with some pump and surf in Huntington Beach. We're on the south side, the venue for the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're in the final 9 minutes of heat number 10 in the round of 48. This round has 12 heats total, and after this round, we're going to get into the round of 24. Jacob Wilcox from Australia in the red jersey on the backhand gets caught up right there with some really turbulent looking water. I'm Kai Pogura. I'm joined by Peter Mel. Pete, coming back from break, and it looks like the situation out in the water has changed a bit with Joao Chianca in second place.
Well, with his pair of mid threes, I don't think he feels too safe holding on to that total of a 7.64 two-wave total. But we're at 8.5 minutes. Important exchange here for Joan Duru and Joao Chianca. Joan holding the 4.4, which is at this stage is actually a pretty good number. Just a small score for his second one. Joao Chianca not safe. You know, that is for sure. He's going to need to produce a number here in this last 8 minutes.
And there he is on the screen in the blue jersey. Chumbinho waving to our on-site announcers for an update on situation, priority, and most importantly, time, knowing that he only has 8 minutes and he needs to improve upon his scoreline to really ensure his position to advance into the round of 24.
And I'd say that even Jacob Wilcox is not in a safe situation, even though he's got the lead. The big number, well, biggest number, 5.67 by Jordy Lawler, and he's carrying just a 0.5 as well. So both those surfers sitting in third and fourth have an opportunity, if they were to get themselves on some pretty good waves here, could turn it.
Paddle for Joao Chianca, and looks like maybe the priority judge thought he was just taking a peek at it, so priority in the water not changing at the moment.
And that's an interesting one, you know, like that is there is a judge that is specifically, that's their duty to see if there is a committed paddle, which means that you know, if he made a full effort at it, he could lose his turn and go to the back of the line. And by the looks of it there, he didn't convince the priority judge that that did change it, so he's still holding on to number 2 priority. Important at this point because it looks like everybody's out on that outside section.
Yeah, all the surfers, even though it's been a pretty wide berth of a sandbar throughout competition today, the surfers are a little bit condensed in a similar position right now. And most of the surfers really utilizing the left, so, you know, we'll see. Position's going to come into play as well as priority. First in priority is Joan Duru. He's out there in the green jersey, and he just needs a 3.24 to get into second place. So, Peter, you've talked about it before. None of these numbers are safe. We could see a flip-flop of any of these positions at the next ride.
Yeah, in one set, it really could come down to it. And so, yeah, we've seen it all day long. These last 5 minutes, all of a sudden there is a flurry of action. Everybody, you know, putting their last-ditch effort to try and turn a heat into this last 5 minutes.
Well, that's what makes it exciting. We've called a number of buzzer beaters throughout the morning today, and it's just been making for an exciting round of 48. You never know where it's going to go. Duru, Lawler up and riding. Looking down the line, foam on the face, but he slides the tail. Just one maneuver. That's what where most of the numbers going to come from. For most of the score is going to come from that first turn. Now, smart surfing by Jordy Lawler, because he knows he just needs to improve upon a half a point of score, and he only needs a 1.97 to get into second place. So this is smart surfing by the Australian.
Well, he's making sure that he's getting a second number. Doesn't feel like it's going to be a gigantic number, but it definitely gives him another opportunity. So he's probably going to move into that second position because he only needs the 3.24. So it feels like that number is going to be there pretty easily. But he's also going to do is that he's going to be able to run with this 5 minutes. He's going to get another opportunity if he's quick and he's able to get back to the outside.
Here we go, Jacob Wilcox. Nice looking face here, snaps off the top. Looks like he's got room for more. Weaving through that flat section, punches that oncoming section. Has to hang on through some turbulence, does so with no problem. Little redirection on the inside here. Maybe a little bit of a reform, but he's already done some damage on the outside. Jacob Wilcox, carve on the backhand, and I love this overhead view to see Jacob work over this wave all the way to the inside. Jacob Wilcox will better his scoreline. Looks like we're catching up to Joao Chianca finishing off a ride, and he's going to take this one to the beach as well so he can do the beach run.
Well, it looks like to me Chianca was pretty happy about the maneuver that he had finished. He did have those clenched fists. So the two surfers that are in first and second picking up pretty good waves here. Also, I mean, Lawler looked like to me he was going to get the number needed to turn it, but Chianca answered right away. And with 4 minutes to go, he's going to have to do another run. So it's his second run of the heat. Wow, look at that. That was pretty cool. A little kick flipped into his arm. Or is he going to call it a heat? 4 minutes? I think there's enough time, Joao. But he must have liked what happened there in that, on that maneuver on the outside. Oh, look at this. A little opposite.
So
wow,
this is a
strategy change.
This is a strategy that we have not seen as of yet. Running to the north side of the pier, there is an outgoing current in between the pilings that he's going to take advantage of, but a little unorthodox, Peter.
It is a little unorthodox, and we'll see how it works out for him. You know, we saw Lawler, he had a head start. We'll get a look at how that ends up, but this current still sweeping away from the contest zone. Let's take a look first at Lawler. Not a huge set wave here, but nice connection with this lip. One turn gets the drift across the top, and the number is in.
4.33. Here we go, Jacob Wilcox.
So Wilcox, first snap there is nice. Gosh, there was a nice rib in the face that just made it so difficult to really lay into that maneuver. Nice little drift there. Such great flow for Jacob. I mean, he is amazing. Have yet to see where this score is going in order to keep him there, but Lawler went to the lead. So now Jacob's in situation. This is the one we didn't get to see. Bang, hits it hard off the top. That's why he liked it. He believes, you know, you get that set wave and you tag that lip, it's generally going to get you some pretty big numbers. This will improve his situation for Joao.
Well, Joao at this moment needs a 5.43. That situation will likely change when Jacob Wilcox's number comes in. So this exchange between Jacob and Joao, very important, and we'll see how the numbers play out.
Well, okay, so they're two different styles and contrasts in the way that they're getting to that number. We saw Wilcox, the two turns on that outside section. There it is, Kaipo.
Wilcox with a 5.8. Wilcox goes to the lead. Jordan Lawler in second place. Joao Chianca, we're still waiting for that number. A 6-point ride for Joao, who put Joao in second place and bump Jordy Lawler out of advancing position. And I have a gut feeling, as well as you do. There we go. Joao Chianca, 7.17. The situation changes again. Chianca in first, Jacob Wilcox in second, Jordan Lawler now in third place. Wow. And fear of elimination for the Australian. He needs a 4.97, and a quiet Joan Deroux out there in the green jersey, Peter, needs a 6.23. As we can see, Joao
back in life.
Look, it's good thing that he got the number, because his strategy to paddle back out is not really working out very well for Joao Chianca. He's still on the north side of the pier. That's out of the competition area, and he's fighting against an oncoming current.
I was going to say, well, there it is. That's the way to show. He's way past the pier, and he's going to have to fight that current to get back out. I wonder if you've even heard the situation, because on the other side of the pier there, you know, with that wind, could be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to swim way upstream right now. He's got a lot of current to deal with. So we commented on it. That was an unorthodox decision to paddle back out, but it's not going to hurt Joao Chianca right now, because he's firmly in first place.
Well, and Lawler, I'm trying to see where he is in the lineup. Do we have eyes on him?
Well, we got eyes right here on Jacob Wilcox on the paddle back out. He's currently in second place, and he wants to fight for that position so he can advance into the round of 24. Joan Deroux, we got a glimpse of him. He has first priority and he needs to pull the trigger real soon. There's only 30 seconds remaining.
And look at Lawler is over there. You can see that white jersey, so he might get an opportunity. Is that the white jersey? Kaipo, help me out.
That is the green jersey. I think this. I think we're going to go with Joan Deroux. Last-ditch effort. Needs a 6.23 for Deroux. Snaps it off the top. A little bit of a drift. Pretty big maneuver. Pretty big maneuver from that angle, but he might need a little bit more on the inside. But 6.23 is a lofty number at this point, Peter.
Well, we saw 7.17 for Joao Chianca's single move. You know, was that, you know, comparable to that?
You know, that angle right there that we saw that wave at it's really hard to tell, you know, the impact of that maneuver. It was a big single maneuver though. So we're gonna hang it out on the clothesline right now and wait for it to dry and see what the number comes in at.
Oh man, well, I'd love to see a replay, please. A little more front angle. It would be awesome to be able to kind of compare Joao's wave, but we're gonna see it from the same angle. So again, set wave for sure. You know, it's head high. And he did hit the lip pretty darn hard. Looking for the 6.23. Also, comparison, this is the 7.17. Much more critical section for Joao, but I mean, it doesn't have to be the 7.17. It only needs to be, you know, just under a point lower.
Well, waiting in anticipation. Crowds on the railing on the pier. Bird's eye view of competition today. And we will see the numbers coming in for Joan Deroux, and it appears that it is going to come under the line for the Frenchman. 5.7, not enough for Joan Deroux. Jordy Lawler out of competition. Joan Deroux out of competition, but nice enough to take some fan picks. It will be Jacob Wilcox and Joao Chianca advancing into the round of 24. When we come back, Cody Young, Ryan Calnan, Julian Wilson, and Taichi Wakita will be out in the water. Join us.
Australia or Newcastle area. Ryan Calnan, Julian Wilson in the white, also from the same area in Australia, and Taichi Wakita from Japan.
Baldy and Stokely to see the Groms down there running around in the WSL jerseys.
Are those WSL jerseys?
Yeah, I think that's Jack Robinson and Italo down there cruising. They're not surfing the event, but they're just cruising, checking it out.
Where? What are you talking about?
Right to the south, here we go, opening it up. Cody, the Hawaiian, straight up into it.
Wow, that was a big, big turn. I love that. Oh, there we are. I see what you're talking about right there. That's the way, laddies.
Hey, Groms, you need to wear those this year, trick or treat. You guys are getting all kinds of candy out there. Stokely and Jack goes to WA, Western Australia. What hooked you up, Groms?
We saw the, was it yesterday? We went to one of the female athletes. Running down because the little girl had her jersey. They were doing high fives and signing. It was really cool. I don't know if it was the same.
And we're back for the Vans US Open of Surfing. It's been another amazing day of competition here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. My home. It's always great to see it light up with some good waves on offer, and it's been a pleasure to call some action with you, Mitch.
Yeah, thanks. Likewise, Shannon. What a day, right? I mean, so many good heats, and we've got an exceptional one in the water right now, too, but I'm really excited to see how a lot of these CT veterans are going to do against a lot of these young guns on the Challenger now.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire coming through from some of those younger surfers, like Cody Young, currently up and riding as we track with his second wave. A couple of foam climbs through to the inside. He did kick off with just a throwaway score of a 0.73. Now he'll have a second score dropping through that will definitely be a little bit higher.
Yeah, and Cody coming from the island of Maui, working with Pedro Jovelino. Got a great coach. Also loves to surf with one of his best buddies, Imai DeVault, who's also in the event. He'll be coming up later today.
Julian Wilson now up and riding on his backhand through this inside frothy section. Tags it, redirects. Now he's going to look for this reform. As he makes it past that sort of deep section from that outside sandbar through to the inside, he'll do the runaround as well. Julian's had some great success out here, took the win back in 2012.
Yep.
It's been a while, a decade, but always nice to return to somewhere where you're taking a win.
Beat Miggy in the final too, which was in the exceptional final. It was actually quite big that year, breaking way outside. And the funniest thing about it was that he actually proposed to his now wife, and everybody on the beach was super mad that Julian Wilson was getting engaged. But looking at Cody Young on the replay here, great two-turn combo on the backhand, and this was Julian's opener. Great float to start things off, way down the beach. Little setup carve right there, and then into the lip at the end. So get to work on the outside from the former champion, as you were saying at this event. And I was very surprised as he finishes up there on the inside. Had a little bit more work with the little foam climbs right here. I was really surprised to see him in the draw. I didn't expect him to actually be in the event. I knew he did the events in Australia, but wasn't particularly thinking that he was actually going to pursue the challengers. It seems like he is. Also, a big shout out to Late Night with Chalky, Lyndon Caballon, and Jay Larson, their podcast. Lyndon actually works for Julian and his new company, Rivia. So he's got a lot of exciting things coming up in his life, Julian Wilson.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on behind the scenes, but I love seeing him in the draw this week. He walked away with that 9th place finish on the Gold Coast, which was good, but likely maybe not a keeper unless he takes away a win. And then had an earlier knockout at the Sydney Surf Pro. Didn't show up to Bolito. And now here at the U.S. Open, I feel like we're starting to get that little sense of, okay, he's happy to be back in the jersey. He's clearly still wanting to compete as we take a look at the Pacifico Fan Picks with Ryan Callahan just getting the upper hand over Julian Wilson.
A bit surprising that people are that in favor of both Julian and Ryan. I think Taichi Wakita has definitely earned the respect out of everybody on the Challenger Series so far. He's made it this far, and I really enjoy his style a lot too. The kid from Rocky Point, Hawaii, second-generation professional surfer, and his sister Sarah also on the Challenger Series, which is cool.
Yeah, Sarah's an amazing surfer. She's been close to qualification in that kind of top 20 conversation for a long time. Great to see her in that mix still, flying that flag for Japan, but, you know, representing that home crowd in Hawaii as well. And for Taichi, it's been great to see him find a little bit of rhythm. He walked away with that 9th place finish, a round of 16 at the Bolito Pro, which is his best result at this level and super impressive.
Yeah, and I think what a lot of people maybe don't really realize about the Japanese surfers is that they're extremely competitive despite their calm demeanor most of the time. These kids want to go out there, they want to prove a point that they're actually able to take you out in your own kind of conditions too. And Taichi, growing up on the North Shore, but spending a lot of time in Japan, also not only during the QS events, but also with a lot of bigger events in the JPSA organization, he's been in the spotlight for quite some time now.
Yeah, there's so many incredible events that run there. I really love that outside of just the QS side of things, that it's that, you know, national level that's really raising up that next generation of competitors coming out of Japan as well. Ryan Callahan now getting a start on his first wave, check to start, and he'll kick out. Julian Wilson dropped in a 5.67 for his opener. Cody Young did better his first wave with a 3.83 on his second.
Yeah, so a smaller one, and I think Cody's going to want to replace that at the end of this heat. The 5.67 from Wilson, though, that could easily be a keeper, given you know, the kind of heat totals that we've seen in the previous heats. But how about Joao Chianca, too, making a comeback after losing out in the CT? I mean, he had two incredible heats with John Florence, both at Bells Beach and at Pipeline. But when you look at this heat right now, you see the two regular footers that so far have succeeded against the two goofy footers. I think Callahan is one of the favorites to win this event. He had the 2nd place finish at Manly, and obviously he's looking for requalification, but it all starts here at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, that 2nd place finish at Manly to Rio was, I think, really important for Ryan. As we see there paddling on screen, Julian Wilson, who took out the win a decade ago back in 2012 for the Vans US Open. But for Ryan to be able to find a win in a little bit smaller conditions than this, but similar, softer, beach breaky sort of vibes. He's had some good results, of course, every time he gets to compete at home in Newcastle, whether it be the inaugural championship tour event or those QSs through Surffest. As we see Ryan now doing some big cutbacks, trying to work his way to a slightly steeper section, maybe through the inside for a good finish. He's looking to gain a lot of speed and momentum, goes big on the end, and I love the look of that.
That was incredible. I was able to have a trip with Rhino last year after we did the CT event in Barra La Cruz, and we actually went to my hometown afterwards due to the cancellation of the event in Tahiti. So spent a lot of time with him. His coach, Richard Doc Marsh, Andy King was there too. So getting to know him on a personal level was really cool because I knew him at a professional level, and obviously his talent is just second to none. Look at this. Start off, great carve, right in the pocket, using the entirety of the wave. And this thing actually stood up way further on the inside than I thought it was going to. Kind of cut it back right there, and this is the kind of explosive maneuvers that we're accustomed to seeing from Ryan Callanan. Does the grab rail reverse right there, little bit of a nose pick at the end too. That's going to score well, Shannon, given that it was a smaller wave too.
Waiting for those scores to come through from the judging panel, and now with priority, it's Taichi Wakita sitting, waiting for his first wave. He hasn't paddled for anything yet. Ryan will no doubt shake up the situation with that last wave as we wait for the scores to roll through. And he's not only had those good results at, you know, wave like Manly or Newcastle, but he's had a couple of quarterfinal finishes here in the past of the U.S. Open.
Oh, yeah. And we know he's no slouch when it gets big either. Bells Beach, Margaret River, he had the 9.93 last year that easily could have been the 10-2. You know, this kid can do everything. He can barrel ride, too.
Taichi now up and riding on his opener. Goes big for that first section. He'll maintain a lot of control, kick out quickly.
So a little stuck when he hit the lip line, but still decent wave to open things up. Rhino getting married later this year too, so congratulations to both him and his fiancée Nina.
Love that. And back to that at the start of the heat, you mentioned that Julian Wilson, the year that he won here in 2012, proposed to his now wife.
I believe so, because whoever was doing the beach announcing, and especially the closing ceremony, they said, oh, Julian Wilson's taken. The whole beach just erupted, and they were so mad they started booing everybody too. It was hilarious.
Oh, good memories, good memories. Down to 20 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for scores to come through for Cody Young and Taichi Wakita. Ryan Callanan dropped into 6.5 and takes the lead. In that last heat, one of my favorite up-and-coming surfers for the championship tour, Joao Chianca. Great to see him with a victory.
Yeah, we are here standing by after the heat win, so conditions are pretty heavy out there. You came up here out of breath with all the running, the paddling, the surfing. How are you conserving energy in the middle of the heats?
I don't know. I just think that was like one of the hardest heats I ever surfed. So much work, so much water moving. There's a lot of power there. I'm just using my regular board, but it's still a lot of work to do. And the runarounds, crazy runarounds at the beach. And well, glad that on my last run around, my team, my girlfriend and the CI manager that I have, he just told me, hey, go for one big turn. That's what they want. And gladly I got there in time. Meet up perfect with the set and had a nice, really big turn by the pier. Everyone loves the pier. I don't love that much, but yeah, feeling really blessed.
Yeah, no one loves doing the actual runaround, but are you getting some good insight in the middle of the heat from your team that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise?
Oh, totally. I'm not using a watch. I might use on the next heat. I just forgot to put on this one, but yeah, definitely some important insights. Maybe some outside view. Sometimes you think your wave is good. Maybe you could do a little better, but yeah, that's super important.
Yeah. What did you see on that last wave in particular that you wanted to take advantage of?
Oh, well, everyone loves big turns, you know. The forecast looks like we're gonna have similar conditions all day long, so every day of the holding period. So just stoked to get this heat through this heat, and just gonna focus. If the conditions are similar, definitely I'm gonna be looking for those big waves and big turns.
Anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Claro. Primeiramente, obrigado a Deus. Eu quero agradecer minha família, meus amigos que estão olhando. Quero desejar feliz aniversário para o Arthur em Saquarema. E é isso. Obrigado a todo mundo. Vamos com calma, vamos para a próxima.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Happy to see Joao take a win. Looking for some big turns, some big sections.
And always with the big smile on his face, too. One of the nicer kids in the competitors area.
I love that he says this is one of the hardest heats he's ever surfed. I feel like he definitely lives kind of in that state of drama a little bit. There's always he really feels when he's in the moment of things. He had some pretty outstanding runs on the championship tour this year, which I would have thought maybe would be a little bit harder, but given everything coming into play this week at Huntington, it's definitely proving to be a challenge.
Yeah, and he even talked about the conditioning aspect and having this, actually. You see Cody there running with his coach, Pedro Jovalino. The fact that they're doing the runaround so much and you're getting that information that you wouldn't normally get in the middle of the heat, it's crucial, and you get a different perspective from not just the ocean, somebody that's actually looking from the beach onwards.
Yeah, well, as we take a look at live action here, Julian finding some speed through that first section. Now lining it up for a big finish. And looking hungry as he kicks out on the inside. Word in for that last of Cody Young is that he actually gave up on paddling through that current and just came straight in, so he didn't actually catch a wave with a score to come through. Just opted to reposition himself by doing the runaround. Caity now up and riding as well. Found a nice looking corner on that wave and looking to keep that flow as he's moving forward down the line on his forehand. Nice wrap and a lot of wobble to deal with, a lot of different sections to read on this wave, and he's doing such a good job of it. I love his style coming through here. As he wraps it through to the inside section, he's going to have one more opportunity to hit it.
Wow.
That was great surfing.
How many maneuvers did he have on that wave?
I lost count. I lost trying to even call every maneuver.
Well, and the fact that like there were no bobbles, there was no time in between the maneuvers. Either he was going rail to rail the whole time. This kid really has everything that it takes to make it to the championship tour. I really enjoy the way not only how he's able to read these kind of different lines that he draws throughout, those wobbly sections, the flatter ones. But we're also talking about a wave that came all the way probably from Machado's Peak next to the pier, too. That's a long distance, and whether or not you're training at Surf Ready Fitness with Paul Norris right here in Costa Mesa, you're training at DSC Performance with Kevin Dean down in San Clemente, I don't know the amount of conditioning that you can get for your legs specifically for surfing. Look at this, Shannon. Decent first turn right there. Tough section on the outside. Great carve right there. Beautiful variation from Taichi. And as I said before, I don't know the amount of maneuvers that he had, but the variation right there, another great carve. Slashes it back. I really like this layback right here. He kind of just shows the progression in a flatter section, and that might be the only thing that's detrimental to the score, but the finish right up into the lip too, showing that little point of difference that the judges want to see all the time. And then Julian, I almost forgot how good this guy surfed. But you see it right here on this last wave. Great style. Little check turn right there. Just gained some speed down the line. And a couple of taps to finish off on his second scoring ride so far.
So scores to come through for both. Ryan Callanan took off on this during the replays.
Yeah, Rhino with a little carve in the pocket right there. Just setting up on the inside. These waves are difficult to surf when you catch them in that midsection. But he did get a 6.5 on his first one, so let's see what he could do on the inside shorey. Looking for the connection right here. Kind of doing the Huntington hop. And then a big turn right there to finish things off. So that should be a great backup for young Rhino.
What a good exchange between those three surfers. Cody Young being the only one not in that pack. Scores still coming through. We haven't seen anything drop in yet for green, white, or blue. Small requirements on the board, and it's just going to be the backup scores actually for all three of them. So we'll see how that situation continues to unfold. We've got 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And we'll be right back with more action and the situation update right after this. Leo Fioravanti currently sitting at #2 on the WSL Challenger Series for this season. Looking very sharp to find requalification heading into the 2023 year, which is really exciting. He's also getting ready to head out in the next heat.
Yeah, coming off of a semifinal finish over there in Bolito, expecting big things from this young Italian surfer and wanting to requalify for the championship tour and make kind of a homestand in Europe after this event too, heading into Ericeira too.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to see him get to surf somewhere a little bit closer to home. So we see a nice looking wave roll through. 11 minutes on the clock, and scores are in from that last situation before we threw to break.
Yeah.
Ryan Callanan up in the lead. His last score dropped in as a 4.63 to bump him up into first. Julian Wilson down into second now as he's racing down the line. Connects with that first section, goes vertical and into the second. Nice seamless surfing between. His last wave dropped through Mitch as a 4.17, which jumped him up into second. And then Taichi Wakita dropped in one of the higher scores of the heat, a 5.8, and has him sitting in third place now.
Yeah, and Julian only looking to better a 4.17. Think he's going to do it right here. And boy, the amount of experience that this guy has, former runner-up in the world, you can't really forget those kind of moments that have put you in those big spotlight heats and bring them into the Challenger Series. He's been there, he's done that, basically every single spot on the Championship Tour, and now here on the Challengers too. Great first turn, but the second one, beautiful, straight up and vertical, right in the pocket too, and the continuation after the first one, right? The amount of speed that he was able to garner after the first turn right there goes to show you he does know how to win here at Huntington.
He definitely has what it takes to win in these sort of conditions. Waiting for that score to roll through. He's chasing a 5.47 to take himself into the lead over Arcal. And it would be great to see Arcal also find that qualification for the Championship Tour again this year. Fell off after the midseason cut, which was unfortunate because you kind of felt like after last season he was really starting to find his rhythm, having, you know, some time on and off the Championship Tour, and just becoming an absolute favorite, I think, a fan favorite around the world, as we see Wakita going hard off the lip for that first section.
Ooh.
Nice wrap and redirection of the board for the second. Gets a little caught up, but now looking to regain some speed and momentum coming in for the finish. Hits it hard and redirects. He is lightning fast off those bottom turns.
Yes, he is. I like that description too, because it kind of not only describes his own attitude, but the style that he brings to these kind of waves, especially beach breaks. 4.04 was what he was needing before Julian's last. I would think that Wilson is going to better here, Shannon, and it's going to make things tougher for both Taichi and Cody Young too. Cody Young, a former Pro Junior champion out here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, so he's got the experience. He definitely has the desire and came in as an injury replacement for somebody in the opening round too, so it will be crucial for him to keep advancing in this event right now.
Yeah, so important for Cody. Reflecting back on that win that he had for the Pro Junior in 2017, he took out names like Reeve Hazelwood, Cade Matson, and Shay Allen. It's a shame to see Cade Matson have to bow out of competition for a second event in a row with that injury. And I think for him, this was really the year that he was looking to just build that momentum, get that experience in.
It sounds like it's pretty severe. You know, I hope it sounds worse than it actually is, but I wish him nothing but recovery. And he was having such a great start to the season too, and after Manly, it just seems like, you know, that devastating news. It might cost him the rest of the season, but it might be beneficial too. You might have to take off the rest of the year and then come back next year stronger.
Speaking of Cody Young, finds that second turn, throws a lot of spray up into the wind. Super frothy in front of him. Keeps that board connected to the face of the wave, goes vertical, now wraps it around. Stands tall, waiting to see. Is he going to find that reform? Is it going to offer him something with some scoring potential through the inside? Does a little bit of the Huntington hop. We haven't actually seen much of that the last couple of days because the conditions have been so big, you haven't needed it. And he'll finish off through the inside. So he's got a score to come through. Last of Julian Wilson, a 5.67, takes him into the lead over Ryan Callanan. Scores to come through now for last of Taichi Wakita and Cody Young as we have 7 minutes on the clock. Now for Ryan Callanan, he has had a pretty incredible run on the Challenger Series. He's made it into the finals. He obviously finaled at Sydney, went down to Rio Waida in 2 events ago on the Challenger Series.
In the second event, yeah.
The second event. So he's had a pretty good run, as well as just one of those guys that tends to win heats as often as he possibly can. We'll take a look now at some specifics with the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. That one Challenger Series event final, hasn't taken a win there yet. 12 career Challenger Series heat wins with that heat win percentage of a 75%. That's a lot of post-heat interviews.
That's incredible, too. You're winning 3 out of 4 heats that you're surfing. Some good numbers right there by Ryan, and I think it reflects the quality of surfing that he presents, not only at the Challenger Series level, but I honestly think that he's a top 10 surfer on the CT, too. He has that capability.
Going in with that speed, Taichi into the first section, gets hit by the second and taken out.
Unfortunate there, too, because if he actually would have been able to complete the second one, he was in the running to get that 5.34 that he currently needs. And Cody Young just dropped in his best, a 4.93, needing a low 6 now. And if you're Rhino, you'd be thinking, okay, I at least want to better my 4.63. But as of right now, I think just taking the lead would be the thing that would be the most beneficial to him. Drop down Julian Wilson to second place again.
Keep that heat win percentage where it's sitting.
Absolutely. That's a good point, too.
Down to 5 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. This has been a fun heat to call. There hasn't been any massive scores. 6.5 is the highest on the board, but there's been plenty of activity.
Yeah, and one of the most explosive and varied maneuvers we've seen all event long from Ryan Callanan at the end of that 6.5. And as you said, I think the scores haven't really reflected how good this heat has been. Taichi Wakita, the 5.8, I would probably say the best 5.8 I've ever seen in my life. And then Cody Young with a pair of 4s. And then Julian Wilson has just been precise and sharp the whole time.
Julian now sitting in the lead. Floats past that first section, drives hard through the second, goes for the reverse in the foam, and adds a little bit of progression. He's looking tired.
Yeah, those legs are burning now after all. He's done 2 runarounds so far. He might get a 3rd one in here, too. I actually think he's done.
He might be just coming in.
Yeah.
He's so tired. He's got a little bit of that dad feeling as we see Ryan Callanan go for that progression as well on that opening air. Now he's going to look for that next section, staying really low, staying hungry as well. Really wanting to take that win away from Julian. Gets that second section. Nice bit of control on the finish. He's feeling it.
You'd never see that from Ryan, too.
A little bit of emotion. I like it.
Yeah, it was like the most random claim at the end of the heat, too. 4 minutes to go, and, you know, he's looking to better a 4.63. Could easily do it. I mean, the first maneuver was strong. Got the inside connection, too, and when I spoke to him earlier, he actually said that he's riding a PU in comparison to the epoxy he rode the other day, too.
Another opportunity for Wakita. Driving down the line.
Oh.
Love that finishing section. Is he going to hold on to it?
Yes,
he's got that
is.
Fuwak stuck to his board.
Absolutely, he does.
And he's now going to look for one more bit of opportunity. Similar to some of the waves we found earlier today, he's been doing really good at making these connections, throwing it up nice and vertical on the finishing sections. He's chasing a 5.34. We do have scores to come through for both Julian and Ryan.
Interesting. Interesting here, Shannon, because the real question is whether or not both Julian and Ryan are going to improve their situations, because I would have to say quite close to getting the 5.34 for Taichi. And now Cody Young, before that exchange, was needing a low 6. I'd be thinking he's going to need at least something in the upper 6, maybe even a low 7 to move back up into the top 2 spots. Not impossible. There's the waves out there to do it too, especially going on a big section, getting 1 or 2 big turns on the outside. But he would have to do it pretty soon. And Julian Wilson just called it quits right now. He's coming in.
Called it quits. Rest the legs. Get some selfies with some of the local Groms. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, so kind of mistimed the first section. Just a little foam climb right there. But the second turn, the blowtail reverse, despite it being a little bit labored, you know, it was still a decent turn. It didn't better. It was a 5.0. And then this wave of Rhino might improve his situation. Great air reverse. Just kind of blowing the tail, forcing the rotation almost. He gets a 5.33, so it does improve his low score. Gets the one little tap at the end. And how's this claim from Ryan, too? When you rarely even see it, he's stoked on it.
So Ryan improves the situation with a 5.33. We're still waiting for scores for this one, though, for Waida.
Yeah, so Taichi now, since Rai moved to the lead, great finish right there from the Japanese surfer in green. He's needing a mid-5. I mean, that was a big turn on the outside section, a lot of commitment, made it to the inside. And how about this finish right here, getting the 2 for 1 right at the end. Boom, right there, straight up in vertical. I actually have to say he's going to get the score and move up into the top 2 right now. So pressure's going to be on Cody Young.
Having a look at that big outside turn, just the strength that it would have taken him to maintain control and everything, that core strength, to keep control of the board and then find that momentum to come through the inside again. Chasing a 5.54, waiting for it from the judges. Last of Julian Wilson in at a 5.00 when he came into the sand, so that doesn't come into his top 2 scores. He doesn't increase his situation at all. Cody Young now with 50 seconds on the clock. He is the only one properly out at backline. I like that Taichi is having that paddle. He may not make it there with enough time on the clock.
And I don't think he's going to need another wave anyways.
Scores coming through now. It's looking good.
Yeah, it's the commitment to the outside section. They've rewarded that all day long, and they're going to continue to do so as well.
And it's a big score, a 6.47, second highest of the heat, jumps him into the lead over Ryan Callanan into second, puts Julian Wilson standing on the sand to hear the news that he would be chasing a 6.17 if he could find himself at backline, but he wouldn't have made it there anyways with the time on the clock.
Yeah, and Cody, with 10 seconds to go, does he have a shot at getting another wave to obtain that 6.9 or not? And it doesn't seem like there's going to be enough time, Shannon.
He's having a paddle here. The wave with maybe the opportunity, but he's going to be up after the buzzer and not a good enough section on the outside anyways.
Yeah, I mean, still got to be stoked on his performance, though. Gave it his all in this heat. And especially coming in as an injury replacement, you made a heat. You garnered some points. Looking good moving forward.
Yeah, excited to see his future. Julian Wilson, we'll see him around the block many more times. Taichi Waida with a last-minute win over Ryan Callanan. More to come right after this.
Another stack heat in the lineup, heat number 12. So just like the heat fire, all the surfers piling out well from the south. So you want to keep your eyes peeled down there towards that southerly fluid and kind of directly in from that. So Rio Waida representing Italy, Ramsey Bullion, Morocco, Edgar Grogia.
We are here in Huntington Beach, California, the south side of the pier for the Vans US Open of Surfing, and it's been a really exciting one so far. We're currently in heat number 12 for the round of 48 on the men's side of the draw. Leo Fioravanti, Ramsey Bokheim, Edgar Garogia, and Morgan Siblick as we see Ramsey go down on that opening turn. Battling it through, trying to get some more points behind their names. A couple of surfers we're very familiar with, maybe 3 of the 4 in this heat that we've seen competing in some very high-level events, whether it be championship tour to Challenger Series level. And then Edgar Garogia kind of showed up on the scene and just blew our minds last year. It's exciting to see him still in the mix as we see Leo Fioravanti throwing so much spray on those first 2 wraps. Hits that section and redirects now, carrying that speed and momentum forward. A lot of flow within his surfing as he gets that first wave underway.
That boy looks good too. It looks spicy, very responsive.
Ramsey up and riding already, quickly on the paddle back out. Moving himself around in the lineup.
Yeah, he's been part of some big heats in the past, 2 Olympic qualifying events, Challenger Series events, obviously close to making it to the championship tour in the Hawaiian leg, both Haleiwa and Sunset Beach. So he's got experience when it comes to the spotlight, but he just has never been able to actually exceed those expectations that people have from him. So look at him to want to do well here in Huntington Beach, and I think, you know, there should be a win in the future for young Ramsey Bukiam.
Leo with the early run around, just about 3.5 minutes through this heat. He's already caught a wave that looked pretty good, and he's going to put himself back in position up past Tower 3 somewhere, get back into that section. Scores to come through for him and for Edgar Grogia out of Brazil. So we see one of our surfers, I believe that was Morgan Siblick, having a look down the line.
Yep.
For Morgs, it's been an interesting year, but we'll get back to that as we see Ramsey staying super busy, super aggressive. Nice vertical snap to wrap to start off with, and keeping that control as he comes through to the inside. Love that these reforms are really opening up today, a little different than what we saw yesterday. Nice slash, and that wave's gonna die out and not offer him the power that he would like to meet it with.
That was some incredible work right there from a tall and very strong surfer in Ramsey. And as you saw right there, not only did he have the spring when he was actually hitting every section, it seemed like every single time he was bettering his maneuver. And the maneuver choice afterwards I felt was great too. But this is Leo's opener, a 4.33. Decent carve to start things off. Kind of a flatter wave right here in the middle section, but did extremely well right there to bank it off of the white water. And then I love these kind of little re-entries right here at the end, especially the last one where he just ditches the fins, and that board looks responsive. I really enjoyed that wave. And then Ramsey's last gets the top turn right there. Great maneuver. A lot of water being displayed and moved around. And then, as I said before, I think with a lot of the larger guys, it's very important for them to look very, what's the word that I'm looking for? Reliant on those sections that they have on the outside, because if you tend to think that the inside's going to stand up the whole time for you in the inside shore break, you're making a mistake because you're not committing to those sections that are actually provided for you on the outside section, where the judges have been actually very responsive to the larger scores too.
They've been very clear with their intentions, huh?
Absolutely.
Those outside sections definitely giving the scores.
The only wave that I could think of that a good part of the score came on the inside section was Ryan Callahan's 6.5. But besides that, I would have to say most of the scores in the good range or above have been on the outside.
Yeah, it's going to have to really be a good stand-up section on the inside, but it's definitely been those kind of outside maneuvers that have been scoring well and giving that critical opportunity, what the judges are looking for. This morning, there was a few of those waves rolling through. Obviously, we had a few barrels on offer, which was nice before that wind kicked up, but some big, heavy sections, like thick-looking lips kind of coming over. Steep drops for the surfers, having to get around those sections. There was one I can think of from Caius King that just looked like a deep, kind of dark wave, a dark lip coming at it, which is not typical of what we see. I mean, we see that in Huntington, but not all the time.
It looked dangerous.
It looked dangerous, which is funny because it's Huntington Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's what people tend to think all the time too. Like if you actually go to Northside in the summertime, like right now this swell, the rights into the pier are actually pretty darn good. You know, you get those barrels every now and then. See Teddy Navarro out there, Jason Robinette, Brett Simpson, former 2-time U.S. Open champion out there. Waves get good here, and they drain a lot, too.
So fun to see it turn on like that. Down to 23 minutes on the clock. In that last heat, we saw Taichi Wakita take the win pretty close to the buzzer. It was very exciting to witness. Let's catch up with him and AJ McCord.
Taichi, just catching your breath after a heat that had a lot of runarounds, a lot of paddling. How did you sustain your energy knowing that you needed a big score at the end?
Just had to push my limit, but super exhausted right now.
Yeah.
So tired.
So knowing just like what the waves were offering, we saw it all day through the rest of the heats. How did you prepare for this one, knowing it was going to be a battle, not just in the water, but to get back into the lineup?
I knew it was going to be tough, so surfed this morning like longer than I usually do, just to like know where the wave was breaking. And yeah, I think that kind of paid off because like, even though I was kind of like getting pounded all the time, I knew where I needed to be. So yeah, I think it paid off.
I would say so. What did you think, like what kind of experience did you lean on that helped you out there today?
Just the positioning. Yeah, I seen like 3 spots that had good lefts. I was even looking the right, so goofy footer.
That's all you needed.
Yeah, yeah.
All you needed. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. All right.
Congrats and stoked for mob member. As his crew would be very excited to see him making it through. Rio Waida, Shun Murakami. All stoked to see Taichi with a win.
Oh, yeah, and he was a little mellow there during the interview. Rocky Point actually gets pretty gnarly currents, too. When it's big, you tend to surf that rocky left going into Monster Mush, too. I don't know if I should be talking about this or not, but that left actually gets great when it's huge, and it's kind of a little bit even too big for that area. But Taichi living right there in front of Rockies, he knows a wave like this well enough.
Leo Fioravanti up and riding in front. Finds the right. Making it look easy. He's got a 4.33 on the scoreboard so far, keeping those knees bent, doing a little bit of the Huntington hop to make it through that section. And maybe look for one last bonus. Just a little late to it. And he'll kick out, but he'll be in a good position as well because he took off on that right. It's going to put him in a good spot for a quick run around. Morgan Siblick also with a score to come through. And he'll come all the way through to the inside. We'll catch those replays in just a moment. Edgard Garogio with a score as well. The moment Ramsey Bokheim did drop in a 4.97 for his last wave, so he's jumped into lead.
Yeah, and that was a decent wave too, but let's see what Morgs did on the outside as well, because you would think that doing the runaround, he would have to be pretty stoked with the wave that he caught on the outside, 20 minutes to go, and Leo so far has executed a great game plan. Got the 4.33 on his opener, and then got a decent wave right here on the right too with another 2-turn combo. The one thing I will say about the world number 5, Sibilik, is that he not only has experience in big heats, he did it all within a span of 6 to 8 months too. So if there's something that this guy can't do, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see what Morgan was capable of in that 2021 season. And then falling short of the midseason cut this year, I think there's just been a little bit of a kind of a shift in maybe that real hunger that's starting to come alive in him in the Challenger Series this year, which we all love to see. He's got some of his great buddies that are still on tour, some others that have fallen off as well that he's now traveling the world with, but seeing him be super focused, super hungry as we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, I caught this wave in the middle part of the section, not the outside, not the inside, so that middle section out here at Huntington. Good finish right there. I mean, the score only came in at a 2.87, but even if it's not going to go into your top 2, it's going to elevate your confidence, that's for sure. And then the Italian Fioravanti, good floater start things off, a little foam climb to finish too, so he'll have at least 2 scores, I would think, in the 4-point range to start things off. And I really like Rogia's last wave too. Shannon came in as a 5.77 as Fioravanti tried to grind this thing all the way through to the inside. Didn't get the inside connection that he wanted to, but still, you know, it should go into his top 2 and maybe even be a keeper at the end of this heat too.
It definitely could be. I mean, it's been a struggle, I think, for most surfers to find multiple decent waves. To get a 6 is good, but then to be able to back it up has been a difficult thing. So if you can put something in that range, and that you know, you could have those kind of 4s to 5s as those keeper scores behind. All scores in now. Leo has jumped into the lead, so it's a small score. It's just a 3.83. The moment that does keep him with the highest heat total. Edgar Garogia then drops down to second, chasing a small 2.93 and just a 2.81 for Ramsey to move himself to the advancing position.
Yeah, and normally, you know, before maybe when I was competing, I would have surfed these conditions a lot more. You know, those afternoon sessions where it's kind of blown out, it's tricky to surf. Now I'm like, no, I'm good. I'd rather surf in the morning when it's glassy, when it's actually great. But this is where you see the separation between the people that actually want it and those that are just cruising along, right? Leo Fioravanti, one of the hardest workers in the game. Ramsey Bokheim, Edgar Garogia, the new kid that's actually looking to make an impression. Morgan Siblick has obviously done his homework in the past, but Local Boy Kanoe Igarashi, Matt Pasaquindici, all these kids have come up in these kind of rough conditions. And unfortunately, the only time you're really going to catch waves in a free surf like this is when you're paddling out in conditions that are as difficult as right now. So I think those people that have grown up specifically in beach breaks and have had to cater around the kind of environment where there's so many good surfers around you, in only one spot that really breaks good summer long, you need to be one of those people that kind of nitpicks when you're surfing. And sometimes it has to be in the afternoon like this.
Yeah, just to break free of those Southern California crowds. There's a lot of people that surf in this region of the world, which is great. Love seeing people in the water, but it makes it so difficult to catch waves, and especially when you're thinking of those surfers that are doing this for a career and actually need to get waves just to be able to train.
You need to practice, right? And even from the area where you're from, River Jetties, just a mile or two down south, it's been getting a lot more crowded right there too. So not only is consistency of practice one thing that'll get you the consistency of good heat scores, but I also think that another thing you need to look out for too is a lot of these people are having to travel so much worldwide. They're not practicing as much at home anymore because they're on tour for so long.
Yeah, they're hardly getting to spend time sleeping in their own bed, let alone surfing their own breaks, where they maybe can be more of a familiar face in the lineup, where they have a little bit more pick of the set waves, and they can kind of own that space, which doesn't happen when you're traveling around the world.
Because you don't have that familiarity with the kind of persona that's surfing now. You maybe see 2, 3 faces that are recognizable, but you don't see those people that you maybe grew up surfing with that maybe have another career, another platform to go to. And it's difficult, but at the same time, you need to understand that not everybody's going to have the same path as you in your life as well. So you need to go out there and just do your thing. If that means surfing by yourself every now and then, you got to go out and do that.
Edgard in all white goes up into the lip. Is he going to hold on to it? Does his best, gets those knees bent, but gets bumped off in the whitewash. He is still sitting in that second place position, and that'll be a throwaway score. Now our surfer in red drifts that tail around on that first turn. He'll kick out as well. An interesting one, looking at the previous results for Leo here at the U.S. Open. He surfed it 3 previous times. 2018 was the last time he competed here, as we see Ramsey kick in and out quickly. But for Leo, he's actually never made it past this round at the U.S. Open, past the round of 48, so it hasn't really been his event in the past. It'd be great to see if he can get that little breakthrough result here. But he is also sitting in such a significant position already on the Challenger Series with really good results from those first few events, that for him to have a throwaway here, if it came down to that, wouldn't be that bad.
I remember one year he actually sustained an injury so bad, he might have actually hit his board or maybe even the pier, but he had a black eye and his nose was all swollen up. He still went out and surfed the next day in his heat. He didn't make it, but the guts that it takes just to do that, this kid wants it real bad.
Oh, he's an absolute warrior. Down to 14 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. At the moment, Leo Fioravanti sitting to possibly make it into the round of 24 for his first time here at the U.S. Open. We'll see if he can hang on to it right after this. Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Leo Fioravanti sitting in the lead, but just a couple small scores on the board. So I think we could see Edgard Garogia take it away if he can get himself a second score. He's got that high mark of the heat so far of a 5.77. Ramsey Boekheim is sitting with priority, looking for a score to take the advancing position. And our surfer in white, they're looking to increase on that 2.0 as the backup.
I remember that the only person that used to wear a white wetsuit was Kelly Slater. And then Kalohe Andino kind of started to do that too. But since then, I haven't seen anybody wear an all-white wetsuit besides Edgard Garogia. And it's cool. I think it's a nice color. It stands out a lot, especially if you're competing and you actually want the judges to keep their eyes on you. It's a pretty cool color to have.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I really like it.
It's the only thing, it's probably getting dirty real quick, though.
It's definitely going to get dirty very quick. Some wax spots, all sorts, as we take a look at what Morgan Siblick got up to during the break.
Wow, great first turn. Excellent combo on the outside right there for Morgan. Right in the pocket, and then Garogia with the answer back. Wow, this kid is surfing great. Both of his best scores are going to be lefts. This is where he kind of caught up with him right here. Just the foam climbs on the inside, but he's got to be stoked with that. Should easily move him up into the lead with that wave.
Staying busy as well. Now that famous backhand attack that we are so familiar with from Ramsey Boekheim, picking out a right-hander. Ooh, nice corner standing up in front of him, and he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, and wow, the amount of force that he put into that last turn looked great.
Leo looking for something similar as well. Doesn't quite have that pocket to it that we saw from Ramsey, but putting in some effort, trying to increase that lead. We do have scores, though, coming through across the board now for all four surfers, and we could definitely see some situation changes.
Well, let's see what Fioravanti did all the way on the outside, too. He's done the runaround 3 times now, which is quite crazy.
Leo with the runaround has had a pretty good run on the Challenger Series as well, as we take a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. He's had that single Challenger Series victory. He's also had a pretty high Challenger Series heat win percentage similar to that of Ryan Callanan in that 76%.
Yeah, but he has 4 more heats than Ryan, 19 heat wins, 76%. Wow, just incredible. And already 1 win too, so he's been there, he's done that, but as you said, hasn't made it out of this round before. And how's Matt Pasquindici, the team manager for Quicksilver, giving him some water in the middle of the heat too?
Great teamwork there from Team Quicksilver. Leo getting that win on the Challenger Series, I believe, back in 2020, the very first one at Manly, the Sydney Surf Pro. So smaller kind of beach breaking conditions as well. He has now dropped down into that second place position as Edgard Garogia has dropped in a 4.87 to jump into the lead. We are still waiting for Leo's last wave to come through, though. Last of Morgan Siblick, a 4.67 is his highest score, but doesn't get him into the advancing position. And Ramsey also with a score to drop through. So we could still see those positions shift around as we're underneath the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and this is a great heat. I mean, the scores maybe don't say that right now, but it's been competitive and it's been real tight. And these are the kind of heats that I enjoy watching, Shannon. I don't really like seeing a blowout. You know, in baseball, you see those games where it's 12-3 or 10-1 or something like that. It's like, it's not interesting anymore. You want to see those pitching duels where somebody's just pitching a shutout, maybe the other team has 1 or 2 runs and it's still close to the end, and with just under 9 minutes to go, this is going to be one of those heats where it could be decided on the beach yet again.
It really could be. We're seeing so much of that, those coming down to those final 5 minutes where there's a flurry of action. You can feel that sort of hunger coming through, that anxious feeling of every surfer, because the scores haven't had a huge spread. The heat totals have been fairly similar, so it's been small requirements across the board, and everyone knows, you know, if they just take off on something, they might get that 1 good turn out the back and then find the score they're looking for.
Absolutely, and it maintains you within striking distance the whole time, too. You know that 1 good wave could make the biggest difference, and look at this, 8 minutes to go, scores dropping in. They look very favorable for both Boekheim and Fioravanti. It seems like they're going to move up into 1 and 2 respectively.
Well, there you go. So scores in now for Boekheim. It's a 5.87 is enough to take him into the lead. Edgard Garogia momentarily into second. Leo now chasing with the requirement a 4.51 to get into second place. His scores dropped through as a 6.13, but that was before, and now his new requirement to get into the advancing position is a 4.51.
Yeah, it was close too. I mean, a couple of judges were actually thinking about giving him the requirement, but 10.64, 10.46, and even the lead 10.84. And Siblik's not out of it with priority, holding down the fort out there. 7 minutes and 20 to go. He only needs a 5.97. Let's call it a 6, and more than capable of doing that, Shannon. I mean, we saw it all year last season.
Some insane results for him, making it into the finals on the championship tour, some semifinal results as well for Morgan Ciblik in his rookie season, advancing into the inaugural WSL finals, which was really exciting to see. Finished off number 5 in the world, and very well-deserved Rookie of the Year title.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Have a look at this set rolling through. And wow, like just look at the sections on it. There's so many ripples, and he just deals with it so easily. Hits that section on the outside, chasing a 5.97. We've got another set rolling through there. We've got someone that's just decided not to go for it. What are your thoughts on that last of Morgan?
Well, it would have to be the second best wave of the heat, and it would have to be just under Fioravanti's and a little bit better than Ramsey's wave, the 5.87. The one thing I will say, he's been surfing to the criteria of what we've seen the big scores from today. Bigger section on the outside, great bottom turn, and I think the only thing that I will say is it was the first wave of the set. It was a little bit choppier. It wasn't as clean as many of those big scores, but either way, it should easily replace the 4.67 as his best, I think.
Yeah, it just had so many ribs on it. As he was taking off, you could see that it was going to be difficult to negotiate down the line. Scores coming through. His high score at the moment, a 4.67. He is chasing a 5.97 to take the advancing position away from Edgard Grosjean. Down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And it looks like it's going to be close, but not enough. It's a 5.07. His requirement now a 5.58 to take the advancing position. Ramsey Boeckheim into the lead off of his last wave, coming through as his best at a 5.87. He's had some great success here in his junior years. He hasn't made it past 17th place finish in the Opens, but back in 2013, he made it into the finals, a 4-man final against Connor Coffin, who took the win, Carlos Munoz, and Jake Halstead.
Ooh.
When they were just Groms.
That's a good field, too. Jake Halstead, haven't heard that name in a while, the San Diego local from La Jolla. Well, 5 minutes to go, Shannon. I mean, Ciblik, close to getting the score that he was requiring, now needs a mid-5. Grosjean just barely hanging on to second place, and I think besides the loss of Kanoe Garashi and Rio Waida, we could see a massive upset right here if Leo Fioravanti loses out. Ooh. Ah.
Just gets stuck on that first section for Ciblik.
Number 2 in the rankings.
Would be huge. The rankings have taken a massive hit right now.
Well, and more importantly, you want to gain ground on the person that's in the lead, and you personally would like to move up into first in the rankings too. So I think that would be Leo's goal after this event, but he's got 4 minutes to redeem himself, and he doesn't need much, needs a mid-4 at the moment.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Leo could definitely get himself in that position, find himself in the round of 24, and start gaining some points, possibly against Rio Waida's 20,000 taking the lead. Morgan now up and riding that we're looking at as he heads towards the pier. A couple of big open face wraps on kind of softer sections.
Seemed a bit desperate to me right there to take that wave. I would have preferred him to see him paddle back out and try to make it to the outside. Get one thing that actually could give you that 5.58. I think they've made it very clear that those mid kind of section waves aren't going to give you anything better than a 4. So I was a bit surprised with the amount of time that there was still on the clock.
He gets very, very narrowly better than the 4. He gets a 4.03.
Yeah, and it goes to show you they're being very critical with the amount of scores that they're dishing on the inside section. As I said, I think the only wave that we've really seen go up into the good range has been Ryan Callanan, 6.5.
Leo with a chance. Goes for that first turn, throws some spray on the second. Looking for something critical here.
Yeah, that's not it. Still needs another wave with 3 minutes to go, Shannon.
4.51 is the requirement for Leo Fioravanti.
Look at it. Oh, sorry, I was just about to say, look at Edgar moving over now, too.
All right, I like that. use of priority. Edgar just blew our minds last year. Coming into the US Open, he'd only surfed a handful of qualifying series events in 2020 to qualify himself for that Brazilian contingency on the Challenger Series. Aside from that, he'd surfed, growing up in Brazil, hundreds of heats. In his mid-20s now, but it's been amazing to see him kind of jump into this pack older in life rather than some of those Groms that we have seen coming up from 16, 17, 18 years old that we're so familiar with that by the time they're in their mid-20s, they're kind of almost late in their careers. For him to get a jump on and to be knocking down some big names at this stage of his life has been really cool to see.
Yeah, and the fact that he was able to requalify for the Challengers too. A lot of people said last year, oh, it was COVID, it was shortened season, he was able to qualify for the Challengers. Guess what? He's back here doing it again.
He's done it again. He's made it through some heavy rounds at home to get himself into these kind of positions. Now uses priority on this wave, goes straight up into the pocket for that first turn, out into the face on the second. White wetsuit, white jersey, white board, matching the white water on the face of the wave. Lots of froth to deal with, but keeps it really smooth, connecting it through. I mean, those were almost sections that you didn't think anyone could ride through. Not much scoring potential here. Might have a little bit of a steep section to finish off in front of the fans, but primarily using that wave with that priority.
It was a block, really. I mean, just keep Fioravanti off of the wave and don't give him a chance. And even if you're Bukaim right now, I don't think that Grosjean is going to better his situation right there. It comes in as a 3.57, but I still wouldn't let Fioravanti go on a wave with priority if it's a good one, just because what if Bukaim gets dropped down to second place and Sibilik all of a sudden actually catches a wave before the 55 seconds expire? There's always a chance that he can move down to third or even fourth afterwards.
Now my question though, I guess Morgan Sibilik does have priority again. So somehow he took off on that last wave. It was around the 3-minute mark when he got sucked under to the north side of the pier. He's made the run around and he's back into the lineup. So he could catch something else. Not sure exactly where he's sitting because we only have eyes on red and blue at the moment. Blue's going to use priority here to make sure that Leo doesn't have a chance, and he'll kick out. So now Leo Fioravanti is going to be handed first priority. Scores through for last of Edgar. It's just a 3.57. That doesn't change any situations as we're down to 15 seconds on the clock. Leo with one last opportunity to get that 4.51.
Body language doesn't seem like he's enjoying it. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough either, Shannon. This is a huge, huge result for both Ramsey and Edgar. Wow. The Brazilian contingency maybe hasn't had the kind of event that they expected, but so far, young Grosjean making it back-to-back here at the U.S. Open. He's looking great so far.
So stoked to see him into another round of 24. Ramsey taking the win. Leo Fioravanti, yet again, not advancing past the round of 48 for the U.S. Open, but he's had such a good season so far. We'll probably see him on the Challenger, on the Championship Tour. Right back after this.
So quickly we saw Matthias there on the south, just up and down real quick. So another great heat as Baldy takes a break. We'll welcome in Darren Brillhart. Brillo, so now getting into the media of this event, already down to the top 24. And now we're into the three-man heat, so no longer four surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, this is a fun round. Just three surfers as you mentioned, and two making it through. And that opener just a point three for Matthias Hardy. So Matthias Hardy in the white jersey is easily allowed.
I'm Matthias Hardy. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. My dream right now is to qualify. I want to be there full time. just to, you know, surf good waves and learn. And I love competing, and I think it's just the place I want to be right now. I'll try my best every single heat, and I'll not hold back. I'll do airs. I'll try to get deep. I'll try to do whatever it takes. I'll go big, and that's what I'm supposed to do. That's why I'm here.
Matthias Hardy, a prodigious talent, and he is in the water right now as we enter the round of 24 here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Joining Matthias in the water, Imai Kalani DeVault and Ezekiel Lau. And talking about prodigious talent, we got a surprise for you. We got Pua Makamai DeSoto in the booth with us. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing excellent, and we're enjoying all the surf. Peter, how are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. We've been hanging out, dude, so let's talk to Pua.
Yeah, so we're going to catch up. Yeah, Peheoi.
Might cut you no, Peheoi.
Might cut you. Pua, you as a Vans team rider, you had a chance to come out here, experience Huntington Beach. You're a national champ. I mean, you've had some success out here at the pier.
Yeah, I was so grateful to get the wild card. It didn't go the way I wanted it to, but still just happy to be here and experience all of this here. I've never been to a U.S. Open. I've never seen it, you know, just, you know, in front of me. And so it's super awesome to see, like, the setup. It's huge, and all the crowd and the people on the beach supporting and stuff. And it's really awesome to be here, and I'm just so grateful to be here.
Hey, we know this guy, Pua. Zeke Lau throwing the tail there after skipping that section. Nice little highline float for Ezekiel Lau. So that's going to be a nice start for the Hawaiian, Peter.
Gotta love the speed that he carried through those full maneuvers on the outside section. It had a little extra octane for sure, and I think that's going to translate into a very nice score. Off that top section there, carried so much speed. It was literally, when you watched it, you're like, hey, he's carrying another 5-10 knots extra speed.
Pua, I'm going to let you talk us through this replay.
Okay, coming down line, looks like he's just trying to get some speed. Looks a little bumpy. Nice floater to start, and then, you know, really release the fins on that one, and definitely put a little exclamation on that.
Yeah, that he did. Zeke Lau, now we know how fit Zeke Lau is, so this beach run is nothing for this Hawaiian.
Yeah, he's like, got this.
That's an easy day training.
He's like, I'm going to do maybe 3 or 4 this heat.
That's not even leg day.
Oh, no. Definitely not.
Here we go, pulling into this shot of Matthias Hardy. Calculated approach at the beginning of this wave. Now getting a little bit loose on the fins. Matthias, a young talent out of Brazil with a lot of expectations after him from Florianopolis. So nice little start, kind of a steady, almost a conservative approach from what I've seen from Matthias Hardy in the past, but just wants to get a number on the board.
I think the wave really dictated that pace. You know, it didn't have any vertical wall, so he was able to just kind of glide through, utilizing that flow prior to the criteria to get the score needed. Good start for Matthias, you know, nice open face, but going to be a pretty contrast in style or in a score between Ezekiel and Matthias here, because we've seen those mid-range scores, those mid-range waves, only fetch 4 to 5 range, whereas if you get those outside moves and really commit to that outside bigger set waves, that's where we saw it go into the good range, into those 6s and 7s.
Yeah, Matthias, he's already made quite a splash, you know, within surfing, coming out and getting a 5th place as a wild card just this year in Brazil on the CT level. And remember, last year got a 3rd place in Mexico. Let's take another look at the replay, Pua.
Yeah, it's kind of looks like a smaller wave and a lot of bump and a lot of froth on the wave. That was a nice maneuver there. It seemed like there wasn't really too many big maneuvers that were kind of jumping out at you, but definitely a lot of maneuvers, and just tried to, you know, make the wave do for what there was. Didn't look like it really lined up too well, but he surfed every section that there was, and he really tried to make the score out of it.
Well, we'll be waiting for scores for Matthias Hardy and as well as Ezekiel Lau. Just a fractional score is going to check in for Imai Kalani DeVault, our 3rd competitor in this 3-man heat. A reminder to the audience, round 24, 3-man heats, top 2 will move into the round of 16, Pete.
This is a crazy little round, right? Because, you know, you're feeling pretty good about your odds getting through it, but you do not want to finish that 3rd, because you know full well, yeah, you just got to beat one other surfer. So it feels like an easier round, but ultimately you've got some surfers that are in form, already making it through from the round of 96 and the round of 48. Some surfers that have been feeling the vibe. seeing the scores now drop for Ezekiel, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty good number.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start for the Hawaiian. One more score to drop before we make that official. But talking about Imai Kalani DeVault, who has, okay, 6.33 for Ezekiel Lau. Now turning the conversation to Imai Kalani DeVault. He's a Vans team rider. Pua, you're a Vans team rider. Have you been hanging out at all with Imai? Do you guys go on trips or surf or functions?
Yeah, I actually only met Imai at the Haleiwa Challenger last year. It was the first time I've ever met him, and I feel like growing up I would always see him and watch his surfing, but I never got to meet him. And yeah, ever since then we haven't gone on any trips yet or any of that kind of stuff, but we definitely like see each other and we'll talk story in the water or, you know, just seeing each other at events with Vans and stuff like that.
How cool is it to ride for Vans? It seems like a really cool company to ride for.
Yeah, they're a really awesome company. I think, you know, something that I love so much about them is that, you know, they really want to give back to the communities that we are living in, and they've given back so much to Hawaii that I could ever ask for and stuff.
And, you know, talking about Vans and that connection, Vans also contributes to your mom and dad's, your whole family's connection in Nakamakai. Can you tell us a little bit about the outreach that Nakamakai does?
Yeah, so Nakamakai is a nonprofit that my dad created in 2008. And I was 3 years old then, so I was kind of, you know, in a sense born into the nonprofit. And it's just, you know, we go every second Sunday of the month, and we go to different places all over Oahu, 6 different districts, and we take keiki in the water and try to educate them about ocean safety, ocean awareness, stewardship and conservation. And, you know, we take them on the paddleboard canoe and then the canoe after that, and then just, you know, try to give them their best experience that they have. And really just trying to shine the light on, you know, ocean awareness and being safe in the water.
Yeah, and it blows my mind because I was up in with the early years of Nakamakai with your dad, and it was always blowing my mind on how many kids on Oahu or in Hawaii didn't really know basic ocean skills. Some of them didn't know how to swim, and Nakamakai would teach these kids, you know, ocean safety and to swim, and a lot of the water sports introduced to them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, something big about Hawaii is a lot of the native kids or the people of our aina don't have access to that, and they don't have access to the ike kupuna or the knowledge from our ancestors and, you know, previous generations. And so for my dad, he got that all free. You know, it was given to him through his grandparents and through his parents and from generations and from all the aunties and uncles. And so he wanted to share that and give that to everybody else.
And that's kind of by talking story, right? It's by spending time and actually sitting around the campfire or going to the beach, and you teach these things by virtue of experience.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one of the olau'olu no eau, or the prophecies that we say, is makahana ka'ike, and it's in doing you learn. You know, the best way to learn how to do something is doing it.
So here we go. We're talking about Imai. Here he is. Nice snap off the top for DeVault. Floats that one. Airdrops tail first. Nice combination of maneuvers for Imai Kalani DeVault, Pete, and that's going to get him on the stage.
On a set wave, too. So, again, the judges have been pretty darn clear. You want to get bigger numbers, you got to do it on the bigger waves. We've seen those one big move fetching 7s, and this was 2 pretty good solid moves there for Imai. You know, he rode 2 waves, 2 quick ones, just a 0.87 or 0.73. This is going to be much better for him. Most likely going to match where Ezekiel Lau is. So Matthias Hardy in a situation where he's got to get himself a matching number.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I love the lineup of this heat. Just exciting up-and-coming surfers. Here's Imai, Pua.
Yeah, nice turn here, and then that big floater to finish it. And I think Imai is like one of my favorite surfers just because he always surprises you with like maneuvers maybe you wouldn't think of doing in those sections, and then he's just like doing them, and it's really fun to watch.
Spontaneous, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, your favorite surfers generally are going to blow your mind, right? At some point, you're like, whoa, I didn't know that you could even do that, or you know, whoa, you didn't see that coming for that section. Imai's been able to do that, very, very spontaneous. His equipment, I think, helps that too, because he does like to use true styrofoam core bores mostly on all of his equipment. So he's been able to ride that solely, and I think that that's something that he's been used to it because he doesn't switch back and forth. It's always usually pretty much all styrofoam cores.
Yeah, KT Designs out of Maui, and Keith there at KT really bringing some innovative construction to surfboards and just making some beautiful boards. A 6.9 drops for Imai, and Imai goes into the lead here at the 19-minute mark. So he earned that score.
Sure did. You know, and like I mentioned, Matthias has now put himself in a little situation here. So he picked up that mid-size wave, and generally you think of Huntington Beach that sometimes you have to make that decision that you're going to you know, ride these mid-sized waves that are going to be a little flatter on the face because you feel like you need more quantity, but the judge is going, no dice. We want to see you go big. We want to see you do it. If it's just one big maneuver, we're going to reward that. And so it's been clear pretty much, especially through today. You know, if you attack a big size section, you're going to get numbers. You ride a mid-sized wave and just weave it through and do little carves and snaps, they're not going to give you much more than a 5.
Well, 18 minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown. We'll see if Matthias Hardy can answer back right now, but the two Hawaiians both with strong scores to start off this heat. Here we go. There he is on cue. Matthias Hardy throws it up in the lip. Big mound of whitewater, but no exit, no completion for Matthias, so he's going to have to try again. Good news is he's got a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because that was one of those bigger set waves. And again, big section in front of him. He went for it, just wasn't able to ride out. That would have been a matching score. That was the kind of stuff he needs to do in order to match the Hawaiians.
All right, so now with priority to Ezekiel Ai, second priority to Imai Kalani DeVault. Ramzi Bukhayam, the Rocket Moroccan, won the last heat number 12 of the round of 48. Let's hear from Ramzi. He's with Louisa.
Ramzi, Moroccan idol. I see all the guys telling you how you're the style master. In conditions like this, do you think you can have style and still surf with quality?
Well, it's challenging, that's for sure, honestly. There's waves, but it's hard to find the one with the right angle that's going to allow you to do like one big turn or like a few turns. And if you're lucky, you get a good inside turn. So that's what happened to me. I took off on that right. I knew I was not going to do something crazy at the back, but I saw it had a good inside. So I just went all in on the inside, and I guess they rewarded. And yeah, it was a scrappy hit. Oof.
I know, you were just telling me how physical it was and how intense with the running, with the waves, with paddling, the current. You know, is this very different than what you're expecting for this heat?
I mean, for a QS, it's one of the, I mean, it's tough today, honestly. Huh? You don't think it's going to be tough when you come to Huntington, but it's actually really tough. A lot of paddle. The run is actually really far. And then you get caught on, you know, you get waves on the head on the way back out. So, yeah. And then you got to focus to do the score on the wave. So it's just a lot of things, but I'm stoked it worked out for me, and tomorrow is another day.
I know you're telling me also that it's hard to hear the score. Your intuition was telling you that was a win or that was not a win.
I mean, I knew I hit it hard on the inside, but you never know. Sometimes you time it well, sometimes it doesn't throw spray. So I was like, ah. And then when I came back out, I passed the point and I heard I was first. I was like, okay, so it has to be at least like a 5-something. But still, it's open, you know, so you got to be focused until the end. And surfing against my friend, really good friend, Leo, felt bad that he was needing a score at the end, but it is what it is. He's in a pretty good position on the ranking, so I'm sure he'll be stoked if I join him.
Amazing. Congratulations. I hope to see you back here.
Thank you, guys.
Want to say something to Morocco?
Yeah, thanks. شكرا الدراري في المغرب. Et voilà, ديما المغرب إن شاء الله يكون الخير غدا.
That's it.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Back.
All right, well, Ramzi Bukhayam coming out of that heat, as well as Edgar Grosjean, who is a great surfer out of Brazil. Well, right now in the water, we're at the halfway mark, and we're catching up now to Matthias Hardy, who's been surfing under the priority right now, trying to make things happen. Some difficult water and a bit of a ruffled face and some white water for Matthias to deal with. Looking on this inside section, hoping for a ramp to pop up and giving him a chance to show us some of his air game, or at least just an exciting finish, working the way all the way down the line, and now he's just going to relocate, get to the beach, and do that beach run, Pete.
I was just going to touch back on Ramzi, and you know, he's been looking really good. I was able to see some of his clips that he's been posting of his warm-ups before this event, and looking so sharp. I really felt like he was going to be one to watch here, and as he's into that next round of 24, so congratulations to him, because I think his surfing would be matched perfectly with the championship tour.
Yeah, well, you got to get through the Challenger Series first, and then we have such a deep field. Let's look at a replay now of Matthias Hardy. Pua, take it away.
Yeah, this is one off of the Pure Bowl right, and that was a nice wrap. Nice turn. The same as the other waves, it just seems like there's not much opportunity on the waves that he's been finding, and I think for him, he's going to need to find a bigger wave. That was a nice turn right there from Imai, throwing the fins as always.
How was that? Getting inverted with that backhand lipper. Imai Kalani Deval catching up to live action. So already has a 6.9 in his scoreline, and looks like he's on his way to back up that number well.
Again, just surfing to what we've seen all day long, you know, understanding what the judges have been wanting, surfing to that criteria, getting very loose in the lip there. That was awesome stuff from Imai. That's where, again, where you're just like, wow, didn't see that coming, did you? You know, look at this sizable set wave. He gets the upside down turn where he gets the fins up and over. So there's an innovation and progression element there. That was totally inverted. Awesome stuff there from Imai. And he's going to get another great number here. I mean, in comparison to Matthias Hardy's right, that's just not going to come in. Those numbers aren't going to match, you know, and I think that the judges have said it all day long. You know, if you want to, you know, ride waves and milk it to the inside and get fours, go for it. But it ain't going to make the cut if you want to finish in the top 2.
Doing the beach run, and that's been the story of the last 2 days, the triathlon of surfing out here. Run, paddle, surf. Well, we got the second half of the heat coming up, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the Vans US Open of Surfing.
I grew up in Huntington Beach, California. Seeing women in the water was pretty rare. And so to be here today and to see so many Groms, it's awesome to just be part of it.
So we're down here for WSL Rising Tides, and we have the very best of the best of Californian surfing. This is the future of American surfing here on the beach today.
It was just so sick that all the pros were like pushing everybody in and giving high fives, and it was just amazing.
Living in Santa Ana, only surfing on the weekends, moments like this is what inspired me.
When I was 10 or 11, like most of these girls, there was like 4 or 5 of us. Now there's about 20 to 30 of them I see now.
We're really grateful to have a brand like Pura Vida involved, because not only do they align with our values and what we believe in, but Pura Vida understands and sees the importance of investing in the next generation.
The new generation's coming.
The rising tides inspiring the new generation of female surfers, and I'm glad we brought that back. We're doing that at multiple events this year, and the turnout and the energy has been nothing but inspirational. I'm Kehu Butler, joined by Peter Mel, and talking about the next generation of female surfers. We're also in here with Pua Makamai de Soto. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So, as we went to break, we saw a dynamic wave from Imai Kalani Deval. He has a strong lead over Matthias Hardy and Ezekiel Lau. 6.9 and a 7.57 for Imai. Now Zeke still in the game, although he's sitting in 3rd place right now, Peter, because he has that valuable 6.33 opener.
Well, and he needs one. You know, he needs a set wave. He needs to find himself in position, not just a straight hander, as you like to call those closeouts, but you know, there is opportunity. We saw Imai able to get a 7.57 with a nice size set wave.
So some people call Ezekiel Lau the Flying Hawaiian, but I have some De Soto family trivia, because the original Flying Hawaiian is Pua Makamai's uncle, or granduncle, I guess, right?
Yeah.
John DeSoto is the original. I just got to get this right for the history books. The original Flying Hawaiian. He was a legend in the development of motocross. That was back in the 70s, Pua.
Yeah. So yeah, my uncle John DeSoto, he's considered the Flying Hawaiian in motocross. It's also something that my family does all the time. And actually, you know, my grandpa, his father, and my grandma, Grandma Frenchie, they were the ones who built like the tracks in Kahuku and went and got the permits for that, and you know, carved out all the stuff and made the tracks for, you know, the motocross now, and we still see people going there all the time.
Yeah, and Grandma Frenchie did some other stuff that was pretty important for natives in Hawaii. She was one of the originators of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and that really it is still an organization that gets a lot of funding for Native Hawaiian projects.
Yeah, my grandma was a very important person in the history of Hawaii, and she passed 5 laws, and one of them was re-legalizing the Hawaiian language because it was taken away from us and we weren't allowed to speak our native tongue. And one of them was the Mother of Oha, and you know, giving us gathering rights and stuff to our land and our aina and some other stuff. And one of the other big one was, you know, stopping the bombing on Kaho'olawe. She was the one who would go in the community and get all the signatures from everybody and, you know, get the signatures to pass these laws so that we can have our culture back.
I got you chicken skin, huh? This will give you chicken skin. This stuff will get you chicken skin, and this is real.
I love it. I love that history lesson. I love that your family's been such a part of Hawaii, and obviously surfing in the ocean has tied that all together, right? And that's really the importance that the Hawaiians have all brought to is the ocean. And I mean, it brings chicken skin to me because it's really where surfing was introduced to the Americas, yeah, I love Hawaii.
Yeah, well, Dad Dwayne DeSoto's a former world longboard champ and just did an excellent role in playing Duke Kahanamoku in a wonderful movie. If you haven't checked it out yet, called Waterman.
Yeah, it's sick movie.
You watched it?
I did, absolutely.
Yeah,
lovely. I love Hawaiian history. I love that whole thing.
Yeah, it was a really awesome movie that my dad was able to play Duke in, and that was a really big responsibility for my dad to do, and he was like, should I, and stuff, but, you know, I'm really happy that he was able to do that, and, you know, I watched that, we all watched that, and we learned so much about Duke that we didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, some of the stuff we probably wouldn't be able to find. It would take hours and hours to even find this stuff, and so it was a very special thing that my dad could be a part of, and I cry every time I watch that movie. It is such an amazing film, and so happy that it's being shared around the world and put in film festivals.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a surfer, check out Waterman, and you owe it to yourself because it will give you an appreciation to know that you're a part. Because if you're a surfer, you're a part of this stuff that really Hawaiians like Duke brought back and actually helped show the entire world the beauty of surfing, and it's healed
aloha,
so many people.
Right? Isn't that kind of aloha? Is it a big part of it?
Yeah, for sure. I think surfing has been, you know, in our culture for years, and it's actually a cultural practice to us. And so, you know, when we go in the water, we're not just going in there to do that. We're also going in there to, you know, continue to share our culture and, you know, things of our culture. And here's another Native Hawaiian, Imai, up and riding.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my
and he just goes to town. Imai Kalani DeVault.
He's having fun out
now
there.
He's having fun. He's got 2 big scores on the board, and now you can see the fun come out.
I think he's been having fun the whole time.
I mean, for sure. I don't think I've ever seen someone do that in heat, so good job, Imai, I guess. Just playing around with his board, and, you know, it's really awesome to see him, you know, on this level. And, you know, he qualified for tour. He ended up falling off, but, you know, I know that experience for him was such a big experience, and he learned so much, and I want him to requalify because he deserves to be there.
Look at this. Just nice drift of the fins, floats it again, 3 turns on the outside, and just finishes with a nice little reversal.
There you go. That's Imai.
That was sick. And he still has open face here. You know what? A little choppy.
Little pop shove it.
It's so sick. I love watching Imai surf. You know, that'll never stop. And I want him to get another chance back on the championship tour again, especially since I mentioned it in his earlier heat in regards to, you know, starting the season off at Pipeline and also Sunset Beach. I feel like Imai could easily get himself right there in that top 5 question right out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, he lost a lot of tight heats, you know, in those first 5 events, and his surfing was right up to par. He was just really unfortunate in some of those circumstances that happened before that mid-season.
You see our first excellent number?
8.17. Yep, there you go. Excellent for Imai Kalani DeVault, and it looks like he's on his way to the round of 16. The other Hawaiian out in the water needs to do some work. Ezekiel Lau has got that 6.33, but needs a 2.84 to get that second place position off of Matthias Hardy.
Well, Matthias, you saw that during our conversation there that he ended up picking up a 5-point ride. He really liked it, but only getting a 5-pointer. So the door is still wide open for Ezekiel, just needing like a 3-pointer, right? So you would think that he'll find that before the next 3:45, but he has been waiting a while.
For sure. I think, something when you're in a heat, it's, you need a 2.84, but you want to get a 6. You don't want to get a 3 and then leave the door open. And so I think Zeke's definitely out there just trying to find, something to just protect him a little bit more from, losing this heat.
Yeah, and that's a CT experience. It's like, hey, I started off with the 6.33. He's been very patient, had priority this whole time, but he hasn't been in position for one of those quality waves. So it's just a matter of time, But at some point, you got to pull the trigger and see what he can do here.
For sure. I think, when you're in a heat and you're like, oh, I need a 2.84. I want to get a 6. I want to get a 7. I want to get an 8. But sometimes you just need a 2.84, And I think, sometimes you end
it's
up.
Logic.
Yeah, you see past it and you're just like, I need a 2.84. But, here's a nice big one maneuver from Matthias Hardy.
Well, this may make the job a little bit more difficult for Ezekiel Lau, because you were talking about it, Peter. One big maneuver for a score. That was one big maneuver. Yeah,
and it wasn't on a major set wave. I will give it that, so that'll factor into it. We saw him get that 5-point ride kind of on a similar style, one big turn, not on a major set wave. But, again, it could add some pressure here. It's probably going to be better than the 4.17, which is going to bring that score a little bit higher needed for Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, this is why it's really important when there's like 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left, to not get a 2.84 and to get a 6 or 7, because, easily like that, if Zeke got a 2.84 and then he got that wave, would have just,
flip-flop.
Would be running around trying to get a score with a minute left. So there's a nice big one maneuver, though, for him, and I think it's a score that it's going to be a good score, and it's going to probably almost match Zeke's 2 turns because of the wave size and the critical maneuver. But now Zeke's got to get a wave.
Now you called it. A 6.67 drops from Matthias Hardy, and now the pressure increases on Ezekiel Lau. Now, not such an easy task.
No.
Ezekiel needs a 5.35, and that is not an easy number to do given the conditions.
Yeah, but I think again, it just needs a set. That's really what he needs to look at, is making sure that he's on one of those bigger waves. Because if you pull the trigger on a mid-sized set, we're not going to see it get the number needed. He's just been paddling around, and a lot of it's been missing where he's at.
Yeah, it's really hard out there. I mean, when I had my heat, it was actually like the day that it was like kind of small and like barely breaking, and that was hard. And now it's big and it's hard, and I think that's something really interesting about Huntington. It's always changing, and it's always challenging you to really. Yeah,
you got to be really, really adaptable, and the conditions. I mean, it's such a long haul in this event that you're going to have to be very adaptable throughout this event for success for this champions who end up on the podium.
Yeah.
So under a minute right now, and oh man, the pressure's on Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much coming in right now. Which definitely would be a bummer, but hopefully there's a little opportunity. I feel like Zeke's one of those surfers that, it takes till the 3 seconds left, 1 second left, and he will get the score. And we've seen him do that like last year at the U.S. Open. He had 10 seconds left, stood up and got the score. So it's definitely possible, but we're just, watching, see how it's going to unfold.
Well, here we go. We're down to 25 seconds. Imai's already got this one in the bag, so he's just going to continue ripping up Huntington Beach this afternoon. But really important for Ezekiel Lau as we're down to just 15 seconds. Here we go. There's the chance for Zeke. What's he got for us? Winds up off the bottom, smashes it through the lip, layback extension, claps it, thinks he's got it, a 5.35. That was a big dynamic maneuver, high risk maneuver. A little more on the inside would definitely help his cause. Let's see if he finds some open face.
Zeke's the person to milk it, so I think he's definitely going to try to
snap on the inside, digs the rail. That may leave a bad taste in the judge's mouth. We're going to see.
Be very close.
It's going to be. This one's going to be on the line right now. So.
At that point, you almost want to, you don't want to go too big because you want to complete the maneuver sometimes. So we'll see if that, really affects that.
I will say that outside move, though, that was
sick.
It was definitely on the line. He was laying it on the line. It wasn't just a nice little tap there. He put all that board in the lip.
You can tell he was trying to hold on to it.
And it wasn't a bigger wave, right? It was that kind of mid-sized wave. So, again, he had to really lay into it, and he did. And I feel like this is going to be pretty darn close.
Well, He knew what he had to do. He threw it at it. Ezekiel Lau, we have no indication as of yet from the judges on that number. A reminder, you can see on your screen for the needs. He needs a 5.35.
Ooh, anxious moments here for Ezekiel. Let's take a look. You know, it's not a small wave, so that's good. But look at how hard he hits that thing. Oh, he nailed it. Just karate chop. Felt sorry for the lip.
He was stoked about it, I think. You know, when you need a score and you get like a good maneuver, you're like, yes. But I think definitely not completing the wave is going to affect it a little bit, but hopefully not too much.
Yeah, that's the question mark, right? And that's just, it's left with a question mark rather than an actual like solidification.
This is when it gets scary.
The nerves and the emotions.
What do you think?
Are high.
It's hard because anytime, you know, I feel anytime it takes a long time.
Oh, look at the score starting to fall. He's liking the first two numbers.
He's not going to like the third number.
Nope.
5.57, and Zeke Lau with the buzzer beater. He moves into the round of 16 along with Imai Kalani Deval. What an exciting heat. That was great.
Decimation to that top length right now. That was Matthias Hardy. He was right there on the cut line as well. Jeez, big turns. That was cool.
Mahalo Pua for having you in here on the set. Thank you so much. I know you got a future as a pro surfer, but we'd love to have you as a commentator anytime you want to come in here. You did such a good job.
Thank you
so
much for having me.
Right after
Aloha,
this.
Everyone.
That was an exciting end right there. I mean, there was 10 seconds ago, Zeke Lau didn't really have much. It was kind of a closeout, and he was able to, you know, get that one maneuver out the back, and then found the inside reform. Unfortunately, he did go down and not complete. If he would have completed that maneuver on the inside, it would probably have been a slam dunk. He got the score. But judges comparing it to, you know, the other scores written, and he got the nod and made the advancement in the last seconds.
Well, here we go. Is this Chris Zappos? One quick up and out. Well, I don't know what it is. There's certain surfers that like do that often, and I've seen Zeke have a lot of those heats where it's like down to the wire and he pulls it through. And you just got to think that it builds your character, but it gets taxing after a while. Like, to have to grind it out at the end every time. Wow, what a big one. That was, I think, was that Liam O'Brien right there?
Yeah, I think it was.
That was Liam O'Brien on his backhand.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to be on the championship tour. I never got to surf a heat last time I qualified, so that's definitely where I want to get back to, and why I want to be there. I guess it's the ultimate in surfing. It's like the pinnacle of competitive surfing, and that's where all the best guys are, and you get to surf the best way. So yeah, it's pretty obvious why you want to be there. I think it takes a lot of resilience and a little bit of luck. You kind of just got to have the ability to just keep getting knocked back, and not really change your approach.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien, a bright talent out of Australia. He's out in the water along with Jesse Mendez and Chris Zappos, who this morning had a buzzer beater, tremendous buzzer beater to knock Kolohe Andino out of competition. So let's see if Chris can bring the same magic to his heat in the round of 24. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. I'm joined by Peter Mel. Talk you through this action. Yeah, Liam qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour, Peter, but fate was not on his side, got injured before the start of the season.
Yeah, what a bummer, really. And, you know, now has to work his way back into it. And it's just not like he's going to be gifted wild cards because there's just so many injuries with surfers ranked higher than him. So he's got to earn his way back there. Very accomplished, especially in these qualifying events. You know, this Challenger Series, he has been one to get numbers. No worries for him. He's got that experience on the Championship Tour, so he knows how to find those bigger numbers. So I expect him to be back on that Championship Tour with his brand of surfing. It's just a matter of time and a couple of good results.
Yeah, also Liam O'Brien should be comfortable here at Huntington Beach. He was runner-up here at the Vans US Open Surfing in 2019, so he's already had some success here. Chris Zappos. As working it over right here. This right keeps on giving for Zappos, and some nice rail surfing, nice paced approach to this beginning. Finds another section on the inside, little backwash, no problem, and stabs a finish right there, negotiating through that lumbly, jumbly, backwashy section on the inside.
We'll see where this one factors in. We've seen waves like this get, you know, mid 4s to 5s. That one felt like there was some mid-section there that gave him opportunity, but didn't see any high impact moves, you know, where you're just like, whoa, you know, you kind of want to have that wow factor on every wave. Not taken away from the surfing there, because there was some great speed and flow on that, but we haven't seen waves like that fetch bigger numbers today.
Right, I mean, that's been your mantra, and you've been right when it comes to you know, scores, is that it seems like the judges are really leaning on one big maneuver as opposed to multiple maneuvers stitched together to the beach.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily what we've seen at Huntington Beach in the past. You know, it's usually you want to see just that nice glinking and flowing thing, but it's, you know, they consistently said that you need. Let's take a look here at the 517 so we can throw down a comparison. I mean, there you go. One big move on a big closeout section, very committed. And then here, a little bit smaller wave, right? You know, there's a hit of the lip, but it wasn't high impact. And then that was a nicer turn, gets the drift. And then this wave kind of stood up through this section here, which was kind of nice. He kept the flow going. I mean, there was a string of several maneuvers. You know, those turns were more just like placing the board there, which is good. And quick in the transition. Let's take a look here at Liam. Didn't get to see this wave there. Just a big slam of the lip again, and he's out of there. So see where these couple waves factor in. I mean, here's an example. We're starting to see the numbers trickle in for Zappos, and it's going to be a mid-4.
All right, 4.33 is going to be the backup for Liam O'Brien, and Chris Zappos opening up with a 4.67. So the heat is set right now. O'Brien in the lead, Zappos in second, Jesse Mendez yet to get any kind of meaningful number. It seems to me, Pete, that the swell has been dropping off quite a little bit. Have you checked the buoys at all lately?
I haven't, but I can do that for you.
Okay, well, I'll talk you through this as you give us, check our outside buoy ratings, and we'll check out Liam O'Brien, wave number 3, another big lip glide for the Australian. So O'Brien gaining some momentum here, showing some aggressive surfing out at the south side of Huntington Beach. Difficult winds, and but Liam O'Brien negotiating that really, really well. Let's get to the interview from Imai Kalani DeVault. 15.74 was a 2-wave total, and he's on to the round of 16.
What a heat. I don't know if you feel that way, but outside here, with just looking at you, you feel like you're having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, no, it was a blast. It's always fun to surf heats where you kind of just feel freed up a little bit. So after I got 2 pretty good scores, I was just kind of having fun, and those are the best heats for sure.
You have the highest score of the day for heats. How does it feel like different from the other heats of the day and the past days that you've been surfing here?
Yeah, that's amazing. I don't really know. I wasn't going into the heat expecting much because people have kind of been struggling all day. Like 2 5s usually were making the heat, so I didn't go in with any expectations. I was just like trying to find the bigger sets because I know those have been scoring well and hopefully get 1 or 2 turns in, and that was just my game plan, and I just found a couple.
Are you going to keep your game plan? Same board, same strategy?
Yeah, I think so. Nothing's changed. The conditions may change a lot, but I think we'll have some waves most of the week. So, yeah, stick to it.
Amazing. On to the round of 16. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you go. Imai feeling freed up, and if he can bottle that feeling and get it back in him for the next heat, he's going to continue through the draw, because that's the kind of inspiration and that's the kind of freeness that you want to see when you have the jersey on. Great job done by Imai Kalani DeVault.
So buoy readings, significant, not significant, but a drop in regards to interval, right? So most of the buoys have been ranging around that 4'13" this morning, 4'12". Now we're seeing a pretty consistent 11-second period. So that is a sign of the back end of the swell. So we're seeing like 2 feet 11 seconds, 4 feet 11 seconds on all of our nearshore buoys, going all the way up to San Pedro. San Pedro buoys at 4 feet 11 seconds, coming out of that 175 direction. So still pretty darn south. One of the buoys north, Long Beach Channel, is seeing 4 foot 12 seconds at 185. That's a kind of a northern angle. So now everything south of us is all at 11 seconds. So yes, we're definitely seeing the back end of the swell.
So we're seeing the swell starting to pull back a little bit, but a steep angle is still going to be, you know, a difficult, longer walls because there's not a lot to break it up, correct, Pete?
Yeah, and the current there is going to be strong as well. We haven't seen any inclinations yet, too, of that newer swell that'll come. That'll probably start at a 20-second interval, and hopefully we start to see that fill in tonight and into tomorrow.
Big off the top, has to get through the landing, almost pulls it down. Jesse Mendez has been fighting through a couple of waves, but not being able to complete anything of significance as of yet, still trailing Liam O'Brien and Chris Zappos. Well, I'm going to check in with Shannon Hughes. You're on the athlete deck. Shannon, what's going on?
Hey, Kaipo. It's just so busy in here. I thought I'd give you guys a little vibe check. We've obviously got some camps for the surfers in the lineup. The couple of Australians. I've got the whole APAC crew behind me between the Aussies and the Kiwis supporting. Also for the now Italian Jesse Mendez, the Brazilian Pax down here supporting. And then coming up in the next team, we got Luca Messina. So the Latin American group is here. Obviously, also later this week, we've got the Duct Tape Invitational opening up, the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. So some longboarders on the deck this afternoon, and everyone's getting a little vibe, getting a little bit of check of the conditions, kind of cheering on when the good sets come through, and getting some Sambazon acai bowls in them to keep their energy levels up.
All right, looks like a good vibe. What's Simlic doing right in the back there?
He is checking the surf, analyzing things, feeling maybe not so good about some results earlier on today, but supporting with the crew nonetheless.
I bet you he's rooting for Liam O'Brien. Morgan Simlic and O'Brien out in the lead right now, Peter. 5.17, 4.83. Sambazon's actually at the athlete area. Delicious, nutritious, and purple. Sambazon.
A little injury lift, you know, of course, acai being a big part of surfing. Nice and light, because those are the things you can eat one of those bowls, get the little pop of energy from you, and also it keeps you light on your feet so you can go above the lip.
I have one every morning.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good thought.
Yeah, it's light. All right, so 19 minutes.
And purple.
And purple as well, Peter.
Now, you mentioned purple. I don't know what the excitement was of it, but hey, you're all good. You can have.
Well, hey, look, we're going to go down a rabbit hole right now. Good, because it's a lull. But there's not there's not a lot of purple food. So when you're eating a purple food, then you're definitely aware. I am definitely aware of it, and I love acai. I love Sambazon acai. I'm going to leave
I know you've got your mirror. You like to look at yourself.
What does that have to do with?
It's purple mouth. You got to make your mouth.
Teeth.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Make sure you don't have the purple teeth. All right. O'Brien, 5.17 and 4.83. And the thing with Liam O'Brien is he has 3 actually meaningful scores. He's thrown away a 4.33. Chris Zappos, who's currently in second place, still needs a backup score because he only has a fractional score to back up that 4.67. Jesse Mendez, Pete, needs to find something substantial right now just to get a relevant score on the board.
No, it's not like he's being patient out there. He's already ridden 4 waves. Just none of them have transpired to anything solid. So Jesse's kind of keeping that busy attitude. I feel like with a dropping swell and still a lot of consistency, that's probably not a bad idea, is to have those extra reps. You know, of course, you got to start pulling some moves off for Jesse. And now he's at that 18-minute mark, and you still see the rip just pulling through the lineup. I mean, surfers are using waves just to keep themselves in position. You can see that current, it just creates actually extra waves. And look, it looks like Colorado River.
I know, and what I mean, for surfers coming up. Oh wait, let's check into the athlete zone. We got an Italian representative out in the water, and we got the OG Italian representative in the athlete area congratulating Ezekiel Law. Let's listen in to Leo and Ezekiel.
You almost had it. Everybody went, oh, let's think. Before you went on the claim, and then like,
good job. All right. By the way, that's the other Kaipo right there in security. That's my bro. That's Kaipo too.
Not a Hawaiian.
Yeah, he's a little bigger. I'm like the fun size Kaipo, you know.
Wait, you're not saying he's in the fun size?
Oh, he's a big dude. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. 17 minutes on the clock and counting down. Mendez continues to search for something. Ripped out conditions here. Any insight on how to deal with a ripped out break right now when you have a lot of current running right through the line?
I mean, doing what they're doing. It's paddling. It's literally paddling and patience, you know, trying to find yourself in position. I mean, you know, the priority kind of will play a little bit of a role in how you position yourself. Like if you're not having priority and you're sitting in like third priority, you're going to move away from the other surfers and get yourself out of the, you know, so you can kind of, if a wave just kind of happens to come to you.
But don't you have like kind of two kinds of rips, Pete? I'm calling like this a drift rip, in which you got the drift and the rip. So, and then a straight rip bowl, you can actually just keep on catching waves to stay inside of that rip. But you don't have that luxury right now.
No, it's not, because it's going basically perpendicular to the beach. It's moving with the beach, sorry, parallel to the beach, right? Whereas some rip currents are actually going to pull out and perpendicular, and those are ones like we say in France, right? Those are those rip bowls that move out along the side of the break and allows you to kind of sit in it, and you don't have to paddle. It'll just pull you out to the break, and what it'll do is actually create that standing wave, whereas this one's moving down the beach, right? So you'll end up going, and you'll be out of the contest zone. If you stop paddling, you're going to go through the pier and keep going. You're going to go all the way to Long Beach.
We're going to talk about currents. We're going to talk about drift. We're going to talk about bathymetry. More of that talk when we come back to this heat right after this commercial break. And Eitan Osborne, he's going to be in heat number 3 following this heat.
From the southwest, and as you can see, the winds are out of the northwest right now. That means there's a, you know, the outer water winds are really blowing, and we're going to get a bit of a wind swell too. And I bet that water temp is going to drop a few more degrees tomorrow. So anybody who's looking to surf first thing tomorrow morning, I'll probably wear some rubber.
I'm bringing my hoodie tomorrow because up here it'll be chilly in the morning when the water temp drops, and then there's that little morning chill in the air because of it.
Right.
And it happens quick up here where one day it's board shorts and the next people are like, oh my God, the water's 61 degrees, like it goes to winter shock.
Yeah, well, you know, beginning of the competition, we had a lot of competitors wearing trunks. And now everyone's, you know, wearing their short arm or their thin full suit.
I mean, you need a little bit of rubber just for the buoyancy for duck diving and popping back up. If you're going to duck dive 100 waves in a heat, might as well let the wetsuit help you back to the surface. So straight out in the lineup, priority is white, blue, then red. Liam O'Brien in the lead. Chris Zappos in
I came out today to honestly learn more about restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
Back to action here. Southside Huntington, Jesse Mendez banking it off the top there, trying to get back into this heat. Currently in third place, Mendez looking for a 4.74 to get into second and advancing position. And we are in the round of 24. This is the second heat. These are 3 surfer rounds. Top 2 go into the round of 16 as we see Chris Zappos banging off the top on the backhand.
Well, he would have learned from his first attempt there at that wave that he got several maneuvers done with just a 4.67. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to grab a set wave and bash it once, and I'm sure that I'm going to match that score. Pretty similar. You know, we haven't seen anything yet. But you talked bathymetry, and I just wanted to mention, you mentioned the rip bowl that kind of similar to what we see in France, but the bathymetry here, the reason why we have that gutter that runs in the middle of the beach where we see, you know, you surf the outside part.
There's the Huntington Hop.
Yeah, and it's because that rip moves along the beach parallel to the beach, and it actually carves the sand out and it makes a gutter right before the shore break. So that's why there's that deep area between the outside and the inside, is because of that rip.
Yeah, so, you know, if you missed what we're talking about the difference between a drift rip bowl and just your straight out to sea rip bowl. Right now, we have rips in the lineup, rip tides in the lineup that are actually also drifting. You can see these swell lines drifting down the beach. Now, that's like a river going down the beach, and some people use the river to their advantage, like Liam O'Brien, and he got a lot of speed into that backhand lipper, glided through the lip. That was beautiful.
Trying to improve on a 4.83. Zappos' score for that one move, just a 3.4. Mendez ends up with a 2.83.
Yeah, so all the standings remain the same. Liam O'Brien in first, Chris Zappos in that second place in advancing position, Jesse Mendez in the hot seat.
Let's take a look here again. One big move, and I love that redirect. It's one thing to place your board up there and kind of glide down. It's another thing to actually hammer the section, and that's what Liam's been able to do. That's been his point of difference, is that he goes into that lip section. It is a critical section, but he's putting his board upside down, his hips above his shoulders and his head, and really laying into the material. That's that commitment. That's that degree of difficulty the judges have been rewarding all day long.
Yep. Drops a 4.77, however, so it does not change O'Brien's scoreline, but he does remain in the lead with a 10.2 wave total. Chris Zappos in second place. If he wants to go into first place, he needs a 5.33. Add the numbers. If they remain the same, a 5.24 will take Jesse Mendez into that second and advancing position. 10 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and consistency has not been a problem at all today.
No, it hasn't been a problem the last 2 days, for sure. That's what that hurricane surf is able to do. It produces consistency, and that's, if you're going to go and look at, you know, another little science, you know, lesson for.
Oh, bring the science.
For, you know, in buoy readings, right? Buoy readings, you know, there's a string of buoys from the National Weather Service, the NOAA, which is NOAA. They actually have a buoy system that runs throughout the Pacific, and so it's a great way to see factual information on swell. It's not hypothetics by a computer animated something that, you know, creates. That's what you see when you look at forecast maps. They're giving you a computer animation of what they think is going to happen, but the actual factual information comes from our local buoy region, and that's why I get to look at that and you go, okay, so currently we have buoys in that 3 to 5 foot range at 11 seconds. This morning when we woke up, we saw that anywhere from 3 to 5 feet in 12 to 13 seconds. So you're really seeing that we are on the decline of the swell now, because that interval is tightened up. It's gotten even less. Whereas we're going to see some buoy readings in the later part of the week here, when we start to see southern hemisphere swells come up. When we start to see that swell start to hit here on the coastline, it's going to be at 20 seconds. We'll see some buoy readings at 2 feet, 20 seconds.
And 2 feet, 20 seconds is a powerful ground swell. And a couple of powerful turns there by Chris Zappos, looking to improve upon his 3.4. I like the quickness of getting the comboed up section there. Trying to Huntington hop into the shore break, but gets a little caught up.
And I guess an example of that is that we've got Hurricane Frank, which is producing the surf that we're seeing right now, and that's sitting off of Baja, right? It's sitting below Mexico. That tropical depression moved up, and it turned into a hurricane. It's spinning itself, and it's much closer to us as a storm, so that never has the swell any time to unwrap and actually get to be that longer interval stuff that we see. And it's a different type of storm. It's a circular spinning storm, whereas if you see a major storm out of the winter areas, like in the North Pacific when we see in our winter time here, but it's happening now in the winter in the southern hemisphere. You get these storms with a longer fetch. They're much bigger storms, and they're much longer wind patterns that are growing for, you know, 100 to 200 to 300 miles long. That's a fetch. As we take a look at this replay here, beautiful turn straight up into the lip, right into the bottom turn, and two nice, you know, explosive maneuvers on that outside section. So 2 maneuvers is going to get himself a good number.
Big reward for Chris Zappos, a 7.17. Zappos goes into the lead. O'Brien drops to second. Now the requirement for Jesse Mendez has just grown exponentially. Mendez now looking for a 7.17.
And in contrast, right, those 2 maneuvers that we saw from Zappos on that one were in the lip. They were in explosive moves, and they were right back to each other, whereas we saw earlier it is 4, 6, 7. There was a, you know, couple that they just weren't really powerful turns, and that's what the judges recognize that, and it's a much lower score.
All right, Pete. Hey, AJ's on the beach. Let's see what's happening. AJ.
We're at at the Van Doren Village where it is happening. You can hear some music behind me. That's because you can actually just come over here, pick up an instrument, and start jamming out. Luckily for our audience, I'm not going to be doing that. Instead, we're going to talk to an actual artist. This is local artist Sophia Hefter-Smith, who's running a collage workshop today. So explain to me why you're so passionate about sharing your art.
I grew up doing it, and I just really believe that everybody should be able to like have an introduction to it, something that's really enjoyable, something that anybody can do, so that's why we're out here today.
How fun has it been for you? I know you love the no rules and just express yourself through art. How fun has it been for you to see some of these kids and younger people come in and enjoy it with you?
I think it's awesome, especially with kids. They really believe in the no rules, so it's really cool to see what they make. They're all just making really cool stuff, and it's really fun to watch.
Now, if you want to come down and make some really cool stuff, there are 2 workshops a day, every single day for the rest of the week. So head to the Vans US Open of Surfing website to find out the exact time and more details. But you got to get yourself down here because we have a lot of great local artists, music, all of the stuff. So come check it out.
All right, we're making music in the Van Doren Village. I think I'm going to try to get Chris Cote down there and we can make some music. We already dropped a single called Sad Song. You might be able to see that on Surf Machine, but we'll be over there a little bit later in this event, and we'll make some music, myself and Chris Cote. Pete, you can join in. Do you play an instrument?
I can play percussion. That's about as far as I'll get. So a little drum set. Give me a drum set. I'll keep a beat.
All right.
I will not strum a guitar, play a piano, sing. None of those.
All right. Well, we'll get the whole gang in there, and we'll do something creative.
Yeah, I can use my hands. That's one thing I can do is this, and I probably, if I put some time in, I could probably strum a guitar pretty good, but or banjo.
Wow, banjo.
Banjo's got a little more, like you got to have like very dexterous fingers. I feel like my hands work pretty good. That's one asset I believe in, my hands.
All right. Well, I'm believing in Chris Zappos right now because he's coming back in the back end of this heat with a 7.17. We saw him do a buzzer beater earlier this morning in the round of 48, where he did an excellent job, got the score he needed within the last 20 seconds of his heat, and looks like he's getting the work done again, Pete.
It was almost like that was a double buzzer beater, right? There was a surfer that, I can't remember exactly who it was. We can look at the draw here. Go back to my memories. Zappos, where's he at? Hold on here. I'll find it.
I think he was with Ezekiel Lau, I want to say, and
Kei Kobayashi, right? Kei Kobayashi, Kolohe Andino, right? That's what it was. Kolohe got the score. That's what it was. And so Kolohe felt like he had got it, right? He was on the beach, and then boom, Zappos was able to just take that away from him. Man, what an unfortunate finish for Kolohe as we watch the finish here from Jesse Mendez.
Mendez trying to scratch back into this heat, and he's a 7.17. Multiple maneuvers there for Mendez as he's going to hit the shore with just 4 minutes remaining. So it's going to be a slim timing if he's going to have another chance to catch a wave right now.
Yeah, and he's up against that pier. That's where the current gets extra strong. It's really challenging to get yourself back into a position to catch another wave with 3:50 to go. He's got to get the motor going, because I don't think that's going to be the 7.17 needed. And maybe a bit of a white flag wave in here.
I think it's decision time for him, whether he wants to paddle back out or just get to the beach and do the runaround. But the runaround is going to take some time.
No, he knows it. I feel like at this point in time, right, that he understands it's just too much, and he just doesn't have enough time.
So Mendez making his way on the beach. We'll see if he does choose to do that run around, or if he's just going to, as Pete said, wave the flag. His number needs a 7.17, and the wave score is going to come in under that requirement. A 4.07 drops for Jesse Mendez, and he remains in third.
Yeah, and again, there's just not enough time for him to sprint, get himself all the way there. You think about, there's probably a 2-minute paddle out time. So if you're lucky, the 1 minute run, all of that thing. So right there, your time's gone.
Well, with that being said, it looks pretty bright for Chris Zappos and Liam O'Brien to advance into the round of 16.
Huge result for Zappos here. This is his first time he's probably going to be into that next round, which round of 12, which is huge.
Yep.
Actually, it's not the round of 12. It's round of 16 because we're only losing one surfer in this round.
Correct, Peter Mel.
I'm trying to do this with math, though. You're gonna, I got to it before you were starting to yell at me.
No, no, it's all good. So, and just to make everything clear, this is the round of 24. These are 3-man heats. First and second will move on into the round of 16. Once we get into that round of 16, we're on head-to-head, man-on-man competition, and that's when things get really interesting.
That's so true. And we'll most likely be finishing out the round tomorrow. We'll have some women's tomorrow. We've got the duct tape invitational coming up probably for Thursday, Friday. So there'll be lots of action happening here at the south side of the pier.
And that's right. And we will be crowning our champs both on the Challenger Series as well as the duct tape invitational. That's all going to happen Sunday right here in Huntington.
All right, make sure you don't go too big on Saturday night, Kipes. We know how you like to have fun here in Huntington Beach. But you're a champ, I know. You'll be here no matter what.
Yeah.
If you're a little slow, I'll help you out.
I'm never slow, Pete.
I know you aren't.
1 minute and 20 seconds. And
you're the little Kaipo.
Look at the illustration right now. I mean, I called it a jigsaw puzzle yesterday afternoon.
Jenga.
I'm calling it a jigsaw puzzle. Maybe it's Jenga today. Yeah, I mean, you're really going to have to pick your spot. And we heard from some competitors earlier today, and it's impossible just to stay in one place. So you're moving, the current's moving, the swell's moving, and there's a lot of little warbles and ribs throughout these waves. But right now, I mean, what do? You're at the end of the heat. The third man in the heat's already left.
I don't know if these two surfers know that Jesse has made his way into the shore. So they would probably not know unless, of course, the commentary team had made an acknowledgement of it. But yeah, it looks like to me, Zappos, well, it's pretty darn sure. Zappos and O'Brien are moving their way into that round of 16 into one-on-one competition, and it changes. Once you go into that one-on-one competition, all of a sudden it becomes much more of a chess match where you have to compete with your other surfers. Today it's been a battle against the ocean, and you're not really even seeing your other competitors.
Well, the only miracle for Jesse Mendez that could happen right now is a double interference. I mean, and it's not beyond the possibilities, but it is beyond the possibilities right now, because here goes the Hooter, and now it's official. Chris Zappos and Liam O'Brien move on into the round of 16. We got more surfing coming your way here, Southside Huntington Pier. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. Stick around for more.
Number 3 of the round of 24 in the red, Eitan Osborne. In the blue, Tristan Gilbard from France and Luca Macinas from Peru in the white. As always, no priority is established in the very beginning of the heat until the surfers ride a wave. 30-minute battle. 2 move on out of the 3. 1 goes home. And the amount of points midway here at the year is a big deal too. So moving on from this round is another serious jump. Here we go. This is Luca Macinas. Well, that was a quick out for him.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We're in the round of 24, heat number 3. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. You might notice a subtle difference to the previous round. We only have 3 surfers in the water. But in this instance, there are 3 hammers. Eitan Osborne, Tristan Gilbad, and Luca Macinas. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, looking out into the lineup, still plenty of waves coming through. And I feel like you called it early on this morning. High tide is still going to be wild, but it'll provide a lot of opportunities for the surfers in the lineup, starting with Eitan Osborne. Big backside whipping reverse. Goes for the Dane Reynolds-esque blow tail into the white water, goes down. But I like the intent we're seeing from Eitan Osborne at the beginning of this heat.
It's only natural that he tries to imitate Dane, his hometown idol. So
don't we all? I mean, that's the benchmark right there.
If I could surf like anybody in the world, it would probably be Dane Reynolds.
Me too.
Actually, remember, I have a very fond memory of Dane Reynolds here. Got 2 9s in around 6 minutes and beat Nathaniel Curran that had a 16-point heat total. That's how good Dane Reynolds is, and that's how good I think Eitan Osborne can be too.
100%. 26:43 on the clock. That first score comes through at a 3.5. Well, this is an event that always seems to have the underdog story developing, and that's happening right now with a ripping surfer named Chris Zaffe standing by right now with Louisa Florence.
That is right, guys, and you can see on his smile. Chris, you have an entire Aussie crew cheering for you. Does that boost your confidence in the water?
Yeah, 100%. When you've got a long one too, you can hear the boys and my lovely wife screaming on. So yeah, it's so cool to have family here and all the mates, and everyone's coming down for each other's heats. So yeah, the Aussie crew's strong at the moment, and we love it.
And how does the heart feel like when you're going against a homeboy?
Yeah, Liam's one of my best friends. We live around the corner from each other, so it's funny. We just kind of nodded at each other. It was just another surf at Wild South Australia, it felt like. So just another surf of a mate. Yeah, it was good. It was sick.
You're just telling me that it feels much more fun to be in the water now than before. Does that make things more easy, you know, like to win a heat when, like, you know, when the emotional is much more like loose?
Yeah, for sure. I think trying to stick with good energy and making the clutch finish of the heat earlier today was just a bit too adrenaline drust for me. No, that was really good, but then was a bit more comfortable, and being out there with Liam, I'm a good mate. I just felt comfortable, and yeah, just knew I had to find a couple to get the job done.
Amazing. Keep up with the good energy. I'll see you next.
Thank you so much. See ya.
Congrats.
Chris Zaffe. Remember that name. He is doing big things already early on in the week. Walking around the contest area, I thought, for sure, it's a Friday, right? It's only Tuesday. We've got so much surfing and so much action throughout the week for you. Don't forget, skateboarding will start in just a few days. There's some practice sessions. There's some open sessions for the public happening over the next 2 days. But we will have high-level skate competition coming right around the corner. But right now, it's all about male Challenger Series surfing. Mitchell, these are some of the future stars of our sport that we will see on the championship tour. And I feel like if you get this deep in the Challenger Series, this deep in the Vans US Open of Surfing, you've pretty much already proven that you have the ability. Now it's all about that X factor. What makes a championship tour surfer stand head and shoulders above a Challenger Series surfer?
Yeah, I think that's a great point to have, because what are you bringing to the table that hasn't been brought before, right? And I think Luca had something like that. Unfortunately for him, he just had an opportunity where he only had 5 events to really prove himself and requalify for the back end of the year. He's looking good so far. At least he's made a few heats in Bolito. He's made a few heats here, so making the round of 16 or better is crucial to not only requalification for him, but I also think that he's due for a win, Chris. Hasn't gotten a major win so far in his QS and Challenger Series career.
Yeah, he's won a ton of Central and South American events, regional qualifiers, all that stuff. He's won it all down there. But hopefully for him, he'll translate that into some big event wins. I could see him, you know, being one of those names, come up all the way through the ranks to finals day. The Vans US Open of Surfing really does seem to be the event where the underdog rises to the top. We will see what happens next. Plenty of underdog stories still in the event. And here we see Luca Macinas. Started with a 217, this is a much better wave. His backhand has always been lethal and super precise. He just never seems to make mistakes when he's going left. And we'll see what he can do here to make the connection, somehow jumping over the hump, getting through to this inside section.
Oh, Luca.
And all that work doesn't pay off on the inside, but he'll get some credit for what he did out the back.
Well, he did a lot of great work on the outside, and the kid from Mancora in Piura in the northern part of Peru, he's a workhorse too, Chris. Loves to work out at Surf Ready Fitness when he's not surfing over there with Paul Norris. Actually, has been here for around a few weeks, has not missed a training session since. Has not taken a single day off and has surfed every single day here on the south side of the pier. And you look at this wave right here, great first turn, sending a lot of spray, more of a setup right there, but the beautiful finish right there, straight up and vertical. That's gonna be his best wave, no doubt, but as you said, looked for the inside connection right here, and he did all this work just to have a slip up right here at the end, and unfortunately for him, that's gonna cost him an extra half of a point or maybe even a point on the inside.
But we got 20:50 to go. Luca running up the beach. What do you think these coaches are telling their surfers as they sprint towards the paddle out area?
Well, it varies according to what position they are in the heat. I think right now he'd be telling them, hey, good wave. That's probably going to be in your top two at the end of this heat. But I think the main advice that they're giving them is about positioning. Where not to paddle out from, where to sit, and if you get caught in a current, make sure that you're catching a wave right there and you come back in so you can do the paddle back out around. But it's tough out there not hearing things, and I think it's so essential to have somebody running up with you to tell you those details that you're maybe losing out due to the wind and the tough conditions out there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even though it still looks plenty wild, it definitely is cleaning up. You know, we're not seeing the white caps on the outside. You know, the wind is still clocking pretty healthily, but I feel like we could be getting into a golden hour afternoon situation. 3 o'clock here, Pacific Standard Time. Air, about 90. Water, 72 degrees. So it is a beautiful peak summer day here in Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. 20:40 on the clock. Messina's score comes through a 5.5, so a job well done for Luca Messinas. La Máquina is in that top spot for now. Eitan Osborne does have priority, sitting on a 3.5 for his high mark. Yet to see Tristan get involved. He just has a 0.87. So plenty of time for all these surfers in the water. So throughout the beginning rounds of the Vans US Open, 4 surfers per heat. When we get into the round of 24, drop that to 3, and then we go to surfer on surfer heats for men and women. Later on in the week, those 2 surfer heats, you know, they seem to have a simmer into a slow burn, because no matter what, however many surfers are in the lineup, the last minute, 30 seconds, always seem to be filled with dramatics. I mean, we've seen it pretty much every single heat today.
I know, it's crazy. And it tends to happen mostly when the waves are a lot slower. It hasn't been slow today, but for some reason these heats keep coming down to the wire because a lot of people haven't actually been even able to complete their rides. You're catching those waves where you have the one big turn on the outside, but you can't completely ride out of it. It's just a throwaway, and you kind of leave the spectacle for right at the end. And Tristan has done that a few times this event already, but in his last heat, he did get a 7.33 for the one big smash right next to the pier, wiped out right in front of one of the pilings, and I thought it was one of the worst wipeouts we've seen all event long, but fortunately for him, both himself and his board were completely fine.
Yeah, a couple sketchy moments near the pier this morning. Calmed down a little bit. I feel like the current is a little bit mellow, or is that due to the tide?
It is dropping again, I believe. So it might have switched already.
Messinas right there, or I'm sorry, Tristan Gilbert, just 1, 2, 3 punch. Potentially could have a roll through to the inside. Not having to go to the Huntington Hop yet. There's just a little glimpse of it, weaving through to the inside. Quick snap to finish there. Well surfed, well timed, medium-sized wave, so I don't think it's going to be up in the 8 or 9 range, but that will definitely be a solid chunk of score for Tristan.
It should rival the 5.5 of Luca, and we're seeing the replay here. As you said, a medium-sized wave. Decent setup right there, maybe not engaging the rails as well as you wanted to. The second one a bit better, and a bit late on the third, but got the combo on the outside and waited patiently for this wave to stand back up. Just in the white water, as you said, not really using the Huntington hop up until right here just to garner some speed. And he did a great turn to finish things off right there on the shorey. So should be a decent score for him, at least better than Eitan's 3.5, I would think.
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't great. It was good. It was a great baseline score, and I think that's the exact number that everybody expected, including Tristan, a 4.33. So a nice mid-ranger. He didn't overcook it, didn't over-surf it. You know, pretty much 3 setup turns on the outside and then a big, strong finish. So I think right there, that's just a confidence booster. 17:20 to go. Tristan now in second. Here we go. Luca Macinas on his backhand. Way more engaged there. So that's just kind of a perfect illustration of, you know, 60% surfing to 90% surfing, what Luca did right there. 1-turn wave. I wouldn't be surprised if that 1 turn matches that 4.33 from Tristan's last wave, but we'll leave that one up to the judges. Just the, I don't know, the urgency, the excitement level. I don't think Tristan made a wrong decision with the maneuvers down the line. I think that was a really well-surfed wave, but he pretty much did kind of what the wave allowed him to do.
He surfed the wave as good as it could have been surfed for how it was, right? But a late drop here from Luca and a great turn. I mean, for how dirty that section was right there, he really engaged with the lip, drifted the fins, and it comes in as a 3.63. So a solid backup as of right now. And I had the fortune to travel quite a bit during the QS with Luca Macinas, and he's not only a workhorse, he's a savvy competitor that knows how to win and make heats too. Saw him defeat Kanoa Igarashi a few years ago at a Pro Junior at Cocoa Beach. Kanoa actually went and sat on the person that was in second place the whole final. Luca needed a 9. Guess what? A left came, did 3 bangers, got a 9.5, and then he went and sat on Kanoa afterwards. Ended up taking the win, and that was the first time people actually noticed how good Luca Macinas is.
La Máquina. We call him that because he doesn't fall. He is a machine.
Yeah.
Any waves, any conditions, any day. He always seems to be surfing at his highest potential. 15.5 to go. Luca Macinas drops a 3.63 as well as that 5.5, so he is now in the lead. Tristan second, Eitan third. While all surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, let's go down to AJ, who is somewhere in the vicinity.
It's always a mystery, isn't it, where I'm going to be? But right now, I am at the 805 merch tent, and I'm stoked about it. Not only is this one of my favorite companies, but tomorrow you can go to the premiere of Mind Surfing, the Connor Coffin story at Bungalow, right near the site of the Vans US Open of Surfing. You can also come to this merch tent and check it out. You use the QR code, enter for a chance to win a trip to the Billabong Pipeline Pro. So we know if you're here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, you want to see more surf. So you can come right here to the 805 merch tent and do exactly that. Don't mind me. I'm going to scan the QR code real quick. Back to you.
Thank you, AJ. We'll take a couple of those posters too. Connor on everybody's list of favorite surfers. Just a great dude, an amazing surfer. I think we all wish we could use our surfboard rails the way Connor does.
Great musician too.
It's true. I'm very excited to see that movie. Mind Surfing drops tomorrow. It's all happening in Huntington Beach. 14:24 to go. Luca Macinas now makes his way back to the beach. Did drop another number. He was looking to get rid of a 3.63. Gets just under that, a 3.27. So he gets another trip up the beach. His coach is working overtime.
Oh yeah, he is. And the only reason he's wearing that jacket is because he wants to be noticeable to his athlete in case he needs to give him some instructions from the beach. But it's too warm to wear a jacket like that right now, Chris.
Yeah, he's working for it. Dedicated coach right there. 13:50 on the clock. Eitan Osborne still right there within striking distance, only needing a 1.71. So we have a lot of surfing left in this heat. Same rules though. Top 2 waves added up. And the top 2 surfers will make it through. Third place surfer, your run is done. Pack it up, head on home, head to Tahiti. Whatever your next gig is, that's what you got to focus on. You don't want to linger too long on those losses because it really is a long season. We have 3 more Challenger Series events after this. They are pretty far away from each other, so you are going to be doing some traveling. But, you know, if you lose here, you're head down, headed to Portugal for the next one.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 of the biggest CT stars that lost out today were actually quite bummed on the way they lost Kalohe Andino and Kanoa Igarashi. They didn't want to lose here this early, but you know what? This is what it means to be on the Challenger Series. Every single person is here to win, and every single person wants to qualify for the championship tour.
You know, it's sweeter than making it through a tough Challenger Series heat, beating a CT surfer in that tough Challenger Series heat. 12:45 to go. Luca Massina's in the lead for now, but stay tuned to see how this one winds up. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Good news for Tristan in that third position. He does have first priority, so we'll see if he can find an opportunity out there. Still a lot of time on the clock, 12 minutes to go. And this might be one for Aton to open things up. We can see him carrying a ton of speed. Whoa, we got to handle it. Oh my gosh. That was the moment. That was the mojo. The magic we were waiting for, and he landed it, and I think just rode full steam into that oncoming high block. I still have chicken skin. That was mind-blowing, and now entering back, our surfer in blue, he takes it vertical. Aton Osborne probably from the bottom of that wave, 6 to 8 feet in the air, landing almost full rotation, and then immediately the white water got him, but oh my God, he had no space to ride out. He just ran into a brick wall. He ran into the whitewash. Unbelievable. I'd say watch the replay up there on the monitor if you can.
Aton Osborne, watch this guy setting up the ramp, and there it is. That's what you expect from Aton Osborne, one of the best aerialist surfers out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Flying Embers Air of the Day was done by Aton Osborne earlier this morning, and he tried. That was, oh my God, that would have been Aton beating Aton for the Flying Embers Air of the Day. That was almost amazing, and I'm really actually surprised he didn't make that because it looked like everything came together there. But either way, he's still going to get that accolade. The Flying Embers Air of the Day, 10:15 to go. Speaking of Flying Embers Air of the Day, coming at us from the competitors area, Shannon Hughes.
I just had to get another conversation because that air from Aton was seriously so high, flying through the sky. I thought he was going to come out, but he just kind of hit the wrong section on the landing, which was unfortunate. You'll all see that on the replays, I'm sure. But totally insane. And thinking of which, he was flying off the left straight to the pier. There are so many people on the pier this afternoon. It's really hot out here. Everyone's kind of getting that breeze, that cool ocean breeze by standing on the pier. And if they're in the right spot, specifically up by that tee, when those big sets roll through, which are still so solid from Hurricane Frank coming through, the spray from those sets rolling through under the pier is actually going high enough to cool off the people viewing the action in the airs like that from Aton Osborne.
That is a pro tip right there. If you want a natural mister, go stand on the tee. Shannon will give you directions. Shannon, so I'm seeing it's a little bit low key over there in the competitor zone. We've seen a lot of camaraderie between nations, but what's the vibe like in there? It looks maybe it's a little bit more tense.
It's kind of gotten a little bit like that. The last heat, I was down here, gave you guys a little check-in, and we had all the Australians, the Brazilians, there was a whole pack. Now it's kind of diminished. I think some of those friends heading out as their friends have left the water. Definitely a little bit of tension, mostly because we've seen 9 of the top 10 surfers in the current live rankings go out of competition heading into this round of 24. So I think everyone's really starting to feel that tension, knowing that there's a lot of points on the line, and if some of those bottom-seeded surfers can start making it through now, they're going to jump massive points on the rankings.
Thank you, Shannon. Right there, that stat says a lot. Big names bowing out early here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, but one name that doesn't appear that they will be bowing out anytime soon is Luca Massinas, who just hammered that wave from beginning to end. I mean, talk about machine-like performance. Luca Massinas right there, on demand. He's trying to get rid of his 3.63. I think he may have eclipsed the 5.5, but you tell me, Mitch.
I actually think this is going to be his best wave so far. Great first turn. The second one even better. down the line, and you can see his eyesight eyeing down the section that's coming at him the whole time. Great finishing turn right there on the outside, where he even drifts the fins a little bit. And the variation that he's able to present here on the inside right too. I mean, it goes to show you the amount of time that he's spending out here at Southside HB. The repetition of just being out here, great finishing turn right there from the machine. And as you were saying, this is going to be something that's going to put him way out in front. And guess what? The score's in.
And it's a biggie, 6-1-0, so he did better his 5.5. He's now further into the lead. Eitan in second with a 5.4 and a 3.5. I feel like for Luca Macinas, suffering the mid-year cut has made him better, has made him hungrier. And just judging by the few heats we've seen him throughout the week, he's out for some revenge.
No, and he's in such great shape. He's definitely taking his time. As you can see here, he's breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, and working with Paul Norris at Surf Ready Fitness. This guy definitely knows what he's getting himself into when he's doing the Challenger Series events. But talk about one of the hardest working people in the Challenger Series. Lucas put in the work. He wants to dedicate his life to the sport of professional surfing, and he hasn't been back home to Mancora since early January, so he's been far away from home ever since.
It's tough when you live in such a cool spot, too. You know, you're dreaming of home.
And the waves are great, too.
Not that the destinations he's been going to aren't amazing as well, but there's just a little sting when home is firing, and I know that his home has been firing a lot lately.
Yeah.
6:20 to go. Getting on golden hour here in Huntington Beach. It is 3:15 local time, and we just have a handful of heats left. Then, of course, the 8:05 post show, which is going to be awesome. It's funny these days, while you know, they're packed wall to wall with so much action. It really takes a highlight package to kind of let it all sink in. Oh my gosh, this has all happened in one day. Today's going to be one of those days.
There's so many heats, that's why. And there you see Bailey Naj, Derek Gomez to her right from Venezuela. Yufu Penrose from Team Sharp Eye in the background as well. And I mean, Bailey, a former professional surfer herself. She works in the film industry now with her father, T-Bone Naj. And rooting on for her boyfriend right now, Luca Macinas, La Máquina. And I have a great comparison for you. Just like Tim Anderson has been the batting champion since 2019, seems like Luca Macinas always has that consistency of reaching the 11-point mark in every single heat he serves.
Yeah, his heat win percentage is pretty massive. He's got to be among the top of surfers on the Challenger Series. Here we go, Eitan Osborne flying into that section. I love it when he stands up. I mean, again, I mean, you can't help but make the comparison to Dane Reynolds. Dane is a guy that when he stands up, you kind of move to the edge of your seat a little bit. I feel the same about Eitan. He is so explosive, and he's got a lot of power. He's been...
Uh-oh.
I don't know what was going on there, but Eitan Osborne is a showman in the lineup, and, man, he's just got a really cool, wild personality.
Yeah, he does.
He's just a rad surfer to be a fan of.
Don't be around him when he loses, though, because he is one of those people that takes everything to heart. He does not like losing. He's been a competitor his whole life, actually a karate black belt, too, believe it or not. So this kid knows how to compete. He loves competing. He loves losing. I mean, he hates losing a lot more than he loves winning, though.
I've seen him punch a few surfboards.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? I used to not be a fan of it, but just shows me that you care.
Yeah.
And that you have passion for it. You know, you see it in baseball. Guys break the bat over their knee. Skateboarding, focus your board. And yeah, it is slightly wasteful, but hey, adds the drama. It's fun. It's exciting to watch. Why not?
I remember when I used to travel with Kalani David a lot, and you know, he's surfer, skater, and he used to compete in certain events in both of them. Here at the Vans US Open, he did that a few times when it was still the Bowl Series. And I remember he lost out in the skate super early. He broke 2 of his brand new decks. And I'm just looking at him like, hey, I don't even have a deck, and you're breaking like 2 brand new ones. Like, take it easy, okay? Like, these things aren't free either.
Well, they're free for him.
That's true.
That's, you know, it is wasteful. And look, don't do it every time. But every once in a while, why not? Here we go. Tristan Gilbad representing France. Big turn right there. and making it clear to the judges he is in control. He's looking for a 4.58. That was a pretty sizable, exciting turn, so this is going to make it interesting for the judges. He's still going, building speed. Could have a big finish here.
Ooh.
Nice smash right there on the inside section. Probably the best finishing turn
in this
we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Now we'll see how much importance the judges put on that finisher. So one big bash on the outside section, followed by a nice clean transition to the shore break. Hammers it one more time. Eitan out the back with priority. Tapping his wrist, asking for a time check.
You should have a watch on, though, when you're competing. That's a mistake that I feel too many people still do. You're a professional athlete. Go out there and act like one, too. And as of right now, he's going to need time because Tristan just dropped a great score right here, Chris, a 6.0. And, I mean, it was a great turn on the outside, drift of the fins, too, bigger section, and tough to ride out of. And we're talking about the finish here on the inside, too. He took his time, waited patiently for this thing to stand up. And as of right now, you'd be thinking, okay, he probably got the score on the outside, but just adding a little bit more flavor and a great finish, just ditching the fins. And he gets a 6.0, his personal best. So now Eitan needing something close to a 5.
See some similarities between Tristan and his fellow French surfer, Jorgen Cousinet.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge Jorgen fan, and I'm a big Tristan fan. That turn was sharp, and I added a little extra flair blowing the tail. Fully agree with that score. 6 points for pair of turns. I would say, you know, if you break that down, of course, this is not an exact science. This is probably nothing the judges even think about, but I look at it and I say, okay, 4 points for the turn on the outside, 2 points for the inside turn. That's how he got a 6, in my opinion.
You're just adding the things up.
I'm just adding up. I'm just making things up. But as a, you know, a surf fan, you just like to see that excitement level raise up on a wave that didn't look like it had a lot to offer, but he smashed it and made it work. So now Eitan Osborne needs a 4.94. He's got 42 seconds left. Does he have something to work with? He does. Some open face on this right for Eitan. Quick snap there, setting it up. Lays into it. You hear the crowd cheering. He's going to have to do some work through this inside section. So a couple turns out the back. Eitan Osborne looking for a big finish. Slams it, blows the tail.
He more than got that.
Wow, so Eitan surfing for a 4.94 while Tristan was already standing on the beach. Luca Messinas, he's safe in the lead for now with a 6.10 and a 5.5, but did Eitan Osborne do enough? Was the wave big enough? Did he have enough speed? Did he have enough power? He had the flow. That's one thing we know. But did he do it, Mitchell?
Oh, yeah. I think he's easily going to get the 4.94 that he needs right here. A bit conservative on the first 2 turns, I felt. I was like, oh, he better not undersurf this score. We've seen a lot of people do that in the past, but I feel like this is easily going to be close to his 5.4, if not even better. The third turn specifically was the best one on the wave, I felt, too.
He started loosening up down the line, didn't he?
Yeah.
You could tell a little tentative at the start. Well, his pit crew is stoked. Even that dude, I don't think that guy even knows him, but he goes, yeah, Eitan. All right, here we go. Was this a 4.94?
So the little floater to start, then got a little hung up with that layback. Don't think the section stood up strongly enough. But then right here on the inside, just a massive maneuver where he's able to just lay back and really ditch those fins to the outside. So should, to me, be easily the score that he requires to move up into the top 2. Might even take the lead with this one, actually.
I hope we don't see evil Eitan come out and smash that brand new board. Trying to read his face. Looks confident, slightly concerned. A hush falls over the crowd. First score is a yes. He's saying 5, give me that 5.
If you get 2 other scores above a 5, he's getting it.
4.7, that's scary.
He's got it.
5.20. And the score comes through, a 5.10 for Eitan Osborne. Buzzer beater at the finish. Pit crew's hyped. That guy's hyped. Selfie time. Or maybe they do know each other. Either way, Eitan Osborne just got a couple new fans, but one guy who thought he had it in the bag was Tristan Gilbert, who just gets edged out. Well, more buzzer beaters to come. You can bet on that. You're watching the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
Today's surfing here, heat number 4 of the round of 24. In the red, Cole Hauschman. But right down the street, Shane Sykes from South Africa in the blue, and William Cardoso in the white from Brazil. What a day it has been. But we survived this fine heat right in front of us. Oh, we got Rio Waida at the beach. Is that a free surfer coming in? Or is that blue right there? That's white. Turn your head for a second and you miss something. Just a click up and down for a surfer in blue. And white had a wave. All the way into the shore. I was looking at the clock and caught it so quickly.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Foo Wax, official surf wax of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. The official acai of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But right now, we're getting to the razor's edge of our day here. Round of 24, Heat 4, Cole Hauschman, Shane Sykes, William Cardoso. This is going to be an all-power heat. TNT time. Let's do this. Chris Cote with Mitchell Salazar. We've got 27:30 on the clock. We've got 3 power surfers in the lineup. The waves are still pumping. What are you looking forward to in this heat, Mitchell?
I'd like to see some errors out of Shane Sykes if he can pull him. Cole Hauschman obviously going to be looking for the lefts. That's what got him through earlier this morning as well. And then Pandinha Cardoso, the former runner-up here in 2014. This guy knows what he's doing on the backhand, Chris. I expect a lot of power surfing from him.
I'm excited. William Cardoso has been a fan favorite for a long time. He has been off and on the championship tour. He's trying to mount a comeback right now. If anyone can do it, it is William. Kung Fu Panda. The guy is a powerhouse.
Quoting LL Cool J, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Truth. This is the truth. 26:40 on the clock. Couple waves ridden. William Cardoso has a 4.5 right from the buzzer. And here it is, a 4.5 to start off his heat, William Cardoso.
Good size wave. Mistimed that first section just a bit. And then drew off the bottom right there, a little setup turn, and seems like he did get up into the lip right at the end. I mean, a great finish. I think it's just detrimental to him that he missed the first 2 sections and mistimed them. But a solid third one out the back. So seems like he's going to do the runaround and try to get another score under his belt in the first 10 minutes of this heat, Chris.
In the words of Hunter S. Thompson, when the going gets weird, the weird go pro. You've got to be able to adapt to strange offerings in the lineup. That last wave from William Cardoso had some obscure obstacles down the line, and I liked it. He had some good reactionary surfing there for a 4.5. La Maquina does it again, smashes his way through that last 8. He is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and it's always a good day when you're back in the glass here to talk to me for the second time. Luca, how are you feeling at this point? You just saw you running like 3 times on this heat, like you must be dead.
Yeah, first I'm super happy to make it through, you know. It has been two hits in one day with these conditions. Was really hard, but yeah, I'm tired too. I did 3 runs in the beach, so And Diana was like dead, but yeah, that's what we train for, and I'm ready. So yeah, I'm stoked to make it again.
You know this beach a lot, so is there anything that you think you can prepare yourself better for the next heats coming?
Yeah, for sure. If as you start making it like farther in the event, for sure the hits are going to start getting harder too. So we have to try maybe bigger maneuvers or stick to my plan. I don't know. I have to see who I'm going against too. So yeah, it's a lot of strategy, but we will see how the waves are tomorrow. If it's still big, it's going to be, I think, more for the power turn. So if it's that, I'm just going to stick to my plan and just do big turns.
Normalmente tú adaptas tus planos dependiendo de con quién va a estar en agua o no?
Sí, puede ser. De todas maneras, siempre hay que tratar de ir con todo, ¿no? De tratar de hacer lo mejor que puedas. Pero si sabes que que es un hit bastante difícil, tal vez comienzas a tener que hacer un poco de maniobras más arriesgadas o incluso aéreos y cosas así. Entonces, sí, a veces depende un poco contra quién vas y qué tipo de surfing él tiene, ¿no?
Congratulations. I'm going to translate to them. I just jumped on his last question. He was saying like, oh, I need to adapt who I'm going against. And I was like, do you adapt your plan, like depending on who you're surfing against? And it was like, yeah, you always have to give your all, you know, all you have at the point that you're surfing. But depending who you're surfing, you have to push further airs and some bigger maneuvers. So let's see what he has on his pocket for the next heat. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Luisa, and congratulations to Luca Macinas, who just seems to always have that knack, at least in Challenger Series events, to really put it all together when it's required. You know, he is a clutch performer right there, steely nerves, confidence from beginning to end. He wasn't really in any danger throughout that entire heat, it didn't seem like.
Yeah, he also said something when he responded in Spanish that if he does need to go to those bigger and better maneuvers, especially considering the people that he's going up against in a certain heat, he'll start doing that from the get-go. He knows that he doesn't have the time or the effort to put in the latter half of the heat. You got to do it at the beginning heat because you don't want to be playing catch-up. That's one thing that Luca usually does. He's usually leading for most of the time. The heats that he ends up losing is because he's playing catch-up the whole time, Chris.
Yeah, and we saw that on the championship tour. And, you know, obviously he earned his spot, but it is a pretty big, swift learning curve. You know, college football is a perfect example. You see these just uber athletes that are so dominant in college, and you figure out same size roughly, you know, but then they get to the pros, and every single rookie in the pros has the tendency to say, wow, I had no idea. It's faster, it's bigger, it's stronger, and that's basically what happens on the championship tour. You've probably surfed against a lot of these guys and girls, you know, in CT or in CS and QS events, but when it all comes down to being on the championship tour, it's a whole new ball game. There's Cole Houseman there, right there, kind of didn't probably think that wave had anything to offer for him, so he just pulled the eject button, got out of there, and he'll get right back out to the takeoff zone. Still, the only score of note is with Willian Cardoso, a 4.5.
I think that rude awakening is something that a lot of people need, though. You get that slap of reality in your face, especially where the championship tour now starts in Hawaii. You get Pipeline and then Sunset Beach back-to-back. It's like the two hardest events on the championship tour are at the beginning. So if you're able to do well in those first two events, why would you not be able to do well in other events that maybe aren't even as challenging as those two? I mean, Sunset Beach especially is a difficult wave not only to surf, but to position yourself at too. And I mean, if you can do anything at Pipe, dude, it's like, where else would you not be able to surf after that, right?
Yeah, we saw a lot of rookies take beatings at Pipeline. You know, that was a rare occurrence when it's maxing perfect, heavy pipe for the first event, and we had one of the biggest rookie classes we've seen in a long time. So all of those young rookies on the 2022 championship tour earned their stripes early, but you had to have that real quick learning curve, and of course be very consistent. We saw that from guys like Callum Robson, who basically were able to kind of adapt and react and just keep themselves in peak form throughout every event through the year.
And out of the rookie class, easily the person that went under the radar most of last season too, in the Challenger Series too. So I think the person that's probably the most unexpected to do well has actually done the best so far. I mean, he's in the top 10, going to win Rookie of the Year. And I think besides Morgan Sibilik's debut last season, I don't think I've ever seen a bigger and better rookie that's done well in the last 5 to 10 years, Chris, out of Callum Robson.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, and he does it right. He does it the right way. And he is just a gentleman of this sport. You know, he gives back to his local community, and I just love his intentions every time he paddles out. He just wants to perform at his best level.
Prove people wrong, too.
Yeah, I just always look forward to seeing Callum Robson surf. But right now, with 19:30 to go, put the pot on simmer. Things are going to start to boil here momentarily. 19:20 on the clock. Only 3 waves ridden. That's been a rarity. Usually we'd be looking at 4 to 6 waves ridden at this deep into these heats, but I think the swell maybe just backing off a little bit. I think the tide filled in enough to where, you know, we have more, I guess, more of an opportunity to be choosy on the waves that come through. It's not that huge, out of control pumping surf we saw this morning. Kind of just creeped down to a little bit more of a manageable level.
And there you see the high tide, 4.3. We're already past that. Gonna get the low tide at around 7 p.m. tonight. So not a huge difference, just a 2.1 foot high and low difference. But to me, the interesting right now is that Cole Hushman, who normally is a very quick starter, doesn't even have anything above a 1. Luckily for him, Shane Sykes only has a 0.43, and William, the former runner-up here, has the best wave of the heat, a 4.5. But Hushman, to me, is one of those best prospects coming out of the U.S. right now. Had a great event in Barbados earlier this year, which actually catapulted him into the Challenger Series. Without that result, he wouldn't have actually been able to be here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And maybe hasn't done that well in the first 3 events on the Challengers, but say he makes it through here, gets at least a result in the round of 16, it would at least put him up into the top 50. And, you know, I think out of the people from San Clemente, most of the attention is on both Cade Matson and Crosby Colapinto. A lot of people haven't really paid any attention to Cole Hushman, and I think he's more than deserving of a lot of that hype behind him. He's got great power surfing, has airs when he needs them, but more than anything, he's consistent heat after heat too, Chris.
Yeah, and he's you know, proven it throughout his junior career that he has every tool he needs for success. Big kid, super powerful, but does have the ability to surf small waves as well. I don't know. I think I've seen him at Pipe a few times for past, you know, Vulcan Pipe Pros and those, you know, QS events at Pipeline. So he will charge. It's kind of like the new Jeff Booth, right? Big, strong, powerful, goofy footer, and has a great ability to stand tall in big barrels.
That's a cool comparison. I actually like that one a lot. Jeff Booth, big power surfer too, tall. I'm trying to think of, big legs, very, very mature looking. I'm trying to think of another goofy footer from California as well. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that, Chris.
Yeah, we're going regular footer now, and this man just blasted that last wave. William Cardoso. Uppercut straight into the lip, a beautiful turn. It's wild to me that a guy this big has so much finesse and so much precision. You look back on his big result here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, that was literally 1 to 2 foot. When he got second place here, I've never seen a guy that big surf waves that small, that good.
Yeah.
It was incredible. And he deserves a lot of credit for what he's able to do in tiny little waves. But right there, given the opportunity, I mean, he's got some of the best backhand snaps in the business.
Well, he won at Ulus for a good reason. He was unstoppable there. His sole CT win. Seems like he's kind of cruising on the beach right now. Gonna ask for some water. Knows that he has the 4.5, and how chill is he right there? I mean, I don't know if I could be.
It's not
that
over,
calm.
William. Get back out there. Security guard just runs right past him. You know, I think he knows that last wave is going to be a good score. That turn is that was one of those turns that, as a surfer, you know,
it feels good.
Think about the old Billabong saying, right? Only a surfer knows the feeling. if you're a surfer and you watch that turn Willian just did, you know how good that felt. That's probably why he's feeling so chill. He knows that's going to be a good number.
Look at him, though. He's like cruising right now. Barely even taking a breath.
He doesn't have to stress.
By the way, one of my favorite movies all time, Kung Fu Panda. Underrated, Jack Black.
I like them all.
But look at this, though. Great turn right there. A hook right in the pocket. I mean, the amount of spray that he sent out the back just on a single turn. And then Sykes got a 3.67, his best on this one. Threw the tail out the back and, you know, a little hung up when he was coming out of it. Still a decent score for right now.
That wave got really strange on him.
It was hard to surf. I mean, it had a lot of ribs and bumps, different angles coming at him the whole time. But as you were saying, this wave kind of makes you really prove to the point how good of a surfer you are in terrible conditions, whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon like it is right now.
Well, 14-18 to go. Willian Cardoso, his confidence was warranted. He gets a 6.33 on his last wave, and he is into the lead. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world. I'm yo dope, I'm yo speed, super fast and go. Got your knees, 20 G's to roll, my bank roll on smoke. Every single step, nothing less than original. Yeah, gon' shock the world. Gon' shock the world, 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 gon' shock the world.
We are back. This is the world's largest action sports festival, aka the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. It is a beautiful afternoon here. Peak summertime vibes happening. Lots of waves still on offer in this lineup. As it stands now with 11:45 to go, Willian Cardoso is in the lead. He just dropped the hammer with a 6.33. Shane Sykes got a 3.67, still hunting to back up. Cole Hausman yet to really get involved with this heat, just sitting on a 0.93. He does have priority, but it doesn't look like he has any friends in the lineup. He's out there all by himself, Mitchell.
Yeah, as of right now, and I had the chance to surf with Cole out here the Sunday before the event started, so 9 days ago. Told me he just got a brand new batch of drivers from Mayhem. They worked great. Using PUs most of the time, but he does like to use the light speed material a lot too. It's kind of an epoxy, but a little bit springier than a normal epoxy, Chris.
Well, here he is, Cole Hausman. Big snap right there. It wasn't super clean, but the wave didn't really allow him to unleash like I'm sure he wanted to. It was good use of a kind of a wild section, and anything he does from here on out will be better than how he started. So he'll get rid of that 0.93, or he'll replace the 0.93 for now with that last wave. Probably be somewhere between the 3 and 4 range, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to move him up into the top 2, and just the continuation right there of the same ride. So maybe a little bit of... maybe continuation, maybe not. I mean, it's still the same whitewater that he's riding the whole time, so could be. Look at this, though. 10 minutes to go. Strong turn on the outside and a real difficult section, too, just to manage riding out of that right there.
I take it back. That turn was much better than I thought. I think that's going to be up there in the 5 range, and it is. I got that just in time. A 5.33 for Cole Hausman. And Mitchell, you were right as well. The wave he kind of rode in was another scoring wave, but just a 0.67.
So that's odd to me, because it's actually the same wave, right? It's still the same whitewater. It's pushing you forward. I mean, not that I'm debating anything. Obviously, it's a throwaway score.
You're just arguing with yourself now. That's fine. And now you're arguing with Pete Mello off camera. That's all good. 9:25 to go as we reach the apex of our afternoon here. Willian Cardoso is still in the lead, but now Cole Hausman has jumped into second place. The 5.33 works wonders on his score line. He's getting rid of a 0.67 and most likely will get rid of a 0.93. He just ran up the beach, so he'll get right back out there. Current is still strong, but about half as strong as it was at 9 a.m.
That's a cool shot with the lifeguards.
Yeah, that's cool. We've got some of the best lifeguards in the business, and this is a day that Southern California lifeguards really earn their stripes because, I mean, you see the kids even just playing in the shore break. The water is super powerful right now. It can catch people off guard, whether you're a local or a tourist or whatever. The ocean on a south swell in Southern California, can definitely have a big sweep up the beach and lots of rip currents. And, when you add wind to that, it can be pretty dangerous. But, it's not dangerous. It's 100% fun. Actually, you know what? It's 805% fun. I'm talking about the 805 post show. That will be coming up next, and it's going to be a biggie today. The top 5 is always really fun to watch, and man, our production crew really has their work cut out for them because there was about 50 moments that could make it into that top 5, but everybody on our production team surfs and knows what's up with surfing, so they've been making the right choices all week long. I can't wait to see what winds up in the top 5 for today. Shane Sykes now answering back. That was nice surfing right there. So packed 2 turns into a pretty small space and could have something to work with here on the inside. This wave trying to form up for him. It does. Could have a little hammer section. Well, I don't think that was too big of a deal. I don't think that last turn was going to give him much opportunity, but 2 turns out the back. He's got a 3.67, trying to get rid of a 0.43. Only needs a 2.6 to get up into second spot. Venture to say he did that.
Yeah, easily, but he needs to hustle right now. Those 7 minutes to go. Cole's about to make it back outside. Already has the 5.33. Cardoso has, 2 scores that it could easily be in a scoreline at the end of this heat. So if I'm Shane Sykes, I'd be worrying about wanting to get out there and beating Cole Hausman to get position and priority, but more importantly, because he's probably going to need another score before this heat ends too, Chris. Sykes, no doubt, going to get his best wave right here, but I also think that Cole has that ability to get a decent score with just 1 single turn out there on a set wave. So I wouldn't be, taking things very lightly right here in the last 6 minutes and 30.
Yeah, if Cole gets a 5.51, he'll be in first. And Willian Cardoso, who was just cruising up the beach and paddling back out at a leisurely pace, he's still got some defense to play. And he does have the appearance of a defensive end in the NFL. So, for him, right now, holding priority, he's just got to be aware of where Cole and Shane are in the lineup. Do not give them an opportunity, even for 1 big turn, because so far, the biggest scores in this heat have come on the strength of 1 big turn.
Yes, they have, and that's where I actually got your goofy comparison, Chris. You ready? He's actually a lot troll. Taylor Clark. Cole Hausman kind of reminds me of a younger version of Taylor Clark. Still younger surfer, but I think they have that same kind of radical style where they like to throw the tail out the back, and they have that good throw tail reverse as well. But this is one kid that I'm really impressed with. I actually had the chance to actually share a heat out here with Cole 6 years ago in the wintertime, though. Shoe City Pro, waves were really fun. We both made it through. Guess what, though? He was only 15 years old, and he beat me at the time. So this kid knows what he's doing out there.
Happens. 5:18 on the clock. Cole Hausman, a quick look right there. We'll see what that does.
Gets dropped down to third now.
Looked like he leaned into it. I didn't see any arm movement. So maybe well, you see Shane Sykes is still paddling back out. He's kind of on the inside there, so Cole is still well out the back.
That's a good left, though, on the outside.
Here we go. It's Willian Cardoso coming around that big section, building up speed.
Oh!
Blasts that wave from beneath. Willian Cardoso proving a point that he is one of the preeminent power surfers currently competing on the Challenger Series. That was a beautiful, savage turn. Another quick snap. You know what, Willian? You've earned the right to cruise. Come on in, take a walk up the beach. I don't even know if he has to paddle back out. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. That right there is going to be a big score. So think about his 6.33. That really came on the strength of one big turn. I feel like the first turn he did on that wave was equal to, if not better than, that 6.33 turn. I'm no judge, but I am an excited surf fan, and I say that's a bigger score.
Comparable, that's for sure. And the sense of calmness, I don't know, you just see those surfers that have been there and done that for so long, and this is one of those surfers. He's been in many high-level and high-profile heats. He's won a championship tour event. He's won and finaled in several big QS and Challenger Series events when they were called 6-star primes before. And here with Yufu Penrose, one of his best friends, originally from Brazil. Yufu now lives in San Diego. I think it's a good chance for him to really be honest and be like, hey, you might not need to even paddle back out anymore. That might be a good enough score to move you up into a way more dominant position now.
If he came in and relaxed on the beach with 3 minutes and 15 seconds, that would be amazing. But he knows that Shane Sykes and Cole Hausman are not two surfers to be to leave out there by themselves. And Yufu is, I would say, an underrated, unsung hero for the surfers that he helps out, that he coaches, and you know, that he helps get those sharp eye boards too. He has kind of been a behind-the-scenes present for quite some time now, and one of the main reasons I think that sharp eye team has had so much success is from him.
Without him, Felipe would not be in the position that he's in right now. And I absolutely think that's true because he's done so much for Sharp Eye. And look at where Sharp Eye Surfboards has gotten. But in the last 5 or 6 years, Chris, they were relatively, you know, under the radar. Everybody knew they were always great boards. But nobody knew that they were those world-class boards that were going to eventually have a world champion or people in the top 10. So props to Yufu. He's done a lot for the sport, especially here in California. And unfortunately for Cole Hausman, I mean, his guy, Willian Cardoso, so far is just smoking this heat. A pair of sixes, Chris.
Yeah, that last score comes to a 6.57, so it was a little bit better than that 6.33. I would say, again, just on the strength of that outside snap. You know, the rest of the turns down the line were pretty, you know, kind of reactionary, cool looking, but the meat and potatoes of that score was that opening turn. And with 1:52 to go, Willian Cardoso might be close to being back in the lineup, but Hausman has priority.
Cole just needs a wave. I mean, he needs a 4. It's one strong turn. Basically do the same thing you did on the 5.33. You need to be aware of where Shane Sykes is, though. And I mean, if I were Hausman right now, 90 seconds to go, it might be time to move a little bit further inside and catch one of those mid ones and rely on that big section on the inside. There's his father and Gian Bernini. Here he goes.
All right, Hausman looking for a 4.08.
He's got it.
2 big turns out the back. Strong finish there. Stays with it. 1:10 to go. Wow, somehow gets around a long section back onto the clean open face. This is just straight up CS grinding from Cole Hausman. He stands up strong, hands on his hips. I got this. Yeah, and I think, you know, he's surfed enough heats to know that that score right there will eclipse a 4.08. I don't think it's going to be, you know, extremely higher than that, but I do think he got enough.
Oh, absolutely. And clutch, too. 35 seconds to go. He knows what's going on out there in the lineup. Found the wave, first of all. And efficient heat from Cole as well. Only caught 4 waves. 2 are going to be better than a 5, I feel. And here we go from the get-go, Chris. Great first turn right there. Beautiful use of the bottom turn, kind of projecting down the line of the second one. And the third one was really just a tap. And this is where I thought, okay, make sure that there's absolutely no doubt that you're getting this thing at the end. Made it around, carved it back right there, and Shane Sykes up and riding.
Heads up, Shane Sykes trying to make it interesting at the last second, hoping for a buzzer beater. He did most of the work, but now we see a very relieved Cole Hausman who is basically thinking he got it. Now we are still waiting because, you know, you gotta wait till the final judge locks in the final score. So time is up in our final heat of the day.
There it is.
Scores coming through for Hausman. I was feeling a little overconfident with our personal judging, but the judges agreed. 6'2" is high mark, 5'7" is low. We throw those two out. He still gets what he needed. A 5'8" for Hausman, and that's enough to get him in second place. William Cardoso gets the win. Hausman second. We do lose Shane Sykes. But what's coming up next is going to be awesome. I'm talking about the 8:05 post show. Don't go anywhere. More action to come from the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We'll be right back.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. As long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the 8:05 post show. A big day of competition here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Hurricane Frank has not let us down. There's been plenty of waves on offer today. And we've had a lot of spectators there on the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. Getting a little bit wet when those solid sets roll through the lineup, throwing some spray up to them and getting to witness the action as close as they could kind of possibly be to the lineup with a bird's eye view. Shannon Hughes here alongside Pete Mel and Kaipo Guerrera. Pete, your thoughts on today?
Well, it was a physical event, which we saw from yesterday with Hurricane Frank. A lot of current and some challenging conditions, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And I love that there was a bunch of runarounds once again, lots of different ways to catch their waves and moving up and down the beach. And so it was a challenging day and a lot of last-minute heroics in those last 5 minutes. I mean, it was the theme of the day, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a shake-up on the leaderboard. We had some upsets today of some surfers that were pretty high up on the leaderboard on that Challenger Series rankings. So we're going to see stuff change, and it's going to be some opportunity for some of the lower-ranked surfers.
It's pretty wild, speaking of that leaderboard, because coming into competition, out of the top 10 surfers on the draw, 9 of them are out. Ryan Callanan's the only one last in the draw of the top 10.
Yeah, and it's a perfect way for him to solidify a spot. You know, he wants to be back on that championship tour. He deserves to be there, and this is an event I think that he could actually come out as a winner. So watch him being one of the highest-ranked surfers in that leaderboard right now, and a great opportunity to solidify a spot.
Solid. It's going to be exciting to see what happens the rest of the week. Just now, we've seen Willian Cardoso walk through with a win. Let's catch up with him and Louisa.
Yeah, I'm just feeling this stokiness, if that's a word. Panda, like, how was this heat for you? How did you read the waves? How did you navigate these conditions?
I don't know, just try to keep in what I'm doing. I had bad results before, but here making me good memories. I made final in 2014. Never had a condition like today. This is the first time. It's so tricky, so hard. You need to run, you need paddle, you need to get a wave. So it's like a triathlon. You make it like three things in one surf contest. So in the end of the day, the good things happen to me. I'm super stoked to be in the round 16 again. Not be easy. I plan this will be my last year in the Challenge Series and the whole KS. If I qualify, I'm just gonna do CT, but probably Saquarema or Hallowed will be my last event. So I'm trying to enjoy every single event I can. I feel I was surfing great in the Gold Coast, mainly in Durban, but the results never came. I hope California bring that to me, so I'll be super stoked to be in the finals.
E deu Brasil! E deu Brasil aqui na última bateria. Você estava falando que você já pegou segundo lugar aqui contra o Felipe Toledo em 2014. Está esperando essa sorte, mas a gente viu que você estava saindo ali, faltando 4 minutos, e o te fez correr. Como é que fica o coração nessas horas?
Eu sabia que eu tinha feito uma última onda boa. Eu tive a decisão de vir até a areia. Eu sabia que faltava pouco tempo. Mas em respeito a todos os atletas, eu acho super importante a gente dar esse último sprint. Faz da gente ter a certeza que está fazendo o trabalho certo, e o toque do Will foi essencial. Tem me ajudado muito durante toda a semana, e com certeza ele é um grande amigo e vai me trazer bons resultados aí durante essa semana.
Sensacional, parabéns. I just said in Portuguese how he mentioned that in 2014 he got second place against Felipe Toledo here in these waters, and then I mentioned, like, it was, you know, still 4 minutes to go, and he was coming out of the water, and we saw you for just running with him, like, no, go back. And then he was just explaining, you know, sometimes in this moments, it's all about the spirit of the sports, and to pay respect to the other, you know, contestants. They're in the water still. It's very important to have that last sprint and just be in the game. So pretty much, and then he's moving forward. Here we go. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Louisa. Wow, that's big news coming through from the Panda from Willian Cardoso.
Yeah, the fact that he's going to make his last run here on the Challenger Series. We've got a big event in Brazil at Saquarema, but this is an event that he could do well, and I think that you know, he's in that round of 16. If he gets through a couple more heats in those one-on-one parts, I feel like he's going to get some points, and we could see him back on the CT. I mean, that's the goal.
Well, and that's what he's trying to quantify, right, is the fact that, hey, it's his last year on the Challenger Series, but if he does end up in the top 10, we're going to see him on the CT. And regardless, he's had a great career. I mean, a lot of guys have a CT career without a single event win. The Panda had one.
Yeah, so cool. It really is.
So impressive. We could see him back on top, though, and then doing another lap around the sun and competitive surfing next year on the championship tour. We'll see how he goes throughout it. Well, one of the big stories of today was an upset in local. Kanoa Igarashi, 714 area code, 2-time champion from 2017 and 2018. Here at the U.S. Open, goes down to Cole Hauschman and Tristan Goldar.
Yeah, and this was a weird heat for me. There was a lot of special waves. I mean, we saw the youngster from Australia, gosh, help me out with his name.
Caius King.
Caius King, thank you. And he, you know, had a great wave in this heat, but didn't come up with a big score. The two big turns that came from Cole, this was the first one that came in at a mid-range 6. Kanoa had a very solid wave at the very end. This was a very crazy wave, one of the most exciting waves I think we saw all day long. I mean, just barely missing the piling. That came in at a 7.33. Gilboa, he pretty much made this one, but the fact, here's the wave I'm talking about. This one came in at a 6.47. or actually a 6.17. Either way, it was a mid-6, and that was a great wave. Then Cole, right after him, gets this one. A lot of speed into this maneuver here. This one came in a little bit higher than Kaya's King. So it was kind of a funky little heat, but either way, Cole was taking this gift right here. Along with it, gets through that next heat, the last heat of the day, and now is in the round of 16. So congratulations to Cole.
Yeah, taking out Kanoa Igarashi here on his home court, essentially. Cole Hausman walking through with the win alongside of Tristan Goldbald. For Tristan, that was one of his career best results as well, building strength to strength. So great to see those two going through. And the style of Kaya's King bowing out of competition early, always love enjoying and watching him surf. So that was a bit of a bummer to see him go down.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bright future, Kaya's King. I'm a big fan, and as P was talking about, I think some of those numbers, although he needed a backup score, some of those numbers were a little bit undercooked in my opinion for Kaya's King. I thought that was really good surfing, but that's the game that we play, you know. And I mean, and we leave it all out on the field. But congratulations to Cole Hausman, the big kid from San Clemente, is going to be on to tomorrow's competition.
Excited to see. So much more good action coming. Another big loss that we saw today was former CT surfer Olympian and Julian Wilson. He went down to Japanese competitor Taichi Wakita, and it was a pretty big upset for him going down to RCal as well.
And it was one of those heats that came down to that last minute. You know, Taichi was able to get the wave. It was basically Callanan and Julian for most of the heat, number 1 and 2. But then at the very end, Taichi was able to get the score needed and turn the heat at the very end.
Well, RCal is doing the work right here, and this is a big opportunity. We talked about the top 10, 9 of them out of competition. Nothing but upside for Ryan Callanan, and it's with surfing like that, he can take it all the way to the podium in this event, and that's what I feel that we got from the young Novocastrian. Get him back on tour. I want to see more RCal.
Yeah, a huge result for RCal. Even to see that emotion coming through from him, it's not something we see all that often, Pete.
No, not. And this was that last move there by Taichi. Was able to get it, and right at the end, he needed a score, was able to pull it off. It got the inside connection, which I think solidified the score.
That's the kid, Taichi Mob. I'm telling you, second-generation pro surfer. He's got a lot of talent, and I think it's really been flying under the radar, sometimes under even the shadow of his younger sister, Sarah Wakita. But Taichi coming through, that's a big one for Japan, and if he keeps on up, we're going to see him at the pointy end of this competition, Pete.
So solid, a great result for Taichi Wakita, taking that victory, getting another post-heat interview. RCal through as well. And it's been a big day of surfing. We've seen some other surfers really go big, take to some good progressive maneuvers, throw in some good combos. One of them is Imai Kalani Duvall. Pretty special to see him take out some great surfing.
Hey, a lot of times it's in your head and it's the mental capacity. Imai, in his post-heat interview, said, hey, it's rare. When I have a heat that I'm feeling freed up and I'm free, the performance level is accentuated right there. And that's exactly what happened in that heat. You called that heat with me, Pete.
Yeah, we did. He built momentum through it, right? I mean, we saw that he was looking loose, looking free, but it just was happening pretty easily for him. And then it just got better and better for him. And this was a tough one. You know, in this 3-man heat, you got one loser, but ultimately that's the type of surfing he's able to bring to this U.S. Open. It's up in the lip, fringe free. We saw him do this again, up and over the lip, hits it hard, and then watch this, just an extra ounce of flip and flare. That's what he brings. That's his brand of surfing.
Kaipo, we saw the two Hawaiians take out the Brazilian powerhouse in Matthias Hardy.
Matthias Hardy, just so talented. He was in the game. He had actually Ezekiel out against the ropes, but this happened in the last 30 seconds. Zeke threw everything at it. He needed the score, and he got the score. He got the news on the beach right here, and that feels good for the big Hawaiian. On to the round of 16, Zeke Lau.
Huge, huge result for both of those surfers looking for that requalification after missing out on the mid-season cut. Imai Kalani Duvall and Zeke Lau advancing past Matthias Hardy. Matthias definitely one of those surfers we've been expecting huge results from. This will be an unfortunate bow out from him early on, but we'll see more of him in the rest of the season.
We will, and you know, then he's one of those touted individuals that you would expect to make the tour. He's already had some championship tour and success on the championship tour, so it won't be long.
But the Hawaiians taking it down.
Hawaiians taking it down, but I do want to mention that we're going to see Matthias Hardy on the championship tour, and it's almost a guarantee. He's way too good to not be in the top echelon of the elite. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Well, there's been so much that's going on around the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing this week because we got a massive festival. And kicking off tomorrow, we actually open up the window for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. But alongside of that, we've had the Duct Tape Festival boards on offer. There's some great hand-shaped boards in there. We got to see one from Holly Wan here on host set today, which was really cool, Kaipo.
Oh, man. I mean, they're obviously hand shapes, but that's going to be fun. You know what I mean?
What are you trying to say, Kaipo?
Well, they're creative. They're hand shapes. I mean, that wasn't CNC'd. These are boards that started just with a planer and a screen and some sandpaper finished off.
And we got Steve Van Doren cooking some hot dogs, Pete.
Yeah, and that's tradition here at this Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is to have Van Doren down there cooking dogs. But, I mean, that's probably the first time we've ever actually seen a surfboard manufactured on the beach here and ridden on the sands of Huntington Beach. I know we've had shaping boards, but we've never actually had them glassed and finished on the sands here.
Love it. Love everything that's been going down. All the creativity coming to it, as well as some good traditional Huntington Beach hot dogs going down around the Vans Village.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? The thing about the legacy and the family of the Van Doren Rubber Company, which is now Vans, and having Steve Van Doren here every single day, flipping those hot dogs, he does it every single year. I'm telling you, this guy's
He knows how to cook a dog.
He knows how to cook a dog, but I just love the family atmosphere that you get over here.
So true.
It's been a crazy day of surfing. There's so many moments we could touch on for being the Stillhouse Unbreakable Top 5, but we're going to kick it off with our number 5 moment. It was a very close call for the French surfer Tristan Gobald with the Huntington Beach Pier. Taking a look at those pilings there.
Yeah, we already saw this, but this was really sketchy. I mean, straight up into it. Right here, he notices, oh, wow, there's the tee. Had to negotiate it and dives off. And somehow he was able to not get a zero ding on a surfboard, no scratches whatsoever. He goes through the pier instantly, gone from view. We're like, where is he? And he comes around running. No worries. Had it made with exactly no dings and no scratches.
Coming in at number 4, it was Kalohe Andino's tube this morning, coming through at a 5.67 Kipes.
Look at this, shacked, and finds the little doggy door exit, Kalohe Andino. And this was a point of difference. It's been turns and airs so far, and then the tube came into play. Unfortunately, Kalohe unable to advance out of that heat.
Coming through at number 3, Pete Jadson took to the turns.
Yeah, he sure did.
717 and a 567.
Yeah, he did. And this was Jaddy just having fun. He had been paying attention to what the judges wanted to see out of the surfers, and he went out there and executed it. It was fun to see. I love watching Jadson get through a couple heats and build momentum. It was good for him. He's going to find his way into that next day of competition in the round. He still has to get through, I think, the round of 24, but good surfing in that earlier round.
And taking the opposite approach into the air was Eitan Osborne.
Eitan Osborne, and that was definitely a contender for the Flying Embers Air of the Day. Big, lofty, flat rotation. This kid's got talent, and he's got an air game as well.
So fun to watch. Always Eitan Osborne taking to the air. Well, taking out the number 1 spot for the Stillhouse Unbreakable 5, Imai Kalani DeVault, Vans team rider, takes it into the round of 16.
Yeah, he did. And he put some excellent numbers up here. Put a 15.67, I think, two-wave heat total. So the biggest of the round for sure, biggest of the day. So congratulations to him. I think the only surfer to actually eclipse him as far as point total was actually Caroline Marks in the women's side. So congratulations to Imai, building momentum.
Took out an 817 and a 757 in that heat, and he's into the next round. We've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us tomorrow. It's been a good one calling the action alongside the two of you. Thanks so much for all the enjoyable heats. And we'll be back with so much more action tomorrow for the Vans US Open of Surfing. So stay tuned, and we'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early.
Can we throw a shaka?
And we're setting up for another day here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Buckle in, get ready. One thing I can tell you is we got waves.
Help me up, never let it fall. Help me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. But I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone.
A crowd and hometown favorite in Kanoa Igarashi has hit the water against Tristan Gobald.
Oh man, watch out.
That was so hectic.
That was crazy.
And an upset, Kanoa Igarashi, the 2-time US Open champion, the local out of the draw.
Here we go, Jaddy baby, up in the lip, boom. Talking about clutch. You know why he's here at the Vans US Open of Surfing? Because he loves it.
Watch out, cause I'm in my zone.
Zeke Loud with the buzzer beater. He moves into the round of 16.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.